ABC of Social and Political Knowledge. Antonina Yermakova. Valentin Ratnikov. What are classes and the class struggle degree? Progress Publishers. Moscow. Contents. Introduction. Chapter Socio-economic Forma. Functions and Social Structures. Chapter Social Classes, What are? 2OEAEE. The Notion of CISA. 5 Classes and Other Social Core. Chapter The Origin and Evolution of Classes. 1. The Primitive Communal System as a Classless Society. 2. The Decay of Primitive Communal Society and the Emergence of Classes. 3 Classes in Chiana Holding Sakarong OEEER. 4. Classes in Feudal EE. 5 Classes in Capitalist Society. Chapter Peculiarities of the 4 Class Structure of Modern Society. 1 Specific features of the class structure in the developed capitalist countries. 2 The class structure of the developing countries. 3 Specific features of the class structure of socialist Kaunina class struggle as a motive force in the development of antagonistic socio-economic formations. 1 Class relations attic cliterists. MAND equals %:SES. 2 Class struggle as a motive force in the development of antagonistic society. 3 Forms of the class struggle. 4 The role of political parties in the class struggle. Social revolution, the highest stage of development of the class struggle. 1. What is social revolution? 2 Historical types of social revolutions. 3 National liberation revolutions. The peculiarities of the class struggle at the modern stage of historical development. Introduction. Man is the maker of history. In the 20th century, this truth has been admitted by many of those who sought to perceive the underlying principles of historical development. It is becoming more and more clear that the future of mankind hinges on man's accomplishments. People are preoccupied with growing better crops and raising more productive breeds of cattle. They design new technology and make discoveries enabling them to utilize new types of energy and fly into space. To crown it up, the 20th century is the epoch of great social revolutions and national liberation movements which have involved millions of people in the struggle for the transformation of social relations. What makes people behave one way or another? Can it be the willpower of outstanding personalities and leaders or the noble ideas they conceive in the quietude of their studies? There was a time when many people believed that any nation would be happy if only it were ruled by wise and well-educated persons. Historical reality, however, has had to disprove this. Great masses of people will actively participate in social transformations only when they are aware of the benefits of the struggle they are waging. Even the brightest of all ideas will not arouse a single person for struggle unless he can plainly see how he will benefit from it. Yet, each person lives the life of his own, has interests of his own, and is aroused to act by his own special reasons in pursuit of his own aims. At the same time, the final objectives of different people may often be incompatible, colliding with each other. Thus it is in their collision where the course of history is determined. Does it take any spontaneous or unpredictable turns? Are there any general laws that govern people's activities? Different philosophical schools have different answers to these questions. The Marxist teaching on society contends that throughout history people have been acting according to specific objective laws which are independent of human will or consciousness. Moreover, these laws can be cognized and utilized for a conscious transformation of social relations. The question then arises how this can be achieved. Though each person is motivated by his own individual aims, large social groups have common interests since the individuals comprising them occupy the same place in society. In capitalist society, for example, all workers have common interests because none of them possesses any means of production. Therefore, all of them have to earn their living by working for a capitalist who hires them. They are paid wages for their work while capitalists are gaining profits. The same is true of artisans and peasants who also have their common interests determined by their place in the system of social relations. Hence, Classes are large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social relations. It is the struggle for common class interests that has determined the course of mankind's development throughout its long history. This explains why Marxist theory regards the class struggle as history's prime mover, studying its laws most thoroughly. What lies behind society's division into antagonistic classes at the specific stage of history? How is the existence of classes connected with the relations of production? What are the forms of the class struggle? How does it affect the course of history? What are the specific features of the press? 10. Anti-class struggle? How is it related with the national liberation movement? What ways lead to the establishment of classless society? All these issues lie in the focal point of the Marxist teaching on classes and the class struggle, and it constitutes one of the major components of the Marxist theory of historical development, which gives the right clue to understanding complex social phenomena in modern society. Chapter Socio-Economic. 1. Formations and social structures. To answer the question suggested in the title of this book, one should start with giving a definition of society, because both classes and their struggle are products of society and depend on its specific structure. Man is a social being. Isolated from society for a long time, an individual is bound to gradually lose his human qualities. Science knows of several unique instances when small children grew up among animals without ever seeing a single human being. What were they like? They are described as having nothing human except for their looks. They could not talk, and were unable to make a purposeful use of any tools. They had absolutely no idea about the world around them, possessing only certain inborn instincts inherited from their distant predecessors, and individual adaptability to the environment based on those instincts. All such instances vividly prove that a person becomes a human being only if he or she lives among people. There is a great variety of relations in human society, such as kinship, political, religious, moral, and economic relations. One way or another, each person has to be involved in these multifarious social relations. Man is associated with society through various social groups comprising that society. Thus, a family, a neighborhood, a community, a professional group, a village, a town, a social class, all are examples of such groups and social entities through which man is involved in the system of social relations. Society is a special form of activity inherent in man only. It is a sum total of individuals, social groups, and social relations which evolve among them and which are governed by various social institutions. Society cannot be isolated from nature. Contrary to that, it belongs to nature as much as a human being, and is a continuation of the development of nature. Therefore, society emerges in conformity with the intrinsic laws of natural development. At the same time, society is characterized by various features and processes which do not exist in its natural environment. In contrast to nature, society is governed by people endowed with consciousness and willpower. Yet. 13. In order to live and reproduce themselves, people require food, water, shelter, and they have to satisfy their daily needs. Hence they have to work. Labor played the key role in the historical process of the emergence of society and man. From the start, man worked to manufacture goods to satisfy his needs. In producing means of subsistence, and in transforming his environment, man, in turn, was undergoing a great transformation of his own in the process of labor. Labor is a means for selecting man from the animal world and the primary condition for human development. Our distant predecessors gradually proceeded from using various objects found in nature to manufacturing implements of labor. At that stage, man began adapting himself to routine labor activities rather than to the mere rigors of his environment. As man learned to work, he also got accustomed to walking uprightly. The functions of his fore and hind limbs separated, his hands and brain developed. Since the process of labor involves joint efforts of individuals, it contributed to the development of articulate speech and language as a means for communicating and sharing labor and social experience. As man developed and his labor implements improved, the rudiments of human society were beginning to take shape. Axiomatically, man 14. Would never have come into being without society in the same manner as society would not have materialized without the advent of man. Social bonds among species were taking shape as man's predecessors were becoming human beings. Any society, irrespective of its form or stage of its economic development, cannot exist or develop without material production, the latter invariably representing a historically determined mode of production which is an organic unity of the productive forces and the relations of production. The productive forces embody man's relation to objects and forces of nature which he has to conquer in order to obtain the desired material goods. The relations of production are the interrelations of people involved in the process of production. Society uses the forces of production to influence and transform nature. Here nature is the universal object of labor, or, specifically, that particular part of nature which is involved in the process of production. In the process of production, the object of labor undergoes various changes and becomes a product of labor needed by people. All this occurs with the help of means of labor. Essentially, means of labor constitute a thing or a set of things which man has to place between himself and the object of labor and which he uses to act on the latter. For example, a pickaxe in a farmer's hands is such a means of 15. Labor, and he uses it to cultivate land. An aggregate of objects and means of labor is known as the means of production. There is a great variety of means of labor, their inventory changing with every epoch. The nowadays industrial and agricultural production employs machines, engines, and auxiliary means of labor used for transportation, storage and otherwise handling of products of labor. Instruments of labor are vitally important constituents of the means of labor. They have diverse forms and answer a great number of purposes: a pickaxe, an axe, a hammer, a lathe, an engine, etc. Nonetheless, means of labor will be turned into an active force affecting an object of labor only when they are controlled by man. A mass of workers forms a productive force because workers have experience and skills necessary for material production. Social productive forces, therefore, are the means of production created by society. First and foremost, they include instruments of labor, and people operating them and producing material values. The development of society is largely furthered by the productive forces, and they form the major aspect of the mode of production. Each stage of the development of the productive forces is characterized by the corresponding relations of production. In producing material values, people have to interact with nature and with each other. Thus, 16. All the people involved in the process of production necessarily enter into a relationship known as the relations of production. These relations comprise an integral part of any material production, which is a unity of the productive forces and the relations of production. The relations of production are formed independently of human consciousness, and they depend, above all, on the development level of society's productive forces. The basis of all the relations of production is the relations of the ownership of the means of production, i.e., of property. There are two forms of ownership of the means of production, social and private. The form of ownership determines the place of the various social groups in social production, and their relationship in the process of production. In case all the means of production comprise private property of individuals or social groups who use them for exploiting workers, the relations which take shape are those of domination and subordination. When the means of production are owned by the entire society, they constitute public property, hence the relations existing there are those of mutual assistance and cooperation. In societies where all the means of production are owned by the people, the aim of production is to meet the material and cultural needs of all the members of society. However, when the basic means of production belong to individuals, i.e., a 7. Under the conditions of private property, production is aimed at enriching the selected few only. The forces of production and the relations of production are two aspects of social production, which are perpetually interacting in compliance with the law of correspondence of the relations of production to the character and development level of the productive forces discovered by Marx. This law asserts that the relations of production have to change sooner or later if society has acquired new forces of production. The relations of production form under the impact of the productive forces, yet the former have primary significance as long as they determine all the other relations existing in society, such as political, legal, moral, family, etc. Therefore, a replacement of production relations affects a change in all the other social relations. This, however, entails changes in social institutions as well as in society as a whole. The relations of production depend on the level of development of the forces of production. Yet they, too, actively affect the rate and character of development of the productive forces. Whenever there is a correspondence between production relations and the forces of production, both in character and in level of their development, the relations of production are bound to accelerate the development and augment the role of the productive forces, thus manifesting themselves as 2 to 1073. 18. Patient AE low LAEPEAECEDEMA. Society's prime motive force. However, as soon as the relations of production cannot any longer agree with the character and level of development of the productive forces, they tend to impede and arrest the development of the latter. In this case, one mode of production has to be replaced by another, and consequently, one socio-economic formation has to give way to another. A socio-economic formation is a historically determined type of society at a definite stage of its development. It features its distinctive character, and is regarded as a unity of all the aspects of its material and spiritual life. Every socio-economic formation is characterized by the historically determined mode of production with its relations of production. Thus we have every reason to conclude that socio-economic formations are distinguished mainly by the mode of production of material values and by the form of ownership of the instruments and means of production existing in society. History of society is the history of development and subsequent replacement of one socio-economic formation by another. According to the Marxist analysis of mankind's history, there are 5 principal socio-economic formations: the primitive communal system, the slave-owning system, feudalism, capitalism, and communism. Under the primitive communal system, man came into being, and conditions were created for society's further 19. Development. The primitive communal system was replaced by the following antagonistic class formations: the slave-owning system, feudalism, capitalism. They are characterized by social inequality, exploitation of man by man, and the class struggle. Capitalism will be ousted by communism, which is a non-antagonistic social formation based on the principles of equality, fraternity, and mutual assistance of people. The consecutive replacement of one socio-economic formation by another represents the main line of progress common for all mankind. At the same time, in the course of their development, various nations and countries have revealed a great number of peculiarities. They developed at different pace. Some nations did not have to pass through all the socio-economic formations. History has also produced a number of transitional forms. The teaching on socio-economic formations plays the key role in social sciences. It has freed itself from the various scientifically unfounded and abstract speculations about society in general, progress in general, etc. By singling out the socio-economic formation as the basis for classifying the stages of historical development, we can take a closer view of society's structure. The concept of social structure implies an aggregate of social groups and their relations. The elements of social structure may include classes. 20. Social strata and layers, castes, estates, professional groups, ethnic communities, age groups, etc. The class structure of society is of paramount importance, since every socio-economic formation is socially stratified according to the dominating mode of production. Throughout society's history, the development of socio-economic formations has revealed 2 essential types of social structure: classless and class-divided, the latter having either an antagonistic class or a non-antagonistic class character. The antagonistic class social structure was typical of slave-holding, feudal, and capitalist formations. The name of this social structure derives from the antagonism of its constituent classes, which are held apart by irreconcilable contradictions, and the continual class struggle such as that between the slaves and the slaveholders, between the serfs and the feudal lords, and between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. Socialism, on the other hand, has a non-antagonistic class structure, and its constituent classes build their friendly relations on the basis of social ownership of the means of production. Class distinctions between them are gradually eliminated, as socialist society is making its progress towards communism. It can be assumed that a classless structure of society will take shape mainly within the history. 21. Cal framework of mature socialism. Primitive communal society, too, was classless, yet its development was obstructed by the absence of classes. In a classless socialist society, all classes will have been eliminated. Such society can only be created on the basis of the high development level of the productive forces, improvement of social property, and all-round development of a person. The establishment of this society will be one of the most important landmarks on the road towards communist socio-economic formation. Chapter 2. Social classes. What are they? 1. The notion of classes. Human society is composed of diverse groups of people whose distinctive features may include the color of their skin or height, their sex or age, their tongue or abode, their political convictions or religion, their income or education, their way of life or customs, etc. Such a distinction is often justified and indispensable. For example, in planning the output of footwear, the manufacturer would want to know well in advance the proportion of people with various foot sizes. Demography, on the other hand, is concerned with society's woman-to-man ratio, social statistics, and age groups, while ethnography divides people into groups according to their cultural peculiarities, way of life, etc. At the same time, society has large groups of people of special category, and it is only through the study of these groups that we can cognize the laws of social development. These groups are known as social classes. They emerged owing to the social division of labor at the moment when private ownership of the means of production became a reality. It was private property that split society into the rich and the poor, the exploiters and the exploited. The owners of instruments and means of production comprise a group that can hire all those who belong to the other group and who are thus made to sell their labor power. The owners of the means of production thereby appropriate the products of labor of those who work for them. In other words, one group of people is exploited by the other, the latter constituting the minority, and the former, the majority. Thus, the majority is exploited by the minority. Social classes embrace such groups of people, 1. That of the exploiters and oppressors on the one hand, and of the exploited and oppressed, on the other. These classes are antagonistic as long as their interests are irreconcilable. In summarizing the experience of the development of classes, the Marxist theory for the first time furnished authentic scientific explanations of the essence of classes, the reasons for their emergence and the ways of their abolition. Karl Marx. 24. Associated the existence of classes with specific historical phases of development of social production, while bourgeois scientists had never taken that into consideration. They regarded classes as an extra-historical and perpetual phenomenon. Marx scientifically proved the historically transient nature of class-divided societies and showed why and when class-divided society will be abolished and replaced by a classless society. Marx convincingly proved that capitalist society is the last society in human history with antagonistic classes. The path leading to classless society, he maintained, is through the proletariat's class struggle against all forms of oppression, for establishing its power in society created to protect the interests of all working people. Marx and Engels saw the working class as the main social force which is capable of eliminating the capitalist system and creating a new, classless society free of exploitation. Lenin further developed Marx's teaching on classes and defined them as large groups of people differing from each other by the place they occupy in a historically determined system of social production, by their relation to the means of production, by their role in the social organization of labor, and, consequently, by the dimensions of the share of social wealth of which they dispose and the mode of acquiring it. Classes are groups of people, one of which can appropriate the labor of another owing to the different places they occupy in a definite system of social economy. Each class has to be regarded as the progeny of a specific mode of production. Each antagonistic mode of production, therefore, has to split society into classes peculiar to it. This leads us to the conclusion that the nature and essence of classes will only be perceived correctly if their association with one or another concrete socio-economic formation has not been neglected. The relationship to the means of production determines both the role of classes in the social organization of labor, and their share of social wealth and the way they receive it. Lenin wrote, "The fundamental criterion by which classes are distinguished is the place they occupy in social production, and, consequently, the relation in which they stand to the means of production. Every class has its own relationship to the means of production. On the basis of this distinction, we can draw the line between classes and social groups other than classes. The intelligentsia, for example, is not a class because it has no relationship of its own to the means of production. The relation in which classes stand to the means of production determines their role in the social organization of labor, because classes have different functions in social production. In antagonistic society, some classes manage the production, direct the economy and regulate all social affairs. 1. Engage mainly in mental work. The other classes suffer under the burden of hard compulsory physical labor. The development and complication of social production and of the entire life of society necessitates a division of administrative functions. Major irrigational constructions in the ancient Oriental countries, for example, presupposed the centralized management which was of no use in small individual households. Modern major machine production is inconceivable without large-scale management and organization. In class-divided society, management of social production is, usually, exercised by the class which owns the means of production. This implies that the production management function is dependent upon the relations of property. The ruling class which owns all the means of production will not tolerate in the sphere of management any representatives of other classes. A capitalist, for example, does not become what he is merely because he manages some industrial production. Conversely, it is owing to the fact that he is a capitalist that he becomes manager of the production he owns. However, as soon as some relations of production become an impediment for the development of the productive forces, the ruling class, too, has to start playing a different role in the social organization of labor. It is gradually losing its significance as the organizer of production, degenerating into a parasitic excrescence on the body of society. Such was the fate of feudal landlords, and this is what bourgeoisie is facing today, as it is surrendering its organizing functions to managers, the elite of the technical intelligentsia. The other distinction between classes lies in the size of their social income and the way they acquire it. In antagonistic class formations, they are determined by the existing form of exploitation. Thus, slaveholders were obtaining their surplus product from slaves by crass violence. Feudal lords were getting their profit in the form of rent by way of extra economic compulsion of their serfs. The profit obtained by capitalists derives from the surplus value created by the worker. There is a great difference between the share of social wealth obtained by the exploiting class and that by the exploited class. The former, 28, get the lion's share of social wealth, whereas the latter are often allotted its meager portion which is barely sufficient for them to eke out a living. Though the distinction between classes based on the size of income and way of earning it stands out as essential class characteristic, yet it does not define them as classes. If we confine ourselves to the consideration of the sources and sizes of incomes, we would fail to correctly define classes or to single them out from the multitude of social strata and groups which also may have various sources of income. Under capitalism, for example, clerks and physicians have different sources of income, the former being paid by the government, and the latter, by individuals. This, however, does not make them separate classes yet. This example goes to show that to grasp correctly the essence of classes we should consider all their distinctive features as an organic whole. Class division touches upon the economic, political, and spiritual aspects of social life. The division of society into classes permeates it through and through, affecting the entire system of social relations. Yet, class division of society derives above all from the definite economic relations which enable the exploiting class to appropriate the labor of the exploited. These relations coalesce to form society's class structure, providing material and economic grounds for the class struggle. At the same time, the relations between classes go far beyond the economic sphere, manifesting themselves most explicitly in political life. To crown it up, these relations, as well as the class struggle, find their way into the sphere of ideology and of society's spiritual life. In analyzing society's class structure, Marxism-Leninism distinguishes between principal and non-principal classes. The principal classes are those the existence of which is determined by the mode of production dominating in the particular socio-economic formation. Every antagonistic socio-economic formation has two principal classes. These may be the slave holders and the slaves, the feudal lords and the serfs, the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The antagonistic contradictions between these classes are resolved by the replacement of the prevailing system by a new, progressive one. In socialist society, the two principal classes are the workers and the peasants, their relationship being founded on joint labor and cooperation. Alongside the dominant mode of production, class-divided formations may still preserve the leftovers of the preceding mode of production or give rise to new ones in the form of specific economic structures. This explains the existence of the non-principal or transitional classes. Suffice it to mention the existence of merchants, money-lenders, free craftsmen, petty peasants, and a great number of déclassé elements which existed in slave-holding society along with the basic classes of slaveholders and slaves. Under feudalism, the development of the cities gave rise to new social strata, shop-organized and corporate craftsmen, merchants, etc. Major landowners constituting a non-principal class long existed in capitalist society and still exist in the countries with pronounced marks of feudalism. Most capitalist countries feature a great number of petty bourgeois strata, petty farmers, small craftsmen, merchants, etc. Numerically, they comprise a large social stratum which plays no minor role in political struggle. From the economic point of view, the representatives of this stratum are sandwiched between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. On the one hand, they are akin to the bourgeoisie because they, too, are private property owners. On the other, in contrast to the unearned private capitalist property of the former, they amass their property by their personal involvement in labor process, which makes them akin to the proletariat. The principal and non-principal classes are closely interdependent since, in the course of their historical development, the principal classes become non-principal, and vice versa. A principal class degenerates into a non-principal class when the dominant mode of production which lies at its foundation gradually turns into a secondary socio-economic structure. A non-principal class becomes principal when a new socio-economic structure taking shape within a socio-economic formation turns into the dominant mode of production. Special significance in the life of society is attributed to political parties which represent the most active and organized part of a class or its stratum. Political parties emerged owing to the division of society into classes with conflicting interests. A class regards its political party as an important means of struggle for its interests and for power. Political parties represent the supreme form of class organization. The advent of political parties is associated with an early stage of development of class-divided society. In modern society, depending on its constituent classes, parties may be bourgeois, proletarian, landowner, peasant, or petty bourgeois. Some parties champion the interests of several classes, bourgeois landowners' parties, parties of proletarian and petty bourgeois elements, etc. In multinational states, on the other hand, parties may have a national tint promoting interests common to a particular nation. Yet, in this case, 2. They advocate class interests. This fully applies to religious and other parties. Apart from classes, which emerge independently of human consciousness, political parties are instituted by people and their conscious efforts are aimed at achieving specific goals. They are voluntary social organizations. Modern political parties act according to their programs in pursuit of their specific goals. They follow an adopted policy, and they are organized according to their underlying principles on the basis of the established rules, membership, local organizations, committees, congresses, party dues, etc. A modern political party usually possesses its own press and publishing houses. It is represented in parliaments and in local self-government agencies, and it has more or less organized groups of its supporters in various social organizations. 2. Classes and other social groups. In addition to classes, society is composed of various social groups, strata, and layers, the most important of which is the layer of intelligentsia. It is a social group consisting of people who are professionally involved in complicated non-manual labor and who have the educational background indispensable for it. The emergence and existence of the intelligentsia as a special social layer is associated with the social division of labor into manual and non-manual. The forerunners of the modern intelligentsia could be traced as far back as slaveholding and feudal societies, yet it came into being as a special numerous layer in capitalist society only. The intelligentsia is not a class since it has no relation of its own to the means of production. At the same time, its close bonds with the other classes existing in society, the needs of which it has to satisfy, account for the great socio-political role it plays in the life of society. The slaveholding and specifically the feudal socio-economic formations were characterized by the estate-based organization of society. Thus the estate is a social group endowed with hereditary rights and obligations legalized by law and by custom. The formation of an estate was a long process which took different turns in different societies. It is associated with the emergence and legalization of inequality in terms of property and of specific social functions, viz. military, religious, professional, etc. However, people were divided into estates mainly on the basis of their economic and class positions. In slave-holding society, for example, which was composed of free citizens and slaves, the former constituted groups entitled to various economic, political, and legal privileges. In feudal society, the upper privileged estates included the nobility and the clergy. The third and the lowest of estates was composed of peasants, craftsmen, merchants, and the like. Its members were made to pay duties and taxes, hence their name, taxpayers. The upper estates possessed economic and legal privileges, they owned land and serfs, they were exempt from taxes, they had their own court of justice, etc. Estates were highly insular in character as long as the estate rights were hereditary, and man could not change his estate at will. The decay of feudal estates and the establishment of capitalist relations concurred, hereditary privileges giving way to the privileges of the wealth. Nonetheless, many estate prejudices survive to this day in modern capitalist society. Castes stand out as the most isolated hereditary groups of people which occupy a special place in social structure, whose members are involved in traditional occupations, and who are not allowed to enjoy free intercaste communication. One way or another, the signs of the caste division of society could be found in the social systems of ancient and medieval states, yet it was only in India that the caste organization of society materialized as a peculiar social system. There is a great variety of distinctions between social groups. There are distinctions between town and country, between the industrial workers and the farmers. This division has peculiarities of its own in each class-divided formation. In feudal society, for example, the classes of feudal lords and serfs were found mainly in the countryside, whereas craftsmen, merchants, and the emerging bourgeoisie concentrated in towns. In capitalist society, on the other hand, all social strata, unequally proportioned, were represented both in town and country. Hence the division, for instance, into the urban and rural bourgeoisie and petty bourgeoisie, and of the working class into the urban and rural proletariat, etc. Socially, there are also intraclass or social group distinctions. For example, the class of bourgeoisie may be made up of the strata of small, medium, and big capitalists, depending on the size of their businesses. There is also the monopoly and non-monopoly bourgeoisie, the former incorporating groups which have immediate ties with military industry, hence militarization of the economy. These are the most aggressive groups of the bourgeoisie with a big say in shaping the policy of imperialist states. Society may also include layers of people who do not belong to any particular class, as well as the déclassé elements who have forfeited their bonds with their classes. This applies to capitalism's lumpen proletarians comprising people without any particular occupation or the proverbial dregs of society, such as beggars, prostitutes, thieves, etc. Apart from classes, there are many other major social groups whose demarcation lines lie in the planes other than class division. These may be based on age, sex, race, national, professional and other distinctions. Some of them appear due to natural reasons, others, due to social reasons. The natural distinctions per se do not engender any social distinctions, and they can be associated with social inequality only under specific social conditions. The racial inequality, for instance, has historical rather than natural roots. Social inequality of sexes, too, is based on historical rather than natural reasons. At the early stages of history, women occupied a place of honor in society which they lost, however, as soon as their role in the system of social production had undergone a dramatic change. Class division of society has nothing to do with natural distinctions as long as it exists inside the same races, ethnic groups, etc. Chapter 3. The origin and evolution of classes. 1. The primitive communal system as a classless society. A great period of time separates us from the epoch when classes were taking shape as a social phenomenon. Yet, the archaeological artifacts which have been excavated at primeval man's settlements and burial places have helped us reconstruct various scenes of social life and identify the occupations of our remote predecessors. Man used his primitive stone or wooden instruments of labor to hunt down large and strong animals whose meat he used for food along with wild plants. At that time, people had to assist each other in order to survive and protect themselves from numerous beasts of prey. All this made people settle down, hunt animals and pick edible plants and fruit in groups. Settlements of large groups of people differing from 38. Each other in the magnitude of an occupied territory, numeric strength, and tongue emerged and were identified as clans and tribes. In the classless society of ancient times there were no antagonistic relations of production based on domination and subordination, or on exploitation of man by man. By and large, all tribesmen enjoyed the same privileges, no matter what role they played in the system of social production. People worked together to procure means of existence, consuming all the fruits of their labor by sharing them among themselves. Primitive society was characterized by social ownership of the means of production which put all members of a particular clan or tribe on a par with each other. In that society, labor was divided firstly between men and women, and secondly between different age groups. Later on, the division of labor was based on the peculiarities of routine work performed by communities of crop growers, cattle breeders, and hunters. The organization of labor was the prerogative of the eldest and most experienced community members such as tribal chiefs and elders, who, nevertheless, were not regarded as privileged class since they were numerically inferior in comparison with the bulk of their tribes, and they carried out their social duties on behalf of and with the consent of the entire adult majority of a particular community. The special position they occupied in the system of organizing social labor rested with their authority rather than with their property or sheer brawn. Apart from that, under the primitive communal system, both tribal leaders and rank-and-file tribesmen differed but slightly in terms of the size of social product and the ways of getting it. This social system was characterized by an extremely low level of development of the productive forces and the equally low level of labor productivity. At the time people produced barely enough to meet their immediate needs, and, therefore, there were no grounds for the seeds of social inequality to take root. As a result of continual conflicts between various tribes or clans, however, prisoners were inevitably taken, and, subsequently, the captors had to decide what was to be done with them. They could not be allowed to remain in the captors' community since its members perpetually suffered from a shortage of products. Neither could they be made to work for the community because it lacked both consumer goods and means of labor in the same measure. They were, therefore, either killed or released at the end of a war. In some cases they were allowed to remain in a community as its legitimate members. This leads us to the conclusion that in primitive society there were no stable, socially distinguishable groups, and that the kind of society which existed 40. Then was essentially classless. We can form our conceptions of the life of ancient people in primeval classless society by studying the lifestyles of certain modern national communities which are lagging far behind the rest of the world in the development because of their specific historical conditions. 2. The decay of primitive communal society and the emergence of classes. Classes were taking shape in the epoch when primitive communal society was disintegrating and falling apart. These long-lasting processes did not coincide in different parts of the world. According to historical data, class-divided societies emerged in ancient Egypt, ancient Assyria, and ancient Babylon in the late 4th millennium and at the beginning of the 3rd millennium BC, in ancient India and ancient China, in the 3rd 2nd millennia BC, in ancient Greece and, subsequently, in ancient Rome, in the Ist millennium BCG. In the majority of Latin American countries, in Cuba, in particular, the division of society into classes was induced by Spanish conquistadores. In a number of African countries, the formation of classes began only after their colonial regimes had been dislodged, i.e., since the 1950s, while the process of class formation is still continuing in some tropical African countries. It is, however, perfectly clear that mankind cannot avoid this phase of class-divided society in its historical development. This historical regularity holds true for all countries without exception in spite of the fact that the process of class formation and the evolution of class relations may have their own peculiarities in various young Asian, African, and Latin American states. One of the most general preconditions for the advent of class-divided society was the development of productive forces. In the long run, this process brought about a level of production far higher than that which people required to sustain themselves. Thus, surplus product appeared giving man more than he needed, and as a consequence of this, social inequality gradually established itself in society. Surplus product created the economic possibility for some people to exist at the expense of others, while private property turned this possibility into reality. As soon as private ownership of the means of production had crowned the development of the forces of production, and individual or family production had ousted previous collective production, economic inequality of people became unavoidable. All this preconditioned the division of society into classes. The formation of classes was occurring in two ways. The first led through the ennoblement of the exploiting elite against the background of rank and file fellow tribesmen, while the other was associated with the enslavement of, first, captives, and then, of the impoverished fellow tribesmen on the grounds of their unpayable debts. How did the exploiting few manage to ennoble themselves from the more or less homogeneous community of fellow tribesmen? Initially, community leaders and elders were endowed with the same social status as any other member of that community. The common interests of all community members were protected by specially appointed persons acting under the auspices of the whole society. These common interests included fair arbitration, supervision of water reservoirs, religious rights, etc. These specially appointed people possessed certain authority or what may be termed rudimentary state power, in spite of the fact that, essentially, they never stopped serving their communities. The development of productive forces and the coalescence of communities into larger entities led to the further division of labor and to the establishment of special bodies whose functions were to protect common interests and arbitrate in disputes. These bodies, which represented the interests of major social groups, gradually acquired greater and greater autonomy, alienating themselves from the community. The autonomy of public office holders took the shape of domina. Over the society which had instituted them, former public servants were turning into lords. The other way in which classes formed was through the enslavement of enemy soldiers captured during warfare. By and large, the development of social production demanded that more manpower be involved in material production. No community could provide this on its own, and additional manpower was thus supplied by warfare. The combatants eventually found it more expedient to preserve the lives of their captives and to force them to work. The ancient Egyptians used a word which, literally, meant the living slain to refer to their captives. Some time later, this word was made to embrace all the slaves as a class. Thus, slaves were no longer slain, but they were ultimately deprived of all human rights. In the long run, relations of inequality, domination, and subordination were extended to embrace those tribesmen who had fallen into debt slavery of their community leaders. The expansion of individual production initiated social inequality. Meanwhile, as a result of the further development of the social division of labor, the primitive community decayed completely, and the tribal social system disappeared. The first major social division of labor was associated with the rise of cattle breeders in primitive society. Tribes of cattle breeders produced 44. Slightly more goods than they themselves could consume, and, therefore, they started dealing with crop growers, exchanging their goods for the foodstuffs they needed. At first, such exchanges had been sporadic, but later on it became possible to ensure regular exchanges of goods between tribes of cattle breeders and crop growers, which, in turn, led to an increase in social wealth and to more widespread employment of slave labor. The second major social division of labor was associated with the separation of crafts from land tilling. It helped the principles of exchange penetrate deep into communities and heightened economic inequality. Alongside the division of tribesmen into free men and slaves, another distinction also evolved, that between the rich and the poor. As a result of the increasing output of merchandise, exchanges between individual producers turned into a vital need of society. Further development of the social division of labor manifested itself in the separation of mental labor from physical labor. Mental work was monopolized by the minority representatives of the ruling classes who had concentrated production management and administration of public affairs in their hands. At the same time, the overwhelming majority had to suffer under the burden of hard physical labor. The social division of labor attaches people to one or another profession in the same measure as private property sets them apart in terms of their relation to the means of production and ways in which they appropriate products of labor. Notably, the owners of the means of production have every opportunity to exploit those who own none. Thus, the preconditions for the formation of classes are created by the unity of the relations of private property and the concomitant social division of labor at a particular stage of the development of productive forces. Can we regard the formation of classes as a progressive phenomenon of social development? How did it reflect on the fate of an individual? If we look at things from the point of view of a formerly free person who was enslaved as a result, say, of a military defeat of his tribe, then such a turn of events was certainly not progressive. However, if we recall that he would have been killed had he been captured in the distant past, then the very fact that his life was preserved, no matter the price, would appear to be progressive. If, however, we consider the significance of classes for all mankind, the answer cannot be absolutely conclusive either. Obviously, the enslavement of enormous masses of people resulted in a large-scale social division of labor, which, in its turn, created favorable conditions for the development of culture. Therefore, the division of society into classes played an extremely vital role. 46. In the history of social development, the formation of classes and the division of labor had both their advantages and disadvantages for the development of human abilities. In antagonistic society, Marx maintained, human progress resembles that hideous, pagan idol who would not drink the nectar but from the skulls of the slain *. Slave-holding society engendered three classes. The first class consisted of slaveholders, including the ruling elite of the tribal nobility at the society's early stages, and, as it matured, a far broader stratum of rich people. The second class was composed of free community members such as crop growers, cattle breeders, and craftsmen, all of whom one way or another found themselves dependent on the slaveholders. The third class embraced a highly motley mass of slaves who came from different tribes and spoke different tongues. At its early stage, slave-holding society consisted mostly of crop growers, with the slaves constituting the minority. Free community members were essentially small-scale agricultural producers who depended for their well-being both on their communities and on the burgeoning state. An individual community member owned instruments of labor, cattle, lodging, seeds, etc., and was entitled to a plot of arable land and the use of all commonly owned pastures. He organized his labor alone and was the sole owner, producer, and distributor of his goods. He and his family consumed the bulk of his stock of wheat, meat, and other goods which he planned to last until the next crop. Some of his produce was appropriated by the state in the form of taxation. Besides, he had to put away a certain amount of produce to be exchanged for the goods which he needed, but could not manufacture himself. The other major class, which was rapidly becoming more and more numerous due to the continuous process of impoverishment of one category of community members and enrichment of the other, was the class of the slaves. As a rule, slaves were owned by individuals. In some countries, however, they belonged to communities, as was the case with ancient India, where communal bonds were very strong. Slave labor was used in various branches of the economy, though the slaves neither own any instruments of production, nor organize their labor. All they had to do was to follow the instructions of their masters. 48. At that time, the forces of production developed very slowly. The instruments of labor were crude and primitive, and the slaves were not interested in their end products. In such conditions, regular output of surplus product could only be achieved through direct physical coercion. The need for such extra economic coercion stands out as the most characteristic feature of exploitation practiced in slave-holding society. The forms of exploitation were extremely cruel, and since no slaveholder was concerned with how long his slave might live, he sought to make the most of him as quickly as possible. The mortality rate among the slaves was, therefore, very high, and most of them succumbed to ruthless exploitation within 7 or 8 years. The existing forms of exploitation precluded any reproduction of manpower inside the country. In spite of the fact that all children born by a slave woman could themselves only be slaves, the primary sources of acquiring slaves continued to be wars, buccaneering, and debt slavery. The slaveholders owned the basic means of production as well as the resources that enabled them to buy more slaves. Thus, in addition to various kinds of property they owned, they were lords and masters of the slaves who were working for them. The organization of labor was the prerogative of the slaveholders, since they were both masters of their slaves and representatives of the state. Their wealth originated from the surplus product created by their slaves, while the auxiliary source of their wealth was the product they collected from free peasants who found themselves deeply in debt to the slaveholders. Apart from that, they were entitled to a considerable share of the wealth obtained from the tribes and nationalities enslaved by the state. The third class that was taking shape in slave-holding society was that of the craftsmen and artisans. This class consisted of free petty producers who were dependent on the state for trade and market. Crafts developed due to a number of reasons, such as considerable economic growth, the emergence of towns and cities, and the creation of large regular armed forces fighting with iron weapons and equipped with war chariots and other military equipment. Moreover, the slaveholders, who had amassed considerable wealth, were craving for luxury. All this encouraged the development of crafts. A craftsman possessed instruments and means of production, and he owned whatever he managed to produce except for the goods which the state appropriated as taxation. This, undoubtedly, attests to his great affinity with the peasant, although there was a great difference between them that set them far apart from each other. Though both were petty producers, the peasant produced the bulk of his output for his own consumption, while the craftsman worked for the market. Along with the development of the slave-holding mode of production, slave labor was gradually ousting free peasant labor, and impoverished peasants joined the mass of lumpen proletarians, as was the case, for example, in ancient Rome. In the last few centuries of slavery, new relations were taking shape in its entrails, paving the way for society's transition to feudalism. Major slave-holding estates were falling apart and being worked by colons who were not slaves in the true sense of the word, for they could no longer be sold. Colons were land slaves, which meant that they could pass over to another owner only along with the land on which they lived and worked. 4 classes in feudal society. The slave-holding form of exploitation was replaced by the feudal form due to the change in the mode of production. The feudal, subsistence economy was isolated and self-sufficient. In feudal society, exploitation of man by man was based on the peasants being bound to land, i.e. becoming serfs. A feudal lord who owned arable land distributed it among his serfs, providing them with the necessary agricultural tools and livestock on condition that they work for him. He realized that he could neither obtain the desirable surplus product from nor exploit any landless, horseless or homeless peasants. Yet the latter were directly dependent on feudal lords, since no peasant with a patch of land of his own could ever be compelled to work for the landlord unless by coercion. The feudal economic system was founded on the principle of extra-economic coercion, bondage of serfs, legal dependence of serfs on their landlords, and their lack of rights. The main classes of feudal society were the feudal lords and the serfs. The landlords owned large areas of arable land and serfs who, nonetheless, were their partial property. The landlords could barter them with or without their land. Both the landlords and the managers hired by them took the role of the organizers of peasant labor whenever they worked for the landlords at their estates. The landlords were entitled to the lion's share of the surplus product produced by their serfs, the remaining share being appropriated by the state and by the church. The serfs were subject to their feudal lords, the state and the church. They owned lodging, cattle, and instruments of labor, and they worked there. Land plots which they received either from the community or directly from the landlord. They were the organizers of their own and their families' labor only whenever they were toiling on their own plots. The serfs depended on their lords in the same manner as slaves depended on their masters, and, like the slaves, they were made to work for their lords. Yet, in contrast to the slaves, the serfs were not the absolute property of feudal lords. A landlord could buy or sell his serfs, but the law forbade him to kill them. Unlike slaves, serfs did possess some property, and they were members of a community, and hence could rely on its support. In comparison with slavery, serfdom was a more progressive phenomenon from the point of view of history. The feudal mode of production required the more developed productive forces, and it made a producer take a certain interest in the result of his work. Thus, peasant communities eventually took the place of the multi-tribal mass of slaves. In addition to the 2 principal classes, feudal society had a class of free peasants. Numerically, this class was never the same, depending on various circumstances, it either increased or decreased sharply. In Central Russia, for example, in the epoch of flourishing feudalism, all free peasant communities were eradicated, and the land which they had owned was divided among land lords, the church and major czarist officials. At the same time, large free peasant communities emerged in the country's periphery. The feudal state had to tolerate the existence of a peripheral area populated by free peasants, since it was interested in protecting its southern and eastern borders. This period saw the burgeoning of towns and cities, with new social strata evolving in them, such as craftsmen organized into workshops and corporations, merchants, and others. Early craftsmen were none other than petty producers who were fully dependent on their workshops, the state, and the church. In the period of early feudalism, with craft and trade being in the rudimentary state of development, many craftsmen possessed small plots of arable land in the vicinity of towns. This enabled them to provide themselves with most of the necessary foodstuffs. The further development of crafts, trade, and towns led to a differentiation of craftsmen within their workshops. Rich master craftsmen who owned the bulk of the means of production gradually distinguished themselves from poor apprentices who did not own any property and had to sell their labor to make a living. However, hired workers did not form any class even in the 16th century, and it was only much later, in the period of the primitive accumulation of capital, that hired apprentices joined the large 54 group of impoverished petty producers to form the backbone of a new class, the proletariat. Meanwhile, their masters merged with merchants and money lenders to form the class of bourgeoisie, with some of its members coming also from rich peasants. 5 classes in capitalist society. The two principal classes in capitalist society are the bourgeoisie and the proletariat. The bourgeoisie consists of big agricultural and industrial property owners who are only concerned with organizing labor at their enterprises and appropriating a surplus in the form of the profit derived from that part of a hired worker's labor which necessarily remains unpaid under capitalism. The class that opposes the bourgeoisie, on the one hand, and preconditions its existence, on the other, is the proletariat. This class is made up of hired workers who own no means of production and have to sell their labor to capitalists to make a living. In comparison with slaves, whose dependence on their masters was absolute, or with serfs, workers are legally free. Yet, their dependence on capitalists is equally great, although it manifests itself in different forms. A worker is deprived of any means of production. He relies only on his own labor and supports himself by selling it. In capitalist society, no one except capitalists, who own all the means of production, can buy or utilize labor. Consequently, workers are forced to work for capitalists. The bourgeoisie goes through a number of stages in its development which correspond to the stages of economic development of capitalist society. In the epoch of feudalism, in West European countries, the term bourgeois was applied to all the urban population. The development of craft and material production divided urban dwellers into classes. The establishment of the bourgeoisie as a class is associated with the epoch of the so-called primitive accumulation of capital. The key feature of this epoch was the expropriation of land and instruments of labor from the broad popular masses, its most important element being colonial plunder and expansionism. By this time, all the conditions had been created for a capitalist mode of production to begin. These included the emergence of huge masses of independent wage workers and the concentration of capital in the hands of the bourgeoisie. As the forces of production developed, the manufactory and, subsequently, large-scale machine production came to replace the workshop-type organization of labor, which had become obsolete. As soon as industrial capital had its grip on all industries. 56. Capitalism established itself as the principal mode of production. The second stage of development of the bourgeoisie is known as a period of industrial revolution and a pre-monopoly form of capitalism. This period also saw an increase in the numerical strength of the capitalist class in which small and medium-sized entrepreneurs prevailed. Depending on the sphere into which the bourgeoisie was investing its capital, it was divided into industrial, merchant, financial and rural groups. The third stage of development of the bourgeoisie is associated with the period of monopoly capitalism and underscore scientific technological revolution. The late 19th early 20th centuries were the years when financial oligarchy surfaced as a result of the emergence of millionaires and multimillionaires, the bankruptcy of many minor and medium entrepreneurs and the concentration and centralization of production and capital. It was on this basis that monopolies emerged and rapidly developed while capitalism was entering its highest stage of development known as imperialism. Under imperialism, the bourgeoisie tends steadily to contract in size and currently forms just 1.5 to 2% of the gainfully employed population in developed capitalist countries. The bourgeoisie, however, has concentrated the lion's share of social wealth in its own hands. Copyright. If, in the early period of capitalism's development, the bourgeoisie was known as a progressive class which quickly gave rise to powerful productive forces and whose representatives played the key role in the organization of production. Then the modern bourgeoisie impedes rather than enhances social progress. Even one of its principal functions, that of the organizer of production, is gradually passing over to hired specially trained managers. At the same time, the bourgeoisie's financial oligarchy and representatives of the military-industrial complex have touched off wars in Vietnam, Laos, Cambodia, and in many other regions. The working class, too, has developed by stages, each one corresponding to the respective phase of development of capitalist society. From amongst the rural and urban poor of the 16th to 18th centuries there evolved the manufactory proletariat, which was also referred to as the pre-proletariat. The industrial proletariat came into being as a result of the Industrial Revolution of the late 18th mid-19th centuries, when all the main industries had adopted large-scale machine production. Capitalist production not only contributed to the growth of the workers' numbers, but also enhanced their consciousness, organization, and solidarity in the struggle against capital. At the initial phase of its development, the proletariat 58. So 58 Liar was a numerically small class whose aspirations were, for the most part, connected with the past. At the time workers did not yet realize that capitalism was their main enemy, which explains why their struggle against the bourgeoisie took the form of spontaneous rebellions against individual capitalists and even against production machinery. The workers directed their hatred mainly at the machines which worked non-stop around the clock, exhausting workers to the extent that they hardly had enough strength to reach their homes after a 12 to 14-hour working day. The workers deliberately destroyed the machines, but the capitalists merely had to install new machinery for the production cycle to recur. The proletariat had to traverse a long path of development in order to become a social force, a class capable of transforming the existing society for the benefit of all working people. Primarily, all workers had to realize they had common interests, regardless of their professional, national, and other distinctions. The proletariat had also to understand that the interests of the workers had nothing in common with the interests of the capitalists. Competition which the bourgeoisie sought to impose on the working class had to be countered by the proletariat's class solidarity and by the proletarian political party. Finally, the working class materialized as a new historical force only after it had embarked on the path of the class. 59. Struggle for the transformation of state power. In order to characterize the process of formation of the working class, Marx developed the following two concepts: class for itself and class in itself. These notions are equally applicable to the contemporary processes of class formation in capitalist and, especially, developing countries. When a large mass of hired workers find themselves in the same economic position brought about by the power of capital, this mass of workers becomes a class with respect to the capitalists, i.e., a class in itself. The proletariat only becomes a class for itself, an active force of historical transformation through struggle which enables it to consolidate its ranks, adopt a common ideology, work out a common program of action, and create a political organization of its own. At present, the process of class formation continues, most probably, assuming a larger scale and gathering speed. It has acquired a considerably more complicated character in comparison with the one it had at the onset of the era of capitalism. The developed capitalist countries have seen a dramatic growth in the number of hired workers, the bulk of whom, divested of any means of production, are exploited by capital. These Karl Marx, The Poverty of Philosophy, in Karl Marx, Friedrich Engels, Collected Works, Volume 6, Progress Publishers, Moscow, 1976, pages 211 to 212. 60. Workers find themselves in the same economic position, which enables us to regard them as a class for itself. However, large groups of working people coming from diverse social strata, who have recently joined capitalist production, feature drastic distinctions in the level of their consciousness, education, culture, way of life, political orientation, and wages. Such groups of hired workers often do not regard themselves as part of the working class. The process of their transformation into a class for itself is a long and complicated one. The process of class formation in those developing countries whose economies often combine capitalist, feudal and even patriarchal elements is still more complicated. There is hardly a country in the world where capitalism exists in its pure form. Ordinarily, the relations inherited from the preceding socio-economic formations exist side by side with capitalist relations. In particular, the remnants of the previously dominating feudal class of landowners continue to exist in some countries even under capitalism. In capitalist society, there is a variety of small strata comprising petty property owners, a large part of whom is formed by farmers and the urban petty bourgeoisie. W.T. Chapter 4. Peculiarities of the class structure of modern society. One specific features of the class structure in the developed capitalist countries. In the past 100 years, the class structure of capitalist society has not undergone any transformation strong enough to lessen the antagonism of its classes. The accumulation of wealth at one pole of society has occurred simultaneously with the growth of proletarianization at the other. Since the end of World War II, the initial model of class-divided bourgeois society has become even more clear. The development of the productive forces and headlong scientific and technological progress have brought about a sizable reduction in the number of social groups involved in the more obsolete forms of production. In the 62 advanced capitalist countries, the number of property owners has also plummeted while the army of hired workers has expanded to embrace almost 70 to 80% of the gainfully employed population. At the same time, society's structure tends to become more complex, which has resulted in an increase in the number of scientists and technologists involved in material production. The control mechanism of capitalist corporations has become so sophisticated that a massive influx of newly trained white-collar workers has been necessary to man various sections of the management apparatus. The structure of the gainfully employed population has been subject to continuous changes in terms of occupation and proficiency. There are two basic trends which affect the social structures of the developed capitalist countries. First, major shifts which are taking place within rather than between classes, and second, the emergence of a variety of intermediate and transitional social groups. The composition of the dominating class of modern bourgeois society has very little in common with the bourgeoisie of the preceding epoch. The emergence of new forms of capitalist property, as well as the concentration and centralization of production brought about the stage of monopolies formation. With the rise of finance, capital-free competition capitalism had turned, first, into monopoly and then into state monopoly capitalism. All of these changes were bound to lead to radical structural shifts within the bourgeoisie. Under pre-monopoly capitalism, the bourgeoisie consisted primarily of individual owners of enterprises, while the 20th century saw the growth of collective capitalist property, which has become the dominant form of capitalist property. Initially, company shares were a means of attracting capital and free funds from the population in order to concentrate and invest these funds in the interests of major shareholders. In time, however, the stock market became flooded with numerous securities, and thus even many working people became minor shareholders. Bourgeois economists immediately interpreted this fact as a transformation of corporations into public property, and as the advent of the era of people's capitalism. In reality, by becoming a shareholder, a person did not turn into a capitalist, and, moreover, had absolutely no say in running the corporation whose stock he possessed. The actual purpose of companies going public was to attract workers' savings so that they could then be used in the interests of the major shareholders. The shareholding form of property boosted the process of concentration of production, contributed to the emergence of monopolies. 64. And promoted the fusion of merger of banks with industries, and thus the formation of finance capital. Finance capital engendered a new stratum of the bourgeoisie known as the financial oligarchy, which epitomizes the select few who have concentrated enormous wealth in their hands. To illustrate this, just 1% of families in the US hold about 80% of all industrial stock. The financial oligarchy not only controls various monopolies and branches of the economy, but also plays the dominating role in the entire economy of bourgeois society. Its prominence was enhanced by the transformation of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism. This oligarchy has vast opportunities to influence the government machinery and to impose its will on the political and intellectual life of society. Another highly influential group currently taking shape in capitalist society is the monopoly elite, the military-industrial complex, i.e., the blend of the war industry monopolies with high-ranking officials in government, parliament, and the War Department. Essential changes in the structure of the bourgeoisie in developed capitalist countries were brought about by the broadening scope of the state's objectives and functions. The state itself has increasingly been turning into a major owner of the means of production, which has led to the formation of an independent faction of the political elite and high-ranking bureaucracy in the ruling class. As a result, a new stratum of capitalists, the state bureaucracy, has emerged to include the top men of both nationalized and mixed companies. In conditions of state monopoly capitalism, the representatives of the supreme administrative state and political power all tend to become a more important part of the ruling class. Many of them have come from the business world, and they will return to that world as soon as their political career comes to an end. But even when they come from other strata of society, they turn in fact into representatives of the ruling class. This is because all their activities are aimed at securing the interests of this class alone, a fact which they believe entitles them to great profits derived from the surplus value produced by the workers. Business executives of major capitalist corporations tend to make up the most important section of the bourgeoisie. This tendency arises from the deepening rift between capital as property and capital as function, with the managers of major companies assuming all commercial and business functions. Since managers are also wage workers, they receive wages for the work they do. In reality, however, the wages and bonuses paid to company presidents, vice presidents and other big executives far exceed the market value of the qualified work they perform, and hence are a specific form of their participation in the appropriation of the surplus value created by other people's labor. With the separation of the ownership of capital from managerial functions, some bourgeois economists asserted that the so-called revolution of managers, which, they maintain, is currently taking place in the capitalist world, has deprived property owners of actual power and control over their companies. These allegations, however, do not reflect the actual situation so long as the policies of companies are fully determined by major stockholders. The monopoly bourgeoisie also exercises its power by taking direct part in managing banks and industrial companies. Many members of rich families often sit on the boards of directors of various industrial and commercial corporations and banks. Besides, they have promoted their cronies to the corporation's high administrative positions. This goes to show that major property owners never loosen their grip and control over the economy. At the same time, the mechanism of power and control remains concealed from the public view. The scientific and technological revolution and the increasing role of scientists and specialists in industry encouraged Western sociologists to 67. Advance all sorts of theories which maintain that the old division of society into classes was obsolete. The proponents of these theories contended that the new class structure of society was only based on knowledge and expertise. That point of view was also shared by the proponents of the post-industrial society like the American sociologist Daniel Bell, who claims that our conceptions of property have long become obsolete. The point is, he argues, that today ownership is simply a legal fiction. According to him, the running of economic and social affairs has become the prerogative of special scientific institutions rather than monopolies. Hence, it is the creative elite of scientists and highly professional administrators, and not capitalists, who come to play the role of the ruling class. In reality, however, there is no such thing as a replacement of the power of capitalists by the authority of scientists and specialists. True, The STR is completely changing the composition of the ruling class, but the relations of property remain intact and simply grow more complicated. Big capital tightens its grip of the entire economy, albeit in better organized and less conspicuous forms. The bonds linking monopolies and some groups of the ruling class tend to become less direct. Recent decades have seen the emergence of the bourgeoisie's international stratum, which was engendered by the broadening of the spheres of activity of international companies. Alongside the developing internationalization of production and the expanding scope of activities of transnational companies, the national distinctions of the contemporary bourgeoisie have grown less and less pronounced. The above changes have a bearing mostly on big business and the monopoly bourgeoisie. The majority of medium-sized capitalists continue to be both the principal stockholders and chief executives of their companies. The rural bourgeoisie has been facing further ruin. The fact that all the strata of the bourgeoisie still have common class objectives does not eliminate the mounting contradictions within the bourgeoisie. The increasingly complicated structure of the class amplifies the antagonism between the ruling monopoly elite and the average capitalists, between the executive managers and the owners of capital, and between those who are involved in business and the shareholders who live on dividends alone. The interests of many strata of the bourgeoisie do not coincide with the interests of the financial oligarchy, especially, of the group representing the military-industrial complex. Et. 69. The Communist and Workers' parties take into account and make use of the mounting contradictions within the ruling class in order to broaden and consolidate the anti-monopoly front in the interest of peace and progress. Along with the development of capitalism, the working class has also been growing numerically from 80 to 90 million workers in the developed capitalist countries at the turn of the 19th to 20th centuries to 290 million people in 1950, and to 515 million people in 1980. Notably, blue and white-collar workers in these countries now average 75% of the gainfully employed population. These data repudiate the bourgeois theory of deproletarianization, which holds that the working class in contemporary bourgeois society has been steadily decreasing in size, and that it will eventually be completely dissolved in the so-called middle class. According to bourgeois theoreticians, the middle class is a conglomerate of diverse social and class groups whose members have approximately the same level of income regardless of all other elements of production relations. Their principle of selection completely ignores sources of income and makes no distinction between the profit obtainable from a privately owned enterprise and the wage paid to a hired worker. The only criterion that matters is the income, which has to fit the margins outlined by 70. them. As a result, workers, the petty bourgeois and representatives of some other walks of life are lumped together in the middle class. The proponents of the deproletarianization theory also keep their attention fixed on both the plummeting proportion of manual workers or, otherwise, blue-collar worker as part of the gainfully employed population and the skyrocketing growth of the proportion of clerks and engineers or white-collar workers. In recent decades, the structure of the working class in the developed capitalist countries has been subject to dramatic changes, which could not, however, result in a complete disappearance of the working class as a whole. On the contrary, they reflect its numerical growth and qualitative development. All these changes have stemmed from the current scientific and technological revolution and the structural shifts in the economy. Thus, new types of production have originated and new branches of the economy have come into being. Labor productivity has improved in many branches of material production, boosting the development of the non-productive sphere. The rapid development of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism has also contributed to the considerable shifts which have been taking place in the structure of the working class. Major changes have occurred in the proletariat strata. 71. National contingents which affect their numerical strength, qualification, and occupational structure. There have emerged and rapidly grown new or previously insignificant detachments of wage workers. Finally, new groups of people working for hire have come into existence, whose class membership is highly obscure. The opponents of Marxism who support the theory of deproletarianization often distort the very notion of the working class. They identify it either with manual workers or with industrial workers, which is wrong. In defining the working class, one has to proceed from determining its place in the system of social production as the producer class. The notion of the working class embraces all the hired workers who participate in material production, creating surplus value by their labor, or enabling their employers to appropriate part of the surplus value created by others. The sphere of production tends to increasingly intertwine with the spheres of circulation and services, a fact which extends the limits of the working class. Alongside the industrial and agricultural workers, it embraces the bulk of employees in the spheres of circulation and services. From the point of view of the complexity of tasks assigned to workers and depending on their skill, the proletariat of the developed capitalist countries can be subdivided into several layers: skilled workers, semi-skilled workers and highly specialized workers, and unskilled workers. These layers have a number of distinctions, first and foremost, in the character of labor. Previously, workers handled primarily various manual jobs, whereas the current STR demands of them more and more mental effort. The development of the productive forces changes the very character of manual labor, with workers more often straining their brains and nerves rather than expending physical effort. The number of mechanics, repairmen, adjusters, and operators of complex automatic systems is constantly growing. Certain distinctions between different categories of industrial workers can be observed not only in the nature of the labor they are involved in or their skills, but also in their way of life and in the level of their class consciousness. These distinctions served as the groundwork for a number of conceptions which arose in Western sociology to repudiate the proletariat's class unity in the advanced countries and its current revolutionary role. In the 1960s, the conception was circulating in the West of the new working class. Its proponents ignored the idea of the unity of the working class and instead emphasized the distinctions between its old traditional strata and the new strata associated with the advanced branches of 73. Industry. They regarded the highly educated and skilled workers of new branches as the most revolutionary segment of working people capable of radical social transformation. Life, however, has proved them wrong. In the class clashes of the late 1960s, the new working class pursued the same goals as the old working class, and advanced the same demands. Since the 1960s, it has become clear that there has been no uniformity of class development of various social groups comprising the contemporary working class of the developed capitalist countries. The new strata of the working class differ from the proletariat's old detachments by their level of consciousness, organization, and political activity. Members of peripheral and intermediate social groups, which replenish the ranks of workers, tend to bring alien elements into the consciousness and behavior of the working class. The intermediate or middle strata are the social groups whose special place in society's structure does not identify them with any of the principal classes. These strata are not homogeneous, their constituent groups being distinguished by their social status. They include petty exploiters, the exploited, people with considerable income, and those with an income. 74. Below the average worker's wage. Also found among them are groups associated with pre-capitalist social structures, as well as people closely connected with the latest achievements in science, technology, and production management. The old middle strata consist of the urban and rural petty bourgeoisie and creative workers, while the new middle strata include the bulk of office employees, the intelligentsia, and some managers. It would be wrong to group all the middle strata into a single class. Yet some of their features tend to unify them. One of their common features is, for example, their intermediate position with respect to the principal classes in antagonistic society. This explains the contradictions between their characteristics and class interests. The exploiter and the exploited coexist in a petty owner. A rank-and-file manager is both the hired employee of a capitalist and the person who exercises the control functions of capitalist exploitation. We should particularly emphasize the peripheral social groups which combine the features of several classes. These include independent artisans as well as workers who do both, till their own patches of land and work for hire in industry. We have shown that the class structure of contemporary capitalist society embraces its consti. 75. Two classes, intraclass strata and interclass groupings. Society also includes many other social strata and groups whose distinctions are based on their occupational, national, cultural, religious, and other features. Society is made up of these groups which occupy different social positions and have numerous interrelations. Marxism singles out the class structure as the principal feature for characterizing the relations existing in society. At the same time, we have to make a thorough analysis of large social entities which are heterogeneous from a class viewpoint and play a specific role in the economic and socio-political life of contemporary capitalist countries. The peasantry, for example, is a relatively homogeneous social class group only in those countries where capitalism has not developed agriculture sufficiently. As capitalism develops in depth and width, the effects of the laws of capitalist competition tend to be more and more cruel. A great many petty producers become impoverished and proletarianized while a small handful of capitalist businessmen come to amass great fortunes. Economic inequality and further differentiation of rural population is getting worse. In the developed capitalist countries, the technological revolution in agriculture is accompanied by a growing concentration of the means of production and capital in the hands of major entrepreneurs. Monopolies are getting a firmer 76. And firmer grip on agricultural production, as a result of which agricultural workers are subjected to greater and greater exploitation, the cost of their labor going down. Hundreds of thousands of poor and middle peasants cannot support themselves any longer by the meager incomes of their households, a fact which often compels them to become hired workers in non-agricultural business. Nonetheless, the class stratification of peasants does not question the possibility of there remaining a large social layer of agricultural producers who toil both on their own and on rented land. Broad masses of hard-working peasants are participating in large-scale action against the state monopoly agrarian policy, and the peasantry is beginning to realize the vital importance of its joint action with the working class. The white-collar workers do not comprise a separate class, but they are a formal legal entity embracing all the employees who have to perform various kinds of mental or non-manual labor and who are paid salaries for their work. Professionally they are divided into the following groups: administrative and managerial personnel, engineers, technicians, and the like, salesmen and clerks, etc. Non-manual workers have become particularly numerous at the stage of mature industrial capitalism, i.e., since the end of the 19th century. The increase in their numbers was enhanced by the development of transport, communications, trade, and credits, and by the expansion of the system of education, medical care, and the services sphere. Initially, employees enjoyed certain privileges in comparison with other strata of hired workers. With the development of capitalism, however, the category of employees was gradually undergoing further stratification and increasing numerically. At present, we can clearly observe the process of its polarization. The bulk of employees are losing their privileges, the character of their labor, their salaries, and position on the labor market becoming more and more akin to those of the working class. This grouping of employees is not endowed with any control functions. The employees that form the elite of this grouping have merged with bourgeoisie. The third contingent of employees occupies the intermediate position and is part of the middle strata. The intelligentsia is a social stratum which embraces parts of various classes and epitomizes the vertical section of society's class structure. In contrast to the formal legal entity of employees, intellectuals represent a real social group with distinctive labor activities. In contemporary society, the intelligentsia is rapidly growing numerically and its role in all the sphere of social life is increasing. In the conditions 78. Of contemporary capitalism, the intelligentsia is undergoing a process of proletarianization. The overwhelming majority of intelligentsia make a living as hired employees, its lower strata being subject to capitalist exploitation, which has contributed to their increasing affinity with the working class. The wages they receive hardly differ from workers' wages. Certain contingents of the intelligentsia, such as school teachers, are frequently paid less than skilled workers, while more and more intellectuals appear to be affected by unemployment, especially during crises. High-standing groups of intellectuals tend to merge with the bourgeoisie. The proletarianization of the intelligentsia is never absolute, the bulk of it still belonging to the intermediate or middle strata. In spite of the fact that intellectuals are exploited by big business, some of them, in turn, also exploit their auxiliary personnel. The majority of this stratum share bourgeois political views. Intellectuals in capitalist countries hold different views of the world. Most of them are democratic and they oppose capitalism's inhuman policies because of the nature of their labor and social role. The modern progressive intelligentsia is waging a struggle for social justice, the solution of all global problems, and for peace and disarmament. This struggle is also directed against the aggressive policy of imperialism. We are observing the further convergence of demands advanced by the working class and the democratic forces of the intelligentsia. 2. The class structure of the developing countries. The term developing countries embraces a group of states in Asia, Africa, and Latin America, including former colonies, semi-colonies, and formerly independent states, the development of which was retarded by imperialist oppression on the part of the developed capitalist countries. The developing countries differ from one another by their socio-economic structures and social orientations. Objectively, they are facing the alternative of adopting either socialism, which is a non-capitalist way of social transformation, or capitalism. The option is totally theirs and depends on the specific correlation of class forces in society. The common features of all the developing countries include the comparatively low level of development of the productive forces, the multi-structural economies, which have a great number of patriarchal and small-scale commodity structures, and the incompleteness of socio-economic transformations. In the early 1980s, the developing countries accounted for over 61% of the territory and 82% of the population of the planet. However, as a consequence of long colonial rule, and the plunderous exploitation of their natural and labor resources by imperialist countries, the industrial production of these countries amounted only to 7% of the world industrial output. The bulk of the developing countries still cannot break the grip of the world capitalist economy and remain unequal partners in the world capitalist market, their economic structures often being oriented towards meeting the demands of the monopolies of the developed capitalist countries. Unequal exchange, the plunder of natural resources, high interest rates and repayment terms for foreign debts all undermine the economic opportunities for overcoming backwardness. The economic weakness of the developing countries and the multi-structural economies predetermine the peculiarities of their class structures. At the same time, we have to point out that the process of class formation has not been completed in many of the developing countries. Nowadays, the working class of the developing countries is growing rapidly and consolidating its ranks along with the growth of industrial output and class political consciousness. Yet it still represents the minority of the gainfully employed population in these countries, with the rural proletariat comprising its bulk. There are a great many factors which restrain the consolidation of 81. The proletariat as a class checking the growth of its self-consciousness. We would like to make it clear that owing to the historically established structure of industrial production, the bulk of industrial workers are scattered among small-scale enterprises. A continuous inflow of peasants and petty bourgeois elements into the ranks of the working class, the surviving feudal and tribal prejudices and traditions, the great fluidity and migration of workers, to say nothing of their extremely high rate of illiteracy, etc. All these factors have checked the growth of the proletariat's organization and ideological maturity, promoting petty bourgeois outlooks amongst workers. The young working class of Africa can serve as a bright illustration of the above premises. It has combined the representatives of many tribes and ethnic groups traditionally hostile to each other, advocates of divergent religious faiths and cults, and persons with different social backgrounds. The evolution of a tribesman into a class-conscious person is a long process. In capitalist-oriented countries, The proletariat, which is exploited by the bourgeoisie, can only take shape as a class in itself through a series of spontaneous yet continuous transformations. The African proletariat is comprised for the most part of so-called first-generation workers, a fact which explains its persistent aspiration for privately owned households. The bourgeoisie, which is seeking social support in the workers' medium, often takes advantage of those peasant illusions of African workers. Every now and then, various businessmen offer loans to skilled workers, inciting them to found a business of their own where they would spend all their free time working together with their families, relatives, and even hired hands. This makes those workers be both proletarians and petty bourgeois. The political awakening of the proletariat in the capitalist-oriented African countries is stimulated by the establishment of the national communist and workers' parties, revolutionary democratic parties, and organizations adhering to the positions of Marxism-Leninism and proletarian internationalism. As far as the working class of the socialist-oriented countries is concerned, it is taking shape as a class in the conditions of the revolutionary democratic state. Sometimes, the revolutionary vanguard parties precede the emergence of the vanguard class itself. Because of this, the national working class can from the very start assume the role of an efficient social force capable of historical transformation, and mold itself into a class for itself. The numerical growth of the working class in 83. The developing countries, the industrial proletariat in particular, promotes the emergence and development of trade unions and enhances the influence of socialist ideology. The proletariat's sway and the role it plays in the social life of the developing countries and in the revolutionary struggle for national and social liberation depend directly on the firmness of its alliance with the peasants. The peasantry is the proletariat's main ally. It comprises about 2/3 of the population of the developing countries and possesses enormous revolutionary potential. Its position can considerably influence the outcome of the class struggle which is underway in the developing countries and affect the fates of the national liberation movements. At the same time, in the developing countries, peasants have to endure an acute shortage of land, primitive agricultural production techniques, and the absence of modern agricultural equipment. They also have to bear up under cruel exploitation on the part of all kinds of landlords, moneylenders, and foreign companies. In Latin American countries, for example, about 60% of all peasants have no land of their own, and, therefore, have to rent it from landlords on fettering terms. The unemployment rate is high in both industry and agriculture, with rural workers seeking employment in towns and cities. 6*84. The social structure of the developing countries includes the parasitic stratum of feudal lords who rent out their land, and of money lenders who appropriate enormous national wealth while dooming the peasant masses to hardship and mendicancy. Peasants are, therefore, vitally interested in abolishing feudal relations, carrying out an agricultural reform, banishing foreign monopolies, and democratizing social life. In some capitalist-oriented developing countries, a rapid process is underway whereby huge peasant masses turn into lumpen proletarians, most of whom fail to become hired workers, firstly, due to the weakness of national capital, which flows primarily into commerce, and, secondly, due to the unprecedentedly high demands on a worker's skill under the current scientific and technological revolution. In most cases, these déclassed persons can only eke out a living by looking for random jobs. Yet we have to note that the fate of lumpen proletarians is inseparable from the social orientation adopted in a particular developing country. The capitalist way of development increases the impoverishment of and unemployment among peasants, more and more of whom turn into lumpen proletarians. The revolutionary democrats in those countries realize that this problem can only be solved by uniting peasants and artisans into producer cooperatives. 4.85. In spite of the fact that the peasantry embraces great multitudes of people, it cannot, however, head the revolutionary process. It is only the emerging working class that can turn the spontaneous protest of the peasantry into a well-organized and purposeful struggle against the exploiters. What capitalist-oriented countries are facing today is the deepening of social differentiation and the sharpening of class contradictions in rural areas, with more and more peasants being déclassés and impoverished. The socialist-oriented countries, on the other hand, endow all peasants with land and undertake special measures to do away with destitution and poverty. They also seek to utilize traditional communal structures as a socio-psychological basis for accomplishing radical agricultural transformations and creating various agricultural associations based on the principle of collectivism. Whenever a workers' vanguard party is in charge of a country's socialist orientation, there is a clear-cut and class-oriented agrarian policy. Peasant masses are liberated from the unchecked domination of tribal chiefs, village heads, kulaks, wholesale dealers, and money lenders. Different countries may tackle this problem differently, but the main idea remains the same: the consolidation of the peasantry as a class, the creation of local power institutions with reliance on poor. 86. Peasants, and the cooperative construction and establishment of state farms, which have to serve as a social form of increasing the productive forces and radically changing production relations in agriculture. Eventually, such farms become the strongholds of the working class in the countryside. The radical changes that occur here help awaken the most numerous and most impoverished part of the population in the developing countries from centuries-old social lethargy. A major role in the national liberation movement is attributed to the patriotic, democratic intelligentsia, including students. Anti-imperialist sentiments have found a response with a considerable number of intellectuals, from amongst whom a great number of leaders and ideologists of the national liberation movement have originated. The achievements of world socialism in science, technology, and culture have an especially profound effect on the intellectuals who stand close to the working masses. In countries where the proletariat is not strong enough to attain the leading role in social life, the intelligentsia comes forth as the principal leading force of progressive social development, expressing the interests of the peasants, the urban petty bourgeoisie, and other strata of working people. The mounting revolutionary process makes the differentiation of the intelligentsia more and more pronounced. Its patriotic, progressive section, 87, tends increasingly to assume the positions of the emergent working class and its allies. They give all their knowledge and abilities to promote their country's development. There is no doubt that the intelligentsia of the developing countries is heterogeneous in terms of its composition and class orientation. Some intellectuals advocate reactionary and underscore petty bourgeois views, resorting to pseudo-socialist rhetoric, demagogical slogans, and promises so as to attract politically immature working people and déclassed masses. These intellectuals often join forces with the bureaucratic bourgeoisie. Finally, there are groups of intellectuals in the developing countries who choose to steer clear of politics and instead focus on fulfilling their professional functions only. Such people often entertain the delusion that they can back away from the class struggle by staying somewhere in the middle of the road or in a kind of no man's land separating the embattled classes. In reality, however, they turn into unscrupulous Philistines who often allow themselves to be lured into counter-revolutionary activity. Only the patriotic intelligentsia, which is closely bonded with its people, can express the aspirations of the small-scale commodity producer who is primarily a working man. In so doing, these intellectuals challenge the national bourgeoisie in the sphere of ideology, which proves to 88. Be one of the most important political aspects of the class struggle underway in newly liberated countries. Here lies the source of a deepening rift separating the patriotic intelligentsia from the national bourgeoisie, which is losing its formerly revolutionary role. Undoubtedly, the intelligentsia's political immaturity and the comparatively rapid growth in its numerical strength and social prestige, as well as the highly obscure class division between the bourgeoisie and the proletariat, make intellectuals extremely susceptible to the attitudes of the petty bourgeois element. That is why they often appear to be irresolute, faltering and inconsistent in the political views they advocate and in the sides they take in the class struggle. Therefore, in adopting the ideological attitudes which reflect the basic interests of the working class and by imparting to it the knowledge of theory and ideology, The revolutionary intelligentsia borrows the political resilience, staying power, and team spirit from best representatives of the working class. The petty bourgeoisie also occupies an important place in the social structure of the developing countries. The experience of several countries goes to show that the petty bourgeoisie can be an important element of a national front. Although petty bourgeois are private property owners, they are nonetheless directly involved in the labor process and suffer from imperialist exploitation. 89. While in the countries with better developed capitalist production they languish under the thumb of the big national bourgeoisie. The very nature of the social status of a petty bourgeois is highly contradictory. On the one hand, he owns some means of production, on the other, he continues to be personally involved in the labor process. This explains why a petty bourgeois can take the side of the revolutionary forces and find himself in the camp of counter-revolutionaries with equal probability. Thus, the nature and the social orientation of the petty bourgeoisie remain the same everywhere, including the developing countries. A number of factors, such as worsening social and property differentiation and market fluctuations, as well as the policies pursued by pro-bourgeois governments, put the petty bourgeoisie of the developing countries in an ambiguous position. On the one hand, their numbers grow, on the other, they are gradually being reduced to the level of working people. The latter trend often prevails over the first one. The process of social change, therefore, is more inclined towards the impoverishment of a petty bourgeois who swell the ranks of working people and even those of lumpen proletarians, rather than towards a transformation of a petty bourgeois into a middle bourgeois, or, still more improbably, into a big bourgeois. 90. The socialist-oriented states seek to unite the non-exploiting small-scale producers, peasants, artisans, and retailers in production, supply and marketing cooperatives. Petty bourgeois elements who have a bent for using the labor of others are given an opportunity to work using their own means of production free from exploitation by foreign companies, banks, or firms. Apart from the above-mentioned classes and strata, the National Anti-Imperialist Front may also include the national bourgeoisie and specifically, those of its groupings whose anti-imperialist stance presupposes their support for the socio-economic transformations occurring in the developing countries. The inner reactionary, neo-colonialist, and counter-revolutionary elements of the developing countries are fully backed by the bureaucratic bourgeoisie, whose representatives are in control of all the key economic and political levers of the country. The bureaucratic bourgeoisie cements all the other groups of local exploiters and is a connecting link between them and international imperialism. 3 specific features of the class structure of socialist countries. In conditions of socialism, the nature of classes and their relations with each other are determined. 1. By social ownership of the means of production and, therefore, by the common basic interests of the classes, social strata, and groups of the population. The liquidation of private property under socialism leads to the abolition of antagonistic classes and their inherent contradictions. Socialist relations of production are based on the principles of social ownership of the means of production and affect all spheres of social life, determining relations among classes. Socialism establishes relations of alliance and cooperation among classes, since the main feature of the socio-class structure of socialist countries is the absence of antagonistic classes and social groups which could appropriate products of other people's labor. The working class and the cooperative peasantry are the 2 principal classes of socialist countries. In socialist society, the working class is no longer composed of workers who are divested of all the means of production and have to sell their labor to capitalists. On the contrary, together with all the other people of the country, workers are equal owners of the means of production and are free from exploitation. The proportion of the working class in socialist society is steadily growing, and its composition, as well as its cultural and educational level, all undergo qualitative changes. Socialist revolution brings about a radical 92. Transformation of the peasants' historical prospects. The unification of individual households into large collective farms spells out a drastic change in the economic relations, in working and everyday conditions of peasants. Collectivization of agriculture freed peasants from the colloquyoke and put an end to their class stratification and impoverishment. The abolition of private ownership of the means of production started the process from which the peasantry emerged as a class closely associated with socialist social property. In socialist society, an important place is occupied by the intelligentsia. The victory of socialism and the liquidation of exploiters transformed the intelligentsia into a social stratum which serves the needs of all working people, and the interests pursued by intellectuals become inseparable from the interests of workers and peasants. Depending on their past history and the level of their economic development, socialist countries have differences in their social structures. However, the basic trends of social and class transformations have been the same in all socialist countries. The building of socialism does away with all the exploiter classes, increases the proportion of workers, intellectuals, and employees, and unites formerly individual peasants and artisans in cooperatives. The growth of society's productive forces helps make the social composition of socialist countries more homogeneous. 93. The social and class structure of socialist countries undergoes noticeable changes in the course of socialist development. The Soviet Union and other socialist countries provide the best example of this. The transformations of the class structure are inseparable from the transition period from capitalism to socialism, which is also known as a period of revolutionary transformation. The need for this period derives from the fact that in contrast to all preceding social systems which matured within the old socio-economic formations, socialism is not born by capitalism. The role of the latter is confined to preparing the material prerequisites for a transition to socialism. The building of socialist society takes place only after the bourgeoisie has been removed from power and the dictatorship of the proletariat established, i.e., its power and political rule. Moreover, socialism cannot immediately be instituted as a social system after political power has been taken by the proletariat. Socialist transformation, including a change of society's class structure, demand a relatively long transitional period because radical changes in all spheres of life never occur at once. The deep-rooted habits of petty bourgeois and bourgeois economies can only be overcome after a long and persistent struggle. 94. The dictatorship of the proletariat is essential for effecting the transition from capitalism to socialism. The tasks of that period include the abolition of capitalist and the establishment of socialist production relations, the transformation of small-scale commodity production into large-scale, collectively owned socialist production, the creation of the material and technical basis of socialism through the industrialization of the economy, the reorganization of the multi-structural economy and the laying of the economic foundation of socialism, the liquidation of the exploiter classes, the collectivization of agriculture, and the carrying out of cultural revolution. The main stages in changing society's class structure and class relations during the transition from capitalism to socialism reveal the following features. At the first stage, as a result of a socialist revolution, the proletariat becomes the leading force of society. This stage is characterized by the nationalization of capitalist property, the restraining of capitalist elements in the economy then ousting them altogether, and the abolition of political and economic dominance of the exploiter class. Big landowners and capitalists cease to exist as classes. In the country, there is a continuing increase in the number of middle peasants while the number of poor peasants declines. The majority of exploiters have been 95. Eliminated, while some petty commodity producers and shop owners still remain in towns and cities, and kulaks in the country. A new kind of intelligentsia evolves from the worker and peasant masses and exists along with the remaining bourgeois intellectuals. At the second stage of the transition period, the country effects industrialization, collectivization of agriculture, and cultural revolution, as a result of which socialism triumphs in all spheres. All these transformations lay the foundation for a new social and class structure adequate to socialist production relations. In the Soviet Union, the transition period began after the victory of the Great October Socialist Revolution, which put an end to the domination of the bourgeoisie and landlords and established the dictatorship of the proletariat. The Soviet Union tackled the problems of the transition period relying on the objective laws common to all countries embarking on the road of socialist construction. At the same time, the forms, methods, and rate of resolving these problems were affected by a whole number of historically determined factors. The main socio-economic factor consisted in the presence of 5 economic structures, from a primitive patriarchal structure to the most advanced socialist economy. It should be noted that many nations and nationalities in the Soviet 96 Union, which is a multinational country, had not yet reached the capitalist stage of development as they entered the transitional period, and thus had to bypass capitalism on their road to socialism. The specific political factor was that the country had to build socialism in conditions of hostile capitalist encirclement. The imperialists went out of the way to frustrate socialist construction in the Soviet Union. They organized a military intervention, resorted to an economic blockade and spared no effort to back capitalist elements inside the country. In solving the problems of the transition period, the Soviet Union had to go through several stages. In the course of the first stage, the main emphasis was laid on expropriating the expropriators, which is, in other words, compulsorily divesting the exploiter classes, capitalists and big landowners, of their means of production. In that period, all landed estates were confiscated and all the land was nationalized along with the banks, factories, transport, and trade. The economy was restructured along socialist lines, and the classes of landowners and big bourgeoisie were liquidated. The second stage saw the restoration of the national economy, which had been ravaged by World War I and the Civil War, and the creation of conditions for large-scale socialist 97. 58. Construction. The third stage is associated with the socialist reconstruction of the country. In that stage, Soviet people resolved the vitally important tasks of the transition period, such as the country's industrialization, collectivization of agriculture, and doing away with the multi-structural economy. Eventually, the socialist economic system was established throughout the country. Capitalist elements had been eradicated both in the towns and in the countryside, and cultural revolution had been completed. Thus in the Soviet Union, socialism had essentially been built, and this signified the end of the transition period. The Soviet people were the first in world history to have completed the transition to socialism, and thus paved the way towards a new type of society for all mankind. All those nations which have chosen the socialist way of development make a great deal of use of the Soviet experience, adapting it to their own historical and national peculiarities. The transition period from capitalism to socialism is followed by a second major period which is vitally important for the transformation of society's class structure. In the Soviet Union, this period began in the late 1930s. The essence of this period was to further consolidate socialism, to proceed from the socialist society which was in 7 to 1073. 98. The main already built to a developed socialist society, and to perfect the latter. Mature socialist society is a stage in socialist development which witnesses the final reconstruction of the entire system of social relations on the basis of collectivist principles inherent in socialism. Such a society was built in the Soviet Union for the first time in history in the late 1960s, early 1970s, and the Soviet Union is presently actively involved in perfecting it. At the stage of developed socialism, the principal elements of its socio-class structure are the same: the working class, the collective farm peasantry and the intelligentsia. However, essential changes have occurred in both the qualitative and quantitative compositions of classes and social groups. According to available data, in the late 1930s, i.e., when socialist society had just been built in the Soviet Union, the working class comprised approximately 34% of the entire population, while collective farmers comprised 45% and employees and intellectuals, 16.5%. In the early 1980s, the figures were 60, 14, and 26% respectively. These law-governed quantitative changes in the socio-class structure of socialist society have been brought about by the growth of the productive forces and the intensification of scientific and technological progress. The high rate of industrialization, the successes of the scientific and 99. Technological revolution, the increase of industrial output, and the growth of labor efficiency in agriculture due to its mechanization and automation have, indeed, borne upon the socio-class structure of socialist society. In the future, we can foresee a further increase in the numbers of workers and intellectuals, though their growth rates will be lower. Along with the fundamental quantitative changes occurring in the socio-class structure under socialism, profound qualitative changes have taken place in the social image and the lifestyle of the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia. It appears that this process was touched off by a substantial growth of society's productive forces and a saturation of the production sphere with equipment and sophisticated machinery which required highly skilled and experienced specialists to operate it. This process is also furthered by the social policy pursued by the communist parties of socialist countries. The development of socialism has enhanced the proficiency of workers and peasants and promoted their level of culture and education. Scientific and technological progress, and the automation and mechanization of material production have also had a great impact on the character of their labor, demanding higher skills and better education. Meanwhile, agricultural work tends to acquire the character of industrial labor, the lat. 7 * 100. Involving more and more intellectual effort. Eventually, these tendencies evolve into a general law which is bound to play a very important role in perfecting the socio-class structure of socialist countries, the essence of which is to wipe out all social and class distinctions and to establish a homogeneous society. The working class, the cooperative peasantry and the people's intelligentsia of socialist countries have common interests and are pursuing the same goals. However, they are still divided into classes and social groups whose distinctions lie in their different relationship to the means of production. Workers are linked with state property belonging to the whole people, while cooperative peasants have to deal with group or cooperative property. Certain distinctions also exist between workers and peasants in the distribution sphere. The form and size of remuneration paid to the peasants differ from wages and salaries paid to workers and employees. On collective farms they are determined by the farm's income. Besides, peasants possess plots of land and livestock, which augments their real incomes and provides them with agricultural produce. Under socialism there still remain the essential differences between the intelligentsia and other social groups. These include differences arising from the position of these groups in the social 101. Division of labor, their role in the social organization of labor, the character and content of their work and their cultural and technical standard. The elimination of class antagonism and the gradual formation of a classless society stands out as an objective law of the development of socialist society. The working class is certainly the driving force which lies at the heart of these revolutionary transformations. This is explained by the position it occupies in the system of social production. The workers comprise the leading echelon of technological progress. The lifestyle and character of their involvement in industrial production have turned the workers into the most consistent proponents of socialist consciousness, revolutionary ardor, and the spirit of teamwork. The working class is the most resolute fighter against all exploitation and oppression. Its leading role is also explained by the fact that today's workers were brought up, tempered and united in the long years of economic, political, and ideological struggle with capitalism. In the course of that struggle the working class has acquired revolutionary discipline, organization, proletarian consciousness, and culture. Socialism frees the working class from all exploitation and oppression. It becomes master of modern industrial production which is the cornerstone of society's productive forces. 102. Workers create new equipment and new technology, they are united into large collectives by the very nature of industrial production. The ranks of the working class are continually growing, the workers' ideological and political views are maturing, and their educational and cultural level is rising. The skilled workers' labor is involving more and more intellectual effort. The leading role of the working class in the revolutionary movement and in the transformation of society on the basis of socialist principles is acquiring greater and greater significance. This argument ultimately repudiates the allegations of those bourgeois theoreticians who claim that, along with the development of the scientific and technological revolution, the strength of the working class will decrease and that eventually it will cease to exist as a class. Life, however, has utterly disproved their fabrications. What bourgeois theoreticians have failed to realize is that scientific and technological progress has never implied any conceivable reduction in the strength of the working class, but it does presuppose a continuing reduction in the number of people engaged in unskilled manual labor. Yet it would be a great mistake to identify the latter with the working class as a whole. Under the leadership of and in alliance with the working class, the peasantry and the intelligentsia have attained a much higher qualitative 103 level. Under socialism, a firm alliance is established between manual and non-manual workers. Nowadays the intelligentsia not only promotes science, education, and culture, it also plays an important role in all spheres of material production and in social life as a whole. On the other hand, the work done by millions of workers and collective farmers tends increasingly to involve both manual and intellectual effort. Manual workers become rationalizers, inventors, authors of various articles and books, state and public figures, and hence highly intelligent and well-cultured persons in the true sense of the word. The convergence of intellectuals and workers which is taking place in socialist society disproves all bourgeois conceptions of the proverbial intellectual elite and the exclusive role of the intelligentsia. In the period of the perfection of developed socialism, in conditions of the scientific and technological revolution, the leading role of the working class is in no way diminishing, as certain bourgeois ideologists seek to prove. On the contrary, the working class is assuming still greater importance as the decisive force in the building of the new society. It is none other than the working class that is primarily identified with a new type of social relations. The restructuring of these relations along socialism's collectivist principles induces all social strata and groups to take the positions held by the working class. Chapter 5. Class struggle as a motive force in the development of antagonistic socio-economic formations. 1. Class relations and class interests. It will be impossible to comprehend the purpose, content, and objective of class struggle or to understand its role in the development of antagonistic socio-economic formations unless we cast light on the underlying principle of class relations and class interests. The type of society determines whether relations within it are or are not of a class nature. Primitive communal society, for example, was classless, and, consequently, no class relations could exist in it. Socialist society of the future is also closely associated with the abolition of class relations. Therefore, one of the main peculiarities of class relations is their historically transient character. At the same time, in a class-divided society, class relations stand out as most important in comparison with all other relations existing in it. This phenomenon is explained by the fact that the classes which have to enter these relations are the basic constituents of the social structure. According to their character, the classes existing in a given socio-economic formation may assume either an antagonistic or a non-antagonistic relationship with respect to each other. The former are the relations between antagonistic classes, and the latter between non-antagonistic classes. Essentially, class relations derive from the relations of property since there would be no classes without them. Private property, for instance, gives rise to antagonistic relations between classes, while social property establishes friendly relations between them. Class relations affect all other types of relations existing in society. This is so because class relations are multifarious and they manifest themselves through an intricate system of material and spiritual relations. The basic structure of class relations, therefore, includes the following kinds of relations. 106. economic relations between classes as regards the type of ownership of the means of production, and dependent relations in the process of production, distribution, exchange, and consumption, political relations between classes as regards state power and government, legal relations between classes as regards law and order in the country, moral relations between classes in connection with the realization of moral standards, aesthetic relations between classes as regards the creation and consumption of artistic values. Like the socio-class structure, which may be of a transient nature, society may also feature a transient type of class relations. For example, during the transition from the primitive communal system to a class-divided society, the expiring tribal classless relations and the evolving class relations may exist side by side for a considerable period of time. The transition period from capitalism to socialism is, on the other hand, characterized by a relentless struggle between moribund capitalism and emerging socialism. In this case we deal with a kind of class relations which presuppose both a violent class struggle against the resisting exploiters and an alliance of all working people under the leadership of the working class. The consideration of the transient type of class relations also shows that antagonistic relations can exist not only between the principal classes in a single socio-economic formation, i.e., slaves and slaveholders, serfs and feudal lords, the working class and the capitalists. They may also take shape between classes of different socio-economic formations which are set to replace each other. Such was the case, for example, with the bourgeoisie and the feudal lords in the epoch when capitalist society was coming to replace feudal society, destroying the obsolete forms of ownership and exploitation. However, we cannot ignore the fact that the exploiter classes may form an alliance at certain stages of their existence. This alliance may take place both in politics and the economy. To prove this, the economies of a number of countries observed a fusion of feudal and bourgeois methods of exploitation. In the sphere of politics, the bourgeoisie and big landowners also formed various alliances whenever they had to face the threat posed by their common adversary, the working masses. The economic conditions of classes, as well as their place in the system of social production, determine class interests. Class interests reflect the objective attitude of a given class towards the contemporary mode of production and towards the social and state system independent of class consciousness. Classes are invariably interested in either promoting the established mode of production 108 and state system or overthrowing and replacing them by new, more progressive forms. Class interests depend on the role allotted to and the place occupied by a particular class in the system of social production. Because the proletariat has no means of production and is subjected to capitalist exploitation, its objective position makes it a revolutionary class which is interested in overthrowing capitalism. And herein lie class interests of the proletariat. The class interest of the bourgeoisie, conversely, consists in preserving the status quo, whereby it is able to exploit the proletariat. Therefore, its objective social position necessitates the preservation of capitalist relations. All the socio-economic formations which existed before socialism were characterized by the antagonistic interests of their principal constituent classes. The maturity of a class is determined by the level of its development and by the degree to which it has realized its class interests. History is not made by individuals, but, first and foremost, by classes, the latter creating it in keeping with their own interests. In the maze of intertwined social relations, however complicated, and in the kaleidoscope of conflicting views, theories, moral standards, aesthetic tastes, etc., we should never fail to see the true interests of different classes. An analysis of social phenomena cannot succeed unless a class approach has been applied to it, which is absolutely imperative for the scientific cognition of the processes occurring in all the spheres of class-divided societies. The class approach reveals the social forces lying at the root of historical processes and exposes the main trends of social development. The interests of the principal classes may either conflict or comply with each other. Antagonistic classes have opposite interests, and this provokes class struggles against the exploitation of one class by another. This does not mean that antagonistic classes cannot come to agreement in some cases. Take, for instance, concessions which capitalists are compelled to make under the pressure of workers' strike actions, or compromise reached in the course of collective bargaining. In antagonistic socio-economic formations, the interests of various classes and social groups are likely to coincide, which facilitates their joint action. The conditions of modern capitalism have created real opportunities for joint action of the proletariat, the peasantry, the urban petty bourgeoisie and the bulk of intellectuals and employees against monopolies. In this alliance, the proletariat is endowed with the role of a leader because it is the most revolutionary, organized and consolidated class. Class interests also tend to coincide in the developing countries. Thus, various social strata may unite to oppose the bureaucratic and monopoly bourgeoisie, as 110. Well as the economic dominance of transnational monopolies. In the course of the class struggle, the interests of diametrically opposed social classes may coincide so long as they face a common enemy. For example, the common platform uniting the working masses and the national bourgeoisie may be their joint effort aimed at reaching nationally important objectives, such as national independence. Class interests may be fundamental, and interim or partial. Fundamental class interests consist either in consolidating the existing form of property and the social system or in fighting for their abolition and change. In capitalist society, for example, the proletariat is divested of any means of production, is subjected to exploitation and is, therefore, interested in an ultimate destruction of capitalist private property and the bourgeois state system. This forms its fundamental class interest. The bourgeoisie, on the other hand, is interested in the preservation of the capitalist order since it owns the means of production. Conclusively, the proletariat and the bourgeoisie have polar and irreconcilable fundamental class interests. Interim or partial class interests can only be engendered in specific circumstances of the class struggle. To illustrate this, the workers of a PAR 111 particular enterprise or corporation may be waging a struggle aimed at improving their living conditions, in the course of which both classes may make mutual concessions and compromises. Fundamental class interests are likely to coincide whenever the classes occupy objectively close positions in the system of social production. The community of workers and peasants' fundamental interests serves as a solid foundation for their cooperation and coordinated action against their oppressors. The interests of a single class differ from the interests of society as a whole. The interests of a class reflect the aspirations of a limited group of people, while the interests of society reflect the strivings of the overwhelming majority of its members. The main interests of society are social progress, the correspondence between the forces and relations of production, and the free development of all members of society. The interests of a class and those of society seldom coincide. The interests of society run counter to the interests of the reactionary classes which seek to impede social progress and retain their privileges. The progressive classes, on the other hand, express to a varying degree the interests of the whole society as they seek to further social development and resolve the burning problems of social life. The victory of socialism, which puts an end to the existence of the exploiter classes, causes 112. The fundamental interests of all classes and social groups to fully coincide with the interests of society. The consolidation of social ownership of the means of production and the elimination of exploitation of man by man, bring about the community of interests pursued by individual workers, work collectives, social groups, classes, and the people as a whole. While slave-holding, feudal, and capitalist societies developed through the conflict and antagonism of polar interests, the unity of class interests is a powerful motive force of social development under socialism. Social ownership of the means of production established relations of comradely cooperation and mutual assistance between all working people who work together to achieve their common goals. The supreme goal of material production under socialism is to bring about maximum satisfaction of the material and spiritual needs of all members of society who are equal owners of all social means of production and who work jointly in a purposeful and planned manner to achieve this goal. Under socialism, Social interests epitomize, first and foremost, the unity of people's final goals based on socialist property. With the help of well-organized social production, socialist property ensures the most effective use of labor, financial, and material resources. It therefore ensures the ANSAA utmost satisfaction of the daily needs of all working people. The unity of interests of workers and peasants in socialist society does not imply that these friendly classes do not have their own specific class interests. But distinctions between them are not antagonistic. Characteristically, the vital needs of both classes are not satisfied by emphasizing the interests of one class at the expense of the other. On the contrary, in pursuing its policy, the socialist state promotes the interests of the whole people. In the course of its development, socialist society creates economic and social conditions which bring broad masses of working people much closer to the working class in terms of their positions in the system of social production. At the same time, their organization, political maturity, and socio-political activity are also on the rise. The interests of the working class, the cooperative peasantry, and the intelligentsia gradually develop into one integral collective interest. Class struggle as a motive force in the development of antagonistic society. History shows that class struggle was a typical feature of all antagonistic formations. From the advent of class-divided society, material production has been founded on the antagonism of the society's groups, estates, and classes. Ever since society was divided into classes, the exploiters and the exploited have been engaged in an irreconcilable struggle. It has been both peaceful and armed, open and concealed. It has involved all spheres of social life, the economy, politics, and ideology. In antagonistic socio-economic formations, the class struggle has always been a powerful motive force of social development. The revolutionary struggle of the exploited classes, in the course of which the withering old gives way to the progressive new, contributes to social advancement. The replacement of one socio-economic formation with another is the result of the conflict being resolved between the old production relations and the new productive forces. In societies divided into antagonistic classes, this conflict finds its expression in the sharpening class struggle. In each socio-economic formation, the class struggle has peculiarities of its own. In slave-holding society, the slaves waged a bitter struggle against the slaveholders, their conflict being the main contradiction of that period. The slaves revolted and waged wars against their masters, and fought against oppression and lawlessness, for a return to the golden age when there were no slaveholders. Their ranks were often reina-5 otaiesea, forced by free smallholders and craftsmen who opposed slavery. Rebellious masses of slaves, impoverished peasants, and craftsmen rose up in ancient Egypt, ancient Greece, ancient China, ancient Rome, and other slave-holding states. As far back as the middle of the 18th century BC, there was a sweeping rebellion of slaves and the poor in ancient Egypt. It was the first uprising recorded in human history. This uprising, which was described by Ipuwer, an Egyptian pharaoh's courtier, and by the Egyptian writer Neferti, shook the foundations of ancient Egypt. Ancient Egyptian papyri relate how impoverished smallholders rose up in armed struggle against the power of the pharaoh, his courtiers, and the rich. Most slaves defied the orders of their masters, who used sticks and whips to make them work. For a brief period of time, the order in that country changed beyond recognition. Corn which had been stored in the pharaoh's barns was divided among the poor. The poor peasants who had worked their plots manually captured oxen and yoked them to their plows. Ordinary people and even slaves shed their miserable rags and donned exquisite clothes made of fine fabrics. Slave women decorated themselves with fancy necklaces and precious strings of beads. And hungry and bedraggled maidens learned to use magnificent brass mirrors. Yet, the rebels were unable to make good use of 116. Their victory. Each got a share of the wealth of his former oppressors, but no one dreamt about the abolition of slavery and building a new life free from oppression and the exploitation of man by man. The power of the pharaoh and his court was soon restored, and the old lifestyle reinstituted. Particularly intense slave insurrections occurred in the 2nd and IST centuries BC on the shores of the Mediterranean, such as the rebellion on Sicily led by Eunos and Cleisixon, in Asia Minor, led by Aristonicius, a 3-year-long war, led by Spartacus against the slaveholders of ancient Rome, etc. However, the insurgent slaves were invariably defeated because they did not usher in more progressive relations of production, and hence could not clearly see the final objective of their struggle and overcome their controversies. Nonetheless, slave rebellions were progressive since they gradually undermined the foundations of a slave-holding society. Besides, when objective conditions were ripe for a transition to a higher socio-economic system, those rebellions certainly contributed to the replacement of slavery by feudalism. When the feudal mode of production triumphed, slaves and slaveholders were replaced by new principal classes, feudal lords and serfs. The entire feudal epoch was marked by an irreconcilable and relentless class struggle between 117. A. Them. Serfs were struggling for land and the abolition of serfdom. Their struggle, at times, assumed the scope of intense peasant wars. The most outstanding of these were the Jacquerie, the Peasant War in France in the 14th century, Wat Tyler's Peasant Revolt in England in 1381, and the Peasant War in Germany at the beginning of the 16th century led by Thomas Mintzer. Among the greatest peasant revolts in Russia were the uprisings led by Ivan_Bolotnikov, Stepan Razin, and Yemlian Pugachiev. The greatest peasant insurrection in China was the Taiping Uprising, which was suppressed in 1864. In comparison with slavery, feudalism was characterized by a more intense class struggle which involved even greater popular masses. Popular uprisings became more stubborn and persistent. Yet peasant revolts were as spontaneous and as badly organized as slave rebellions. Because of objective conditions, these revolts could not enjoy nationwide success. The significance of the then peasant revolutionary uprisings was mainly in the fact that they shattered the foundation of feudalism and, in combination with other reasons, led to its downfall. In waging a struggle against the feudal lords, the peasants gained experience and prepared themselves for the great battles of future proletarian. 118. Revolutions. The transition from feudalism to capitalism occurred through bourgeois revolutions. The destruction of feudal relations of production did not abolish private ownership of the means of production and the exploitation of man by man, but merely altered them. Society still remained divided into classes. The slogans of the emerging bourgeois society were liberty, equality, and fraternity. The bourgeoisie used these slogans to come to power by ousting feudal nobles. Abysmal social and economic inequality came in place of the promised freedom and equality. Bourgeois society is rent by bitter class clashes which ultimately repudiate the dream of promised brotherhood. In capitalist society, the class struggle reached a point of extreme acuteness and intensity, and the advent of the proletariat radically changed its character and prospects. The proletariat's historic mission is to bury the bourgeoisie and bourgeois society along with it. In contrast to the preceding exploited classes of slaves and serfs, the working class stands out as the bearer of new, socialist relations of production. It is associated with a progressive form of the economy and large-scale machine production. The working conditions of the proletariat unite, organize, and discipline workers as a class. As long as proletarians are divested of any means of pro-119 production, they are not interested in preserving private property. Capitalism is the last antagonistic socio-economic formation in world history, which explains why the irreconcilable struggle waged by working people against the dominance of the bourgeoisie leads to the liquidation of the capitalist form of production, as well as to the creation of the conditions indispensable for the ultimate elimination of classes and the class struggle. At the same time, the proletariat is the leader of all the oppressed and exploited. The proletariat's leading role is determined by its exclusively important position in the sphere of production, since the workers are directly involved in the production of material wealth. The proletariat is a well-organized and consolidated class whose mission is to convey collectivist ideology and psychology. The workers' consistent struggle against capitalist private property and the domination of capital in all spheres of life culminates in socialist revolution and the establishment of the dictatorship of the proletariat. The latter is a form of domination of the working class, which is established in the course of a socialist revolution in order to suppress the resistance of the exploiter classes and to build and consolidate socialism in the country. The class struggle permeates all aspects of the life of bourgeois society such as the economy, poly. 120. Ticks, and ideology. It also has a great impact on the development of the productive forces under capitalism. Understandably, the winning of democratic freedoms and the extension of working people's civil rights have become possible mainly as a result of the proletariat's class struggle. The working class is the most advanced and resolute fighter against exploitation and the main motive force of revolutionary transformation in the world. Because of its role in industrial production, only the proletariat is capable of leading the working masses in the struggle for their liberation. The events of recent decades have fully borne this out. The working class is the main and mightiest fighter against monopoly rule and epitomizes the center of gravity for all working strata. In the majority of capitalist countries, the proletariat's principal allies are the peasants, whose socio-economic conditions are hardly different from those of the proletariat. Traditionally, the peasants have been exploited by landlords, the bourgeoisie, merchants, and money lenders, while under present conditions they also have to suffer from the monopoly yoke. Yet since the class of small-scale commodity producers consists of private property owners, it is bound to show its inconsistency and hesitation while waging a struggle against the exploiters. Whenever led by the proletariat, this class is capable of resolute and 121. Purposeful revolutionary activity. At present, the question of joint actions of all the anti-monopolist forces has acquired special importance, and favorable conditions have been created for the unification of all the proponents of various democratic trends into a political alliance capable of curbing the role of the monopolies in national economies, putting an end to the dominance of big capital and effecting radical, political and economic changes. Only the working class can be the cornerstone of this democratic alliance. The class struggle is equally unavoidable during the transition period from capitalism to socialism, which is the period of revolutionary transformation of capitalist society into socialist society. In this case, it is a struggle between the working class, which, together with non-proletarian working masses, has taken state power in the country, and the overthrown reactionary exploiter classes, which are supported by the international bourgeoisie. The working class fights to eliminate the exploiter classes, to bring about the revolutionary transformation of society and the victory of socialism. The class struggle is a general regularity for all countries during their transition to socialism. Its expediency arises from the fact that, with their conflicting and, at times, antagonistic interests, all classes cannot cease to exist at once as soon as 122. The proletariat has won power. The defeated exploiter classes still manage to survive for a certain period of time during the transition of society from capitalism to socialism, offering bitter resistance to the new power which has put an end to their political domination and encroached on their sacred private property. History has shown that the exploiter classes which have relinquished their political power still retain some of the key socio-economic positions. They have at their disposal considerable material resources, knowledge, and rich experience in running production and management, and underscore they maintain close contact with former officials of the old economic, civil, and military establishment, and foreign capitalists. Within the country, the toppled bourgeoisie seeks support of small-scale commodity producers and takes advantage of wavering and hesitation displayed by peasants and some intermediate layers, hoping to restore the old system. Thus, the dictatorship of the proletariat, which is established during the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, suggests further continuation of the class struggle under new conditions by new means and forms, rather than its cessation. Under the dictatorship of the proletariat, the working class uses the state with its coercion, government, and edification agencies as the principal instrument for crushing the forces and traditions sent 123. Of the Old World. The forms of the proletariat's class struggle serve to consolidate, safeguard, and develop the new social system, and apart from violence they include ways of attracting various representatives of the bourgeoisie into the people's economy and other spheres of social life where they would work in the interests of building socialism. Not a single country in the world has so far managed to effect a transition to socialism without having to overcome the resistance of the overthrown exploiter classes, the nature of this resistance varying depending on the specific correlation of revolutionary and counter-revolutionary forces, first of all, within the country as well as in the international arena. Whenever the balance of power tilts so that both internal and external counter-revolutionary forces find it possible to resort to armed struggle in order to challenge a victorious revolution, they invariably take advantage of the situation, touching off counter-revolutionary coups, unleashing civil wars, instigating foreign military intervention, etc. The working class, involved in the process of building socialism, is least of all interested in intensifying the imminent class struggle to the extent of turning it into an armed confrontation. The experience of socialist countries has proved that as the social basis of a socialist revolution expands, the most reactionary forces within a 124 country grow more isolated, and the correlation of class forces in the international arena changes in favor of socialism. An increasing number of bourgeois militants start realizing the detrimental consequences for themselves of armed resistance to the power of the working class. Such is the general trend which, however, does not preclude various extreme forms of the proletariat's class struggle in modern conditions. In the period of transition from capitalism to socialism, the working class shows great flexibility and a differentiated approach in dealing with various strata and groups of the overthrown bourgeoisie, its methods ranging from merciless demolition to all sorts of compromises, including purchases of capitalist enterprises. At the same time, it is seeking to win over the old bourgeois intelligentsia. In the Soviet Union, for example, the overwhelming majority of the bourgeoisie had opted for no compromise with the new power, stubbornly obstructing its moves whenever possible. It certainly impeded the use of the bourgeoisie, whereas the country was in bad need of trustworthy bourgeois intellectuals. In the countries of people's democracy there were better opportunities for using the bourgeoisie. These countries resorted to a great variety of forms and methods for involving representatives of the bourgeoisie and the bourgeois intelligentsia in transforming capitalist industry and 125. Trade along socialist lines. Such opportunities tend to increase if the proletariat comes to power at the head of a powerful anti-monopolist front. During the transition period from capitalism to socialism, the proletariat has to combat not only the exploiter classes, but also the bourgeoisie's ideological and political influence on the intermediate non-proletarian working masses. Besides, it has to ensure the maximum isolation of the overthrown reactionary forces and to strengthen the leading role of the working class and its party. The proletariat's class struggle, therefore, has to pursue two goals: first, to strengthen the alliance of the working class with non-proletarian working masses; second, to preclude their submission to the reactionary bourgeoisie. The proletariat's class struggle in the transition period is also aimed at the socialist education of people and the eradication of the survivals of the past from their consciousness and behavior. At the focal point of this struggle lie efforts to introduce a new kind of discipline and organization and to instill in everyone's mind a communist attitude towards labor. Thus, in considering human history, we find every proof that the class struggle is definitely an objective law of development of all antagonistic formations. It is only in the class struggle that all the antagonistic contradictions of a specific society have been resolved. The mode of production 126, which once engendered those classes, has been abolished, and a transition has been effected to a new, higher stage of social development. Three forms of the class struggle. The class struggle may vary between passive resistance to a hostile class, active attacks on its positions, and violent class conflicts. The class struggle may be open and concealed, spontaneous and conscious. Every change of forms of the class struggle is determined by various changes in the situation, by the acuteness of contradictions between the interests of different classes, and by the level of development of each particular class. The forms of the class struggle are associated with the forms of the class organization. We can find vivid illustrations of this using the example of the proletariat's class struggle, which may assume three principal forms: economic, political, and ideological. Economic struggle is the first form of the proletarian class struggle in history. Workers in every country invariably began their struggle to protect their immediate daily economic interests. They fought for higher wages, a shorter working day, better working conditions, etc. In the heat of this struggle there emerged the first organization of the proletariat, the trade unions, which Grad 127 usually turned into a school of the class struggle. The other important means of economic struggle is a strike. The working class has fought for its immediate economic interests since the onset of capitalism, the economy initially being the principal sphere where labor and capital clashed. The significance of economic struggle goes far beyond its ability to impede the process of the impoverishment of the proletariat. Economic struggle also contributes enormously to organizing workers for solving broader revolutionary problems. Had it not been for the struggle against the predatory ambitions of capital, workers would have turned into a lackadaisical mass of people doomed to ruination. And had the workers cowardly given in their daily confrontations with capital, they would not have been able to gear up for a political struggle, which is a higher and more mature form of the class struggle. In spite of the fact that the workers' economic struggle for their daily needs is vitally important, it cannot utterly eradicate capitalist exploitation. Economic struggle alone cannot undermine the foundation of the capitalist system, since it leaves the capitalists' private property and their political authority intact. It can only ensure the bourgeoisie's occasional concessions to workers. Consequently, an attempt to give prominence to economic struggle, and hence to confine the pro-128 letariat's class struggle to efforts to secure infinitesimal gains, is essentially detrimental for the interests of the working class because it leads it away from the decisive revolutionary battles. This attempt borders on opportunism, which is an adaptation of the policy and ideology of the workers' movement to the interests and requirements of non-proletarian layers. Political struggle is the supreme form of the class struggle of the proletariat against the bourgeoisie in order to achieve the following principal goals: social liberation, elimination of the system of capitalist exploitation, attainment of democratic rights and freedoms, preservation of peace and national independence. In contrast to economic struggle, the final objectives of which never go beyond satisfying working people's daily socio-economic needs, political struggle is waged to promote the proletariat's fundamental interests. Cardinal class interests can only be fulfilled by way of radical political transformations. Political struggle alone can resolve such vital economic and political problems facing the working class as seizure of the means of production and assumption of state. 129. Power. The proletariat's main political objective consists in overthrowing the power of the capitalist class and establishing its own power, the dictatorship of the working class. Immediately after the proletariat comes to power, its next objective is to strengthen that power which is indispensable for the building of socialist society. Political struggle is waged by the proletariat as a single class. It is no longer a struggle of individual work collectives against individual capitalists. Political struggle sets the entire working class against the entire capitalist class. In upholding its fundamental interests, the proletariat can resort both to peaceful, legal forms of struggle and to violent forms, including armed action. Apart from the relations between classes, the sphere of politics extends to international affairs. In the international arena, the proletariat's political objectives therefore also include struggle for peace, national liberation, and independence. The role of political struggle has grown enormously, and it has become especially successful at the present stage of world development when the balance of world forces has tilted noticeably in favor of socialism, with all socialist countries consistently fighting for equality, cooperation, and the security of all nations. The proletariat's political struggle has developed in the wake of its economic struggle, yet it 9 to 1073. 130. Represents a higher and more important form of the class struggle. This tenet is based on the following reasons. Economic struggle implies that the exploiters can be opposed by individual detachments of workers, while political struggle presupposes a confrontation between the working class and the capitalist class. The workers involved in economic struggle seek to secure their immediate daily interests, which are often the interests of individual groups of workers. In political struggle, however, they promote fundamental interests of the whole class. In carrying out purely economic struggle, workers come to realize only their narrow professional interests. Political struggle, on the other hand, enables the working class to truly acquire class proletarian and socialist consciousness, and to gain an understanding of its fundamental class interests, historic mission, and revolutionary objectives. Economic struggle necessitates the formation of proletarian trade unions. In contrast, however, political struggle demands that the proletariat create its own political party representing the supreme form of proletarian class organization. Together with economic and political struggle, ideological struggle is also a vitally important form of the proletariat's class struggle. To arouse the 131 workers for a vigorous economic and, especially, political struggle, it is necessary to help them realize their fundamental class interests, which can only be achieved on the basis of Marxist-Leninist teaching and scientific socialism. The founders of this teaching had discovered the laws of social development, and on their basis marked out the ways and means to which the working class has to adhere in its struggle against exploitation, for socialism. The main objective of the ideological struggle of the working class and its party is to free the workers' consciousness from bourgeois ideas and prejudices. The introduction of scientifically founded ideology into the spontaneous workers' movement puts it on a higher stage of its development. The ideological form of the class struggle is, therefore, as indispensable for the proletariat's final victory as any other form of this struggle. The worldwide ideological struggle waged by the working class and socialist forces has the following main objectives: to disseminate scientific knowledge on social development, to expose the exploiter nature of feudalism and capitalism, to substantiate the historic doom of antagonistic class formations, to reveal the historic role of the working class as the most consistent fighter against oppression. G** 132. And capitalism and the leader of all the workers, and exploited masses involved in the revolutionary struggle, to promote Marxism-Leninism, which is the scientifically founded ideology of the working class. The immediate objective of the ideological struggle waged by the forces of socialism consists in ideological isolation of the most aggressive monopoly elite of imperialist states. This would contribute to progressive social transformations in individual countries and to settling acute international problems, above all, those of war and peace. The main aim of this struggle is to show the people their communist future and to map out the shortest way leading to it. Bourgeois ideologists who are involved in this struggle pursue diametrically opposite ends. They assert that private ownership of the means of production is an unshakable principle, and they seek to distract the masses from tackling acute social problems, to breed individualist, chauvinist, racist ideas and militarism, to distort and discredit the Marxist-Leninist ideology of the working class, and to oppose the policy pursued by socialist countries. Such are the principles, aims, and content of the economic, political, and ideological forms of the proletariat's class struggle, all of these forms being employed in combination with each other. 133. The present stage of development in capitalist countries is characterized by a considerable stepping up of the struggle waged by the working class not only against separate groups of capitalists, but also against the entire system of state monopoly capitalism. The major actions carried out by all working people, above all the working class, herald the approach of new class battles capable of bringing about fundamental social change and establishing the power of the working class allied with other strata of working people. The peculiarity of the class struggle of recent decades is that imperialism has been subjected to growing pressure from the national liberation movement. In many countries, the struggle for national liberation has evolved into a struggle against feudal and capitalist social relations. The growing interaction of the three basic revolutionary forces of the present day is compelling the imperialists to surrender their positions in the historic struggle for democracy and socialism. 134. 4. The role of political parties in the class struggle. In the course of the class struggle, when a class becomes a class for itself, much importance attaches to the emerging political organizations, especially political parties. A political party is the most active and well-organized segment of a class or one of its layers. As distinct from various non-political social organizations, political parties invariably pursue specific political goals, trying to take a lead in the political life and organization of society, seeking to take and hold power so as to implement its own policy. The historic role of parties depends on which classes they represent in social life. Members of political parties sometimes fail to realize this. They may presume that their activities serve to defend certain abstract religious dogmas, national slogans, and the like, while, objectively, the true meaning of their activities is quite different. Various peasant parties, for example, often adopt the slogans of socialism, while in effect they advocate a land reform which has no bearing on the integrity of capitalism as a system whatsoever. In pursuing anti-popular goals while needing 135 mass support, reactionary parties tend to mask their true objectives, by advancing demagogical programs and slogans and adopting names which do not reflect their essence. To prove this, the fascist party of the most aggressive circles of German monopoly capital was called National Socialist and even Labour. Yet the true face of a political party can be seen from its specific activities, rather than its name or program. Even in countries where the class division of society has been ultimately completed, the political parties of those countries do not always accurately reflect this fact because they express the interests of different groups within classes and social strata. The more acute the class struggle, the greater the need for a class to create a united, powerful political party capable of consistently protecting its fundamental interests. Since every political party is firmly tied to a certain class, the role it plays in the social life of a country is determined by this class's social position. Society does not know of any extra-class political party. In addition, some classes are often represented by several parties. The contradictions between the parties of the ruling class are mostly superficial and ostentatious. However, should they begin to reflect deeper political discrepancies between the constituent factions of this class, progressive forces can immediately use them in their interests. Each party reveals its true nature most clearly in the course of the class struggle and during dramatic crises bearing on the entire nation. Serious struggle does not tolerate any empty words or false slogans, and it eliminates everything that is negligible. The interests of the working class are secured only by the Workers' Party, which is its vanguard and most politically organized section. Under the heavy burden of capitalist exploitation, the majority of workers fail to achieve the level of class consciousness which distinguishes its vanguard. A professional organization, no matter how easily accessible to the consciousness of the underdeveloped strata of workers, will never embrace all proletarians. It would be wrong to presume that under capitalism the demarcation line between the workers' vanguard and the working class as a whole may disappear. That line will be erased only after the final victory of communism. The first revolutionary workers' party, which aspired to consolidate the ranks of the proletariat to gain political power and subsequently change society along communist lines, was the League of Communists, which was founded by Marx and Engels. Although numerically small, it was the first international Marxist party in world history. Lenin also made a great contribution to the teaching on the party, its role and significance in social life, and on its place in the class struggle of the proletariat. he was the founder of a new type party capable of mastering all forms of the class struggle for achieving the main objective, the attainment of power and the victory of socialism. It was under the leadership of this party that the working class of Russia carried out a proletarian revolution in 1917 and subsequently built a developed socialist society in alliance with the peasants and the people's intelligentsia. Apart from all the non-proletarian parties, the distinctive features of Marxist political parties consist in the exactness of their goals, the scientific soundness of their policy and the diversity of their bonds with the masses. They address all their endeavors to the accomplishment of one great goal, the liberation of the workers and the victory of socialism. They have no special party interests which differ from the interests of the working class. They purge themselves of all those who have joined their ranks in pursuit of personal selfish ends, and demand that each party member be profoundly convinced of the justness of the party line and be ready to spare no efforts to promote it. These parties are founded on the principles of democratic centralism, collective leadership, the initiative and independent action of their members, criticism and self-criticism, and internal party discipline. They direct the efforts of all other workers' organizations and represent the supreme forms of working class organization. Developing in the conditions of the class struggle and under pressure exerted by the exploiter classes on unstable elements, Marxist-Leninist workers' parties encounter many difficulties and trials on their way. Yet they successfully overcome all of them. In bourgeois countries they are gradually gaining influence, winning over ever broader masses of followers and drawing their reinforcements both from the disorganized mass and from the best representatives of other parties. They take the lead in creating progressive unions and alliances and are active members of the United Patriotic Popular Front, while in socialist-oriented countries they acquire the leading role. The growth of their strength, their internal and international consolidation, and their increasing influence with the popular masses constitute a historic necessity, a law of contemporary historical development. Although other proletarian organizations, such as trade unions, cultural and educational associations are indispensable means in the class struggle, they cannot resolve its fundamental problem, that of abolishing the capitalist system and effect 139. A socialist revolution. The Marxist-Leninist Party alone, as the supreme form of the proletariat's political organization, is capable of uniting the efforts of all proletarian organizations and guiding them to their ultimate objective, socialist revolution. The Communist and Workers' Marxist-Leninist parties express the fundamental interests not only of workers but of all working people. Communist parties today are a powerful and insuperable force. Given that the first Communist Party founded by Marx and Engels in 5 European countries totaled approximately 400 members, the ranks of the contemporary Communist movement number tens of millions of people, this movement becoming the most influential and well-organized political force of our time. Communist parties work to bring together all the progressive forces against monopoly capital. In pursuing their political goals, communist parties do not abstain from forming blocs with other parties, especially in electoral campaigns. However, in so doing they invariably keep their principal objective in view. This objective consists in dealing a crushing blow to their dire enemy and in protecting the vital interests of all the working people. In spite of certain ideological differences, Marxist-Leninist parties often act jointly with social democratic, petty bourgeois, peasant, and national parties, such cooperation occurring. 140. Whenever there are good grounds for it. After the working class has come to power in the country, Marxist-Leninist parties continue to cooperate with the coalition parties unless the latter side with counter-revolutionary forces. All this contributes to involving broad democratic forces in social transformation and socialist construction. The historical experience of the communist movement shows that the struggle to unite all communist and workers' parties on the principles of Marxist-Leninist and proletarian internationalism is of enormous significance for the development of the revolutionary movement. Apart from revolutionary parties of the working class, there are various opportunist parties in many capitalist countries. Opportunism did not find its way into the workers' movement by accident. It has deep social roots and emerged as a result of bourgeoisie's pressure on unstable strata of workers. The working class is heterogeneous, it has a number of layers ranging from the representatives of the former petty bourgeoisie to the upper crust of the workers' aristocracy. Under imperialism, the bourgeoisie of the developed capitalist countries bribes the upper layers of the proletariat by using some of the profit which it obtains by plundering colonies and economically dependent countries and by establishing high monopoly prices. This is the source of opportunisms. 141. Strength in the workers' movement. The monopoly capitalists also bribe the upper layers of the proletariat by using the super profits they gain from appropriating the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution. Because of the heterogeneity of the working class, divergency of views and aspirations is inevitable in its medium, each turn in the development of the class struggle amplifying these divergencies and bringing about both right-wing and left-wing deviations and trends of opportunism. The social basis of right-wing opportunism constitute the workers' aristocracy, the workers' bureaucracy and the petty bourgeoisie who surrender before imperialism and substitute revolutionary struggle with demands for some economic reforms which leave the foundation of the bourgeois system intact. Right-wing opportunism willingly compromises with the bourgeoisie in both politics and ideology. Left-wing opportunism draws its support from segments of the petty bourgeoisie which have so little proletarian discipline, restraint, organization, and resilience that they are not capable of waging a long and resolute struggle against imperialism. Their ultra-leftist catchwords and adventurous ambitions reflect the infuriation of a petty bourgeois or of a small property owner who have been driven to the point of insanity by the horrors of 142. Capitalism. The ideology and psychology of petty bourgeois revolutionism leads people to sectarianism, isolation, and, finally, capitulation before the bourgeoisie. The dialectics of revolutionary development point to the fact that the growth of its scale and the involvement of broader masses of workers, and especially of other social layers in revolutionary struggle has a dual nature. It is a positive phenomenon and a nutrient medium for right and left-wing opportunism. The bourgeoisie takes advantage of opportunism splits in the workers' movement and national strife, and uses them as the main lever for weakening the workers' movement. At the same time, in spite of the fact that in some countries, the bourgeoisie has enough power to delay the development of the proletariat's class struggle for a brief period of time, it will never halt it completely. The interests of the capitalists are fully secured by various bourgeois parties that seek to conceal their true class nature. Their ideologists argue that these parties have no bearing on either classes or the class struggle. They illustrate this by alluding to multi-party political systems which have been adopted in a number of capitalist countries and by asserting that those parties express the interests of all social classes which exist in them. In reality, however, these systems 143 AE can only mask and never repudiate the class nature of bourgeois parties. Different bourgeois parties express the interests of different groups of capitalists, which explains the discrepancies of their political programs and certain peculiarities of internal and external policies pursued by the bourgeoisie. The more aggressive and reactionary imperialist groups even go to the extreme of creating fascist parties. The working class cannot be indifferent to the incumbent bourgeois party, for it has to work out and adopt the tactics of struggle which are most suitable at a given stage of the country's political development. In capitalist countries there is a great variety of petty bourgeois parties which express the interests of various strata of the petty bourgeoisie and social groups associated with it. The ambiguity of the social position of the petty bourgeoisie preconditions the inconsistency, fluctuations, zigzags, and unexpected turns in the activities of its parties. The development of capitalism sharpens the contradictions between the monopolies and the petty bourgeoisie and leads to the inevitable suppression and impoverishment of strata of the petty bourgeoisie. The bulk of the petty bourgeoisie gradually realize that it is only through the struggle for democracy and socialism that they can escape the yoke of big capital. Thus, the social conditions take shape for an alliance. 144. Between the working class and non-proletarian strata of working people under the leadership of the working class in order to involve petty bourgeois parties in the common cause of the anti-imperialist struggle. Chapter 6. Social Revolution The highest stage of development of the class struggle. 1. What is social revolution? Whenever class struggle assumes the form of an open confrontation and reaches a point when the insurgent class is capable of dislodging one or another exploiter class, it consummates into a social revolution. The aim of this, the acutest form of the class struggle, is to eliminate the obsolescent society and found a new one. Karl Marx called such social revolutions locomotives of history. Gradual evolutions and abrupt changes occur in various spheres of social life, i.e., in science, technology, the means of production and communication, in people's world outlooks, etc. The most significant of these changes are referred to as revolutions. Yet changes themselves of individual aspects of social life, however. 146. Great, cannot be identified with social revolution, for the latter implies the radical change of the entire social system. Qualitative transformations take place within one and the same social system during the transition from one phase or stage of development of a particular formation to another. This characterizes, for example, the transition from the pre-monopoly stage of capitalist development to its monopoly stage, namely, imperialism. However, this is not a social revolution so far as capitalism has preserved its main features and the principles on which it is founded. Revolution, on the other hand, is a radical transformation of the very foundations of the obsolescent socio-economic order. A social revolution is a qualitative leap in social development, as a result of which one socio-economic formation is replaced by another. Essentially, revolutions are objective laws of radical social change. The roots of social revolution lie in the conflict between new forces of production and the obsolescent production relations. This conflict manifests itself in the collision of antagonistic class interests, in the class struggle. Some classes seek to protect the outmoded production relations and the socio-political system which has evolved on their basis, while others want them crushed. The revolutionary classes destroy the obsolete political system, smash the old and establish the new state power, which they use to complete the destruction of the old production relations and consolidate the newly established ones. The aim of social revolution is to effect cardinal transformations in all the principal spheres of social life, such as the economy and politics. Various more or less deep-going changes in society's spiritual life, particularly in its culture, are also associated with revolutionary struggle. Yet some revolutions have failed to fully resolve all these problems. In the economic sphere, the main objective of social revolution lies in replacing the old economic system with a new, more advanced system. All this has to be preconditioned by an upheaval in the relations of property in the means of production. In the political sphere, revolution resolves the conflict between the obsolete political system and the newly formed economic relations or the immediate needs of economic development. It creates a new political and legal system, without which further consolidation and development of the emerging socio-economic formation would be impossible. The success of economic transformation is determined by the perseverance with which the old system of political and legal institutions is eradicated and a new one built in its stead. 10 * 148. The upheaval which has taken place in politics and the economy touches off dramatic major transformations in the sphere of ideology and social psychology. These changes involve the economic, political, legal, moral, religious, artistic, and philosophical views and social sentiments of the public. The principal issue as well as the main feature of the revolution consists in the transfer of state power from one class to another which is more progressive and advanced. This distinguishes social revolution from all sorts of coups and insurrections initiated in the top echelons of power and which hardly ever challenge the interests of the ruling class, their sole purpose being merely to bring one group of individuals to power instead of another. The cardinal criterion of true social revolution, therefore, is the attainment of state power in a country by a revolutionary class which is the bearer of more progressive mode of production. Every revolution has to dislodge the obsolescent class by force because this class never relinquishes its power voluntarily. In this sense, the use of coercion is unavoidable, although the latter does not necessarily assume the form of an armed confrontation unless a concrete revolutionary situation requires it. The development of revolution depends on the character of the class struggle, on which forces gain the upper hand in this struggle, and on the 149 extent to which the revolutionary classes can carry through their historic mission. History knows of revolutionary ups and downs, decisive victories for revolutions, and temporary triumphs of reactionary forces restoring the old order. As a result of interwoven internal and external contradictions, the revolutionary process may grow even more complex. Revolution stems mainly from the internal contradictions existing between antagonistic classes. This, however, does not imply that the leaders of a revolution can ignore external contradictions, i.e., those between various states. These can exert a strong influence on internal contradictions by exacerbating them, as well as by accelerating or slowing down the development of the revolutionary crisis. The aim of many revolutions is to resolve internal and external contradictions. This fully applies to national liberation revolutions, which are directed against both the yoke of foreign oppressors and the despotism of the reactionary classes within the country. Social revolutions are distinguished by their character and their motive forces. The character of a revolution is determined by which social contradictions it has to resolve and by the kind of social system it seeks to establish. The Russian Revolution of 1905 to 1907, for example, was bourgeois in nature because its main objective consisted in overthrowing the autocratic regime and eliminating the remnants of feudal relations. A transition from one socio-economic formation to another can only take place in the course of an intense class struggle. The classes which more or less consciously address themselves to the problem of dislodging the old social system and establishing a new one, and which take an active part in the accomplishment of this task, are known as the motive forces of the revolution. It would be important to note that the latter do not include all the classes of society but only those which are directly involved in the revolutionary struggle and which promote it overcoming the resistance of the moribund classes. Social revolutions cannot be ordered. For a revolution to be successful, it is imperative that its objective conditions culminate at the moment when the activities of the advanced classes struggling for the realization of their interests have reached their peak. The objective conditions of revolution imply the crisis of the moribund system and the aggravation of all its contradictions. Apart from purely economic reasons, the objective prerequisites of the revolution include socio-political conditions and, above all, the degree of the aggravation of class contradictions and the correlation of class forces. It would be wrong to identify the objective 151 requisites of a revolution with the economic conditions, believing that the maturity of the revolution hinges on the degree of development of the productive forces. At the same time, revolution is not bound to occur whenever there is a conflict between the productive forces and relations of production. Such a conflict has long existed in the developed capitalist countries, but this fact does not imply that all the objective conditions have been created for a revolution there. The other indispensable prerequisite of revolution is the revolutionary situation, which is determined by the economic and political conditions of a particular country. The revolutionary situation is a combination of socio-political conditions, without which revolution cannot take place. It indicates the maturity of the objective conditions for the attainment of power by the most advanced class. A revolutionary situation has the following principal characteristic features: the crisis of the upper strata, which is the inability of the ruling classes to maintain their dominance unchanged. This crisis corrodes the established order, and the wrath and dissatisfaction of the exploited masses eventually break loose, filling the deepening splits of the system. Revolution will not commence merely because the lower strata, i.e., the exploited masses, 152, want to change their lifestyle. The other vital precondition for it has to be the upper strata's inability to govern in the old way. An extreme worsening of the hardship of the exploited classes. This is a result of the lack of social right and the impoverishment of working people against the background of worsening economic conditions of the exploited strata of the population. Aggravation of antagonism between classes is likely to stem from the general democratic movement directed against the omnipotent and arbitrary rule of monopoly capital, as well as from the national liberation struggle against foreign domination. A considerable increase in the political activity of the exploited classes, which are no longer as passive and inert as they used to be in past periods of tranquil development. These classes start displaying an unusual penchant for politics. A revolutionary situation is an indispensable, yet insufficient prerequisite for social revolution. In addition to the objective conditions, the success of a revolution depends on the maturity of the revolution's subjective factors. These include the revolutionary consciousness of the masses, and their readiness and resolve to carry through their struggle, the adequate organization of the masses. 153a. And their vanguard, in order to concentrate all the available forces for the revolutionary struggle and to apply their joint and coordinated efforts to the cause of its victory, the leadership of the masses by a time-tested and battle-hardened party capable of working out the right line of conduct, the strategy and tactics of the revolutionary struggle, and of implementing them. The more ripe is the revolutionary situation, the greater the importance attributed to the subjective factor in its further development, which implies the ability and preparedness of the vanguard classes for a political confrontation with the power of the rich. The subjective factor assumes a decisive role during a national crisis. If the progressive classes for some reason fail to prepare themselves for revolution, the revolutionary situation declines and the revolutionary fervor of the masses abates. Social revolution requires unity of objective and subjective conditions. This law has been borne out by all preceding revolutions. In determining the line of their conduct as well as their strategy and tactics, revolutionary parties attach enormous importance to searching for the signs of an imminent revolution. Revolutionary issues are often closely linked with reforms. Social reform is a kind of social transformation too. 154. Which the powers that be resort in order to eliminate current contradictions in the socio-economic life of a country. The ruling class uses reforms in order temporarily to cushion social contradictions, to deceive the revolutionary consciousness of the masses, and to stall for a time or completely to avert the imminent class action of workers. Essentially, no reform can ultimately eradicate the main source of social contradictions, which only social revolution can do. However, the fact that the proponents of the old social system use reforms to strengthen it and ward off its destruction does not imply that revolutionaries should also oppose them. No two reforms are alike. Reformists seek to draw a line between reforms and revolution, regarding them as an end in itself. By doing so, they try to distract the workers from active struggle and to split revolutionary forces. At the same time, acting in conditions of capitalism, revolutionaries regard reforms as a byproduct of the revolutionary struggle. They support reforms to further the revolution, using the struggle for reforms to solve the principal problems of the revolution and the class struggle. In order to comprehend the underlying principles of the class struggle and its laws, it may not be enough merely to realize the significance of 155. NPAEEA. Social revolution without delving into the essence of counter-revolution. During the transition from one socio-economic formation to another, the struggle between revolutionary and counter-revolutionary forces is itself a law of the class struggle. In social terms, counter-revolution is a political battle of the dislodged reactionary class for a complete restoration of its power. In this battle, the dislodged class usually relies on the wide-scale counter-revolutionary movement of the intermediate layers it itself leads. In seeking to attain its ends, the reactionary class invariably resorts to extreme forms of armed violence, ignoring not only the laws of the people's power but also moral elementary principles. Counter-revolution is a regressive social process representing reaction to a social revolution. Objectively, it is aimed at the preservation or restoration of the obsolete social system. Socially, counter-revolutionary forces comprise primarily the exploiter classes which have been divested of power, profits, and privileges as a result of revolution. Numerically, these classes constitute an insignificant minority of society. In order to oppose the revolution, they need the support of broad masses of people. To achieve this, counter-revolution seeks to split the ranks of the exploited classes by resorting to deception, false promises, blackmail and demagoguery. It also tries to win over all the politically backward, narrow, 156 minded and wavering strata of the population. Counter-revolution draws its resources from the irresoluteness of the petty bourgeoisie, the international bonds of reactionary forces, material values it has managed to retain, and connections with highly qualified experts in the spheres of industry, management and government, and information and warfare. In combating revolution, counter-revolutionary forces invariably rely on the support of international reaction. The bulwark of world counter-revolution today is imperialism. The forces of imperialism offer stubborn resistance to any revolutionary movement, and shamelessly export counter-revolution. The export of counter-revolution implies any activities perpetrated by imperialism's reactionary circles in order to restore by force the renounced capitalist or colonial order in countries which have chosen the path of profound social transformation. In doing so, imperialism turns a blind eye to the commonly accepted standards and principles of international law. The socialist countries and the international communist movement are waging a resolute struggle against the export of counter-revolution by the imperialists and rendering all-round support to countries that have fallen victim to imperialist aggression. Fascism has invariably been the attack force of counter-revolution. Fascist coups have become 157 frequent phenomena in this epoch of the general crisis of capitalism. An armed fascist coup may occur in one or another country in defiance of bourgeois democratic constitutions. Such was the case with Chile, where the Popular Unity government was overthrown in 1973. Wherever possible, however, fascists willingly resort to parliamentary institutions for reaching their counter-revolutionary objectives. In 1933, the Hitlerites came to power in Germany as a result of their victory in the national election campaign when they secured the majority of seats in the Reichstag. In the past few years, the political development of capitalist countries has confirmed that the imperialist bourgeoisie is not in the least interested in eradicating fascist-type movements. The bourgeoisie is instead protecting, fostering, and camouflaging them. At the decisive moment, imperialist capital spares no effort to boost the counter-revolutionary activity of fascist organizations. And if revolution is imminent in one country or another, the imperialist bourgeoisie goes out of its way to bring them to power. In this respect, Latin American countries can serve as a graphic example. On the one hand, in these countries the high peaks of the class struggle and great revolutionary fervor are clearly to be seen, while on the other hand, we see that the ruling exploiter classes often resort to fascist methods in order to retain power and consolidate reaction. 158. ARI regimes. All this points to heated struggle between revolutionary and counter-revolutionary forces. The true embodiment of the former are Cuba and Nicaragua, while the fascist regime in Chile epitomizes the latter. In spite of the fact that the ruling classes of Latin American countries go to all lengths and even resort to fascist methods in their attempts to suppress the revolutionary mass movement, they nonetheless fail to achieve their end. The long and persistent armed struggle against the military fascist juntas of many Latin American countries is giving rise to a broad anti-fascist coalition comprising various social groups, and subsequent cooperation of the political parties representing them. It is also important to note that it is not only communists, revolutionary democrats, and radical groupings of social democratic and Christian democratic parties that participate in this coalition, but also representatives of the Catholic Church who have extremely close ties with broad popular masses. Two historical types of social revolutions. The historical type of social revolution depends on the kind of socio-economic formations which 159. Come to replace one another. In specifying its type, we must first say what class has accomplished it and whose interests it was meant to secure. The first historical change of socio-economic formations occurred when primitive communal society was replaced by slave-holding society. That transition signified the ultimate eradication of classless society and the advent of class-divided society. Class division, which had been gradually taking shape within the primitive communal system, finally resulted in a revolutionary upheaval which put an end to the remnants of tribal relations. In slave-holding society, the principal antagonism between slaveholders and slaves existed side by side with contradictions between major landlords and money lenders, on the one hand, and poor peasants and craftsmen, on the other. These helped to set off revolutionary activity among peasants and other free small property owners. The other stream of the revolutionary movement in slave-holding society was the slaves' struggle against their oppressors. The poor usually took part in major slave uprisings. Recurrent insurrections eventually undermined the foundations of slave-holding society. In the transition from slavery to feudalism, the obsolescent elements of slave-holding society gradually gave way to the emergent elements of the new society. Yet their transition was undoubtedly a revolution, one socio-economic formation replaced another. The path to feudalism did not necessarily lead through the slave-holding stage. The majority of nations knew no slavery, they moved to feudalism directly from the primitive communal system. This does not run counter to the idea of progressive social development, according to which the evolution of human society is regarded as a steady ascent from one stage of development to another. Peasant insurrections reached a much higher level of development than slave rebellions, though they too were immature and weak because of their spontaneity and bad organization. The time for the advent of capitalist society was not ripe, there was as yet no class to lead the peasants. Not only the oppressed peasants, but also the lower urban stratum consisting of poor apprentices and the like struggled resolutely against feudalism. The poor of the towns and cities, however, were too ill-organized and weak to lead the peasants. A class capable of taking the lead emerged when capitalist relations began forming within feudal society, and when feudalism, obstructing the development of productive forces, entered its final crisis. It was in that period. 161. That the indispensable prerequisites of bourgeois revolution began to take shape. A bourgeois revolution is a transition from the feudal socio-economic formation to the capitalist formation, which is spurred on by a violent class struggle. The objective prerequisites of a bourgeois revolution result from radical changes in the feudal mode of production, a considerable growth of the forces of production, an increase of economic dominance of the bourgeoisie, etc. In developing production so as to boost its profits, the bourgeoisie comes to realize the need for political power, which it usurps and subsequently utilizes as a lever for shaping the entire social order to its own liking. During the preparation of a bourgeois revolution and while it is in progress, the bourgeoisie relies on the support of comparatively broad masses of the exploited people, who are interested in establishing a new social order that gives them greater freedom and independence. The character of a revolution and the extent of the changes it brings depend on the involvement in it of the most severely exploited masses who put forward and seek to satisfy their economic and political needs. Whenever the impact the social strata have on the course of events was strong enough, the revolution becomes truly popular, and may be called bourgeois democrat. 11 to 1073. 162. Tick. In Western Europe, the earliest bourgeois revolutions occurred in the 16th century. The revolution that signaled the onset of the epoch of capitalism took place in 17th century England. It was set off by the unbearable conditions under which all workers lived and worked, as well as by universal impoverishment among the peasants who were driven away from their land. The Great French Revolution of 1789 to 1794 is the classical example of a bourgeois revolution in its forms of struggle, scale of events, and the participation of working people. It epitomized the sentiments of the popular movements that were powerful at that time. Therefore, the desire of the big bourgeoisie, which had just come to power, to pacify the broad popular masses following the first revolutionary onslaught is easily understood. This desire is also seen in the Declaration of the Rights of Man and of the Citizen of 1789. Although it proclaimed the equality of all people, it nonetheless preserved the division of society into the rich and the poor, which the revolution could not eliminate for a number of objective reasons. Suffice it to say that one of the cardinal ends of the revolution was to preserve the integrity of private property, and that this slogan was inscribed on the revolutionary banner. The socialist revolution represents the most dramatic social transformation in the history of class. 163. Divided society, society's transition from capitalism to communism. The socialist revolution presupposes the following radical transformations of socio-economic and political systems. Seizure of power by the working class in alliance with the other working strata, destruction of the old state apparatus and the founding of a state of the dictatorship of the proletariat, establishment of social property in the means of production and creation of a social system for regulating social and economic processes, eradication of all forms of exploitation and oppression, elimination of class antagonisms, development of socialist democracy, cultural revolution. Unlike other types of social revolution, which merely changed forms of exploitations without touching on their underlying principles, the socialist revolution puts an end to the social order based on exploitation of man by man. The economic foundation of the socialist revolution is the conflict between the social character of production and capitalist private property. The gigantic growth of society's productive forces, their increasing socialization, and the establishment of close bonds among industries. Pi. 164. Enterprises, branches of production, economic systems of various countries, etc. cannot be fit into the framework of capitalist production relations. The contradiction between the social character of production and the capitalist form of appropriation stands out as the main antagonism between labor and capital, between the proletariat and the bourgeoisie. The working class, capitalism's principal productive force, is organically linked with socialized owned large-scale material production. Yet, although it plays the key role in creating material values, it has no right to dispose of them. The position the proletariat occupies in the system of production relations makes it the principal motive force in the socialist revolution. The conditions under which proletariat lives and works under capitalism impart to it the resilience, courage, organization, team spirit, self-restraint and other revolutionary qualities needed to overthrow capitalism and build socialist society. Monopoly capital exerts mounting pressure both on classes and social groups that represent survivals from the previous socio-economic formations and on newly formed social groups. Their social standing brings them closer to the working class, which makes them its allies in the struggle for the socialist transformation of society. The alliance of 165. The working class with non-proletarian working strata is indispensable for the victory of a socialist revolution. The role of the working class revolutionary party in preparing the subjective conditions of a socialist revolution cannot be underestimated. It must impart socialist consciousness to the workers' movement, educate and organize the masses, work out the strategy and tactics of the class struggle, and provide political leadership for the revolutionary movement. The main tasks of the socialist revolution include taking political power by the workers and their allies, destroying the apparatus of bourgeois state power, and establishing the dictatorship of the proletariat. Depending on the concrete situation, there may be various ways of seizing power in the country. The working class can come to power either peacefully or through an armed struggle, the use of force being the only alternative when the ruling classes do all in their power to hold back the revolutionary vanguard and to bar the workers from peacefully attracting the broad masses of people to their side. The success of an armed uprising will be greatly enhanced if it takes place during a national crisis, when the insurgents may, quite reasonably, rely on the support of the overwhelming majority of people. The working class can come to power using peaceful means when 166. The ruling classes are unable or hesitant to resort to the open use of force, because they are aware of an unfavorable balance of forces. It should be noted that of all the transformations brought by a socialist revolution, including changes in the economic system, the most important are the political transformations. This is so because the contradictions of capitalist society, however sharp, cannot lead to its destruction. Political transformations can only be effected by the most consistent and revolutionary class, the proletariat, the class of wage workers employed at capitalist enterprises. The proletariat's objective position makes it the only force capable of opposing the bourgeoisie and building a new society founded on socialist principles. The proletariat has acquired this role for the following reasons: it embodies the main productive force of society, its nature allows it to brook no relations based on private property, it cannot liberate itself without liberating all the rest of society too. Socialist revolution alone can give freedom to the proletariat and to all the exploited masses. The most important proposition of the theory of socialist revolution is that the dictatorship of the proletariat is necessary so as to realize socialist transformations and to introduce true democracy. The dictatorship of the proletariat is political rule by the working class established during a 167. Socialist revolution in order to overcome the resistance of the exploiters and to build and strengthen socialism. It is effected by the joint efforts of the state, the Communist Party, the trade unions, the Popular Front, and other organizations of working people. The dictatorship of the proletariat is first and foremost a dictatorship. It implies the use of compulsion and coercion against all social forces hostile to the socialist revolution. A state founded on the dictatorship of the proletariat may use various means of coercion, depending on the scale of opposition and on the forms of resistance offered by the hostile classes. Once the foundation of a socialist state becomes strong enough, it may use milder forms for dealing with its class adversaries. The dictatorship of the proletariat is also an alliance of the working class with the non-proletarian working masses. This alliance is both possible and necessary because these classes and social strata have common fundamental interests. The scope of the alliance may vary depending on the proportion of non-proletarian strata included in it. The dictatorship of the proletariat may assume diverse forms, distinguished mainly by the political institutions and organizations that serve to strengthen the power of the working class and its alliance with non-proletarian working masses. History's first dictatorship of the proletariat. 168. Was the Paris Commune. Despite its brief existence, the Paris Commune embodied many of the general principles, according to which the power of the working class has to be organized. In Russia, the dictatorship of the proletariat assumed the form of the Soviets of workers, peasants, and soldiers' deputies. The Soviets embodied the alliance of the working class with the working peasantry. The sole representative of the interests of all the working classes was the Communist Party, which helped realize the social demands of both the proletariat and the peasantry. Meanwhile, petty bourgeois parties were losing their moral and political prestige, and hence the support of the people. This explains certain peculiarities of the Soviet form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, such as a one-party system, and the acute political struggle against the parties siding with the counter-revolution. Another form of the dictatorship of the proletariat, known as people's democracy, resulted from socialist revolutions that occurred in many European countries in the years following the Second World War. It is often characterized by a multi-party system. The proletariat and its party cooperate with non-proletarian parties and political groupings. In these countries, the political alliance of the working class with the non-proletarian working masses fighting for socialism. 169. Assumed the form of a united popular front. In Cuba, the dictatorship of the proletariat is characterized by the fusion of all the revolutionary forces participating in the building of socialism and by the creation on this basis of the one-party system. In the future, the dictatorship of the proletariat is likely to assume yet other forms. One of the main tasks of the dictatorship of the proletariat is to overcome the resistance of the exploiter classes. Its final goal is a creative one, to build socialist society. This should be kept in mind because some bourgeois ideologists try to identify the dictatorship of the proletariat exclusively with the use of force. The adversaries of socialism regard the dictatorship of the proletariat and democracy as two utterly incompatible concepts. In their view, dictatorship is nothing other than violence, the total renunciation of democracy. They portray a certain restriction of democracy with regard to the exploiters as the complete absence of democracy, and themselves as the advocates of pure democracy, which can allegedly grant equal democratic rights and freedoms to everyone. Mere talk about democracy is tantamount to turning a deaf ear to the exigencies of the class struggle. The true meaning of democracy is derived from the class character of state power, which class has all power, and in the interests of 170. Which classes it is exercised. The dictatorship of the proletariat means the end of the domination by the exploiter class and the beginning of the genuine rule by the whole people. The victory of a socialist revolution puts the working people at the helm of the state and establishes the rule of the overwhelming majority over the minority. This is why bourgeois democracy is no match to proletarian democracy in terms of the democratic freedoms it grants to the people. The transition from capitalist to socialist society is a worldwide process whose roots lie in the contradictions of the world imperialist system. But in the course of capitalist development these contradictions tend to aggravate unevenly in different countries. Socialist revolution won out first in one country, Russia. At the beginning of the 20th century Russia was the weakest link in the system of world imperialism. The October Revolution of 1917, the first victorious proletarian revolution in history, ushered in the epoch of transition from capitalism to socialism and undermined the stability and viability of the capitalist system. Capitalism entered into a general crisis that engulfed its economy, politics, and ideology in equal measure. The very existence of a new social system shook the foundations of exploiter society, revolutionizing the working masses in all countries. Apart from its direct influence on all nations. 171. The October Revolution had huge international significance because it revealed the general laws of the Socialist Revolution, which were bound to manifest themselves in other countries under various forms, determined by national peculiarities. After the Second World War another group of countries in Europe and in Asia broke away from the system of world imperialism. The Cuban Revolution, which occurred later, was the first socialist revolution on the American continent. The socialist revolution has become a world process. It combines diverse trends in the revolutionary movement, differing both in content and in character. Some of them are not socialist by nature. At the same time, by undermining the foundations of world imperialism, they merge into a general stream of the world revolutionary process. Every constituent of this process has its specific tasks, its own difficulties and problems to resolve. Yet in the logic of history, all revolutionary forces rally round the international working class, which occupies the center of the contemporary epoch. The evolution of the world revolutionary process proves that a country may pass over to socialism either from capitalism or from pre-capitalist stage bypassing capitalism. This has been amply borne out by the historical experience of the Mongolian People's Republic and of the nations on the periphery of the former Russian AFD. LT and a TEI Empire. The socio-economic and ideological processes occurring in countries oriented towards socialism are aimed at creating objective and subjective conditions for the subsequent building of socialism. The social transformations taking place in these countries resemble the transformations effected by socialist revolutions, the consolidation of key positions in the economy, the encouragement of the cooperative movement, cultural transformations for the benefit of broad masses of people, a distinctly pronounced anti-imperialist foreign policy, etc. The complexity of the non-capitalist path of development and the difficulties it entails are further aggravated by the absence of vitally important industrial preconditions for the direct transition to a socialist economic revolution. 3 National Liberation Revolutions. The national liberation movement is a constituent part of the world revolutionary process. In the years since the Second World War it has been steadily gaining in scope, embracing vast regions of the former colonial and semi-colonial world. The nations that had only recently suffered under the yoke of colonial oppression have embarked on the path of national independence and progress. Wise. In colonial and dependent countries people had always fought courageously against their colonial oppressors. From their ranks emerged thousands of intrepid fighters for freedom and independence. The balance of forces had not been in their favor for a long time, and therefore the colonialists' war machine relentlessly suppressed every popular uprising. The Great October Socialist Revolution undermined the position of imperialism and changed the course of the historical process, plunging the colonial system into a deep-going crisis. The national liberation movement was greatly enhanced by the victory of socialism in the Soviet Union, which enriched the world with the experience it had gained in liberating its more than 100 nations and nationalities from social and national oppression, by the defeat of German fascism and Japanese militarism in the Second World War, by the victories of socialist revolutions and successful building of socialism in a number of countries, and by the growth of the revolutionary workers' movement in capitalist countries. The scope of the national liberation movement grew enormously. In the new international situation, imperialism could no longer defend the colonial system, which collapsed under the crushing blows of national liberation revolutions. In the post-war years, nearly 100 new sovereign states have emerged on the territory of 174 former colonies and semi-colonies. As a result of a long and resolute struggle, the formerly oppressed peoples managed to wrest national independence from the colonialists. In some countries, that struggle assumed the form of armed uprisings. The patriots who participated in these set many brilliant examples of noble heroism and revolutionary ardor. In many colonial and dependent countries, such as Vietnam, Korea, Algeria, Cuba, Guinea-Bissau, Mozambique, Angola, Nicaragua, and others, those uprisings grew into wars of national liberation. In a number of other countries, national liberation movements were peaceful. Nonetheless, they openly defied colonial rule and involved broad masses of people. The fall of the colonial system and the attainment of political independence by former colonies and semi-colonies brought a revolutionary turnover in the lifestyles of the nations comprising 2/3 of the entire population of the world. This has had an enormous historic significance and is regarded as a great victory for mankind. Marxism was the first theory to define historic significance of national independence revolutions. It showed that the national and colonial issue is inseparable from class relations and the class struggle, proving that national oppression is characteristic of capitalist society. The roots of this oppression lie in relations based on private 175 property, which determine the interests and the policy of the exploiter classes. National liberation for oppressed peoples is also inseparable from the struggle for socialism waged by the working class. Those involved in national liberation become natural allies of the working class, struggling against every form of national and colonial oppression. The national liberation movement will succeed only when it is allied with world socialism. Today, national liberation revolutions are spearheaded against world imperialism. At the same time, in most countries, these revolutions are also aimed at ending feudal relations propped up by imperialism. National liberation revolutions set before themselves not only political objectives but also the economic liberation of former colonies and dependent countries. After attaining political independence, those countries continue to suffer under the yoke of imperialist exploitation. As a rule, foreign monopolies manage to preserve complete or partial control over their economies. It is due to the system of imperialist control and exploitation that a national liberation revolution also has to fulfill the task of achieving economic emancipation. In the course of their national liberation revolutions, former colonies and dependent countries have to choose their future way of develop. 176. Meant. The national liberation revolutions of the last century were either bourgeois or bourgeois democratic, but the national liberation revolutions of today are likely to create all the prerequisites for taking up socialist transformations. In the past, the only conceivable outcome was the capitalist path of development. Today, however, a newly liberated country has to choose between socialist and capitalist ways of development. The final objective of a national liberation revolution lies far beyond the mere conquest of political independence, which will be unstable and turn into a fiction unless the revolution has brought about radical changes in social and economic life and has resolved the urgent problems of national revival. In countries that have attained political independence, the national liberation revolution enters a new phase, that of struggle for the liberation of the economy, and for social progress. The main peculiarity of this phase lies in the gradual fusion of the objectives of the national liberation movement with the tasks of social transformation, the role of the latter steadily increasing. This, however, does not signify any attenuation of the anti-colonialist and anti-imperialist struggle. The sharp contradiction between the political independence the liberated countries have gained and their continuing economic dependence on imperialism aggravates their conflict with the imperialist powers and gives them an impetus to struggle. The events of the 1970s fully proved this premise when the developing countries had to counter imperialism's efforts to retain its dominance over their economies. Many developing countries had to resort to resolute steps up to and including nationalization of the properties of foreign monopolies. The purpose of the nationalization was to restore the sovereignty of the developing countries over their natural resources and to achieve economic independence. Apart from that, the liberated countries began to display a growing desire to reconstruct their economic ties with the capitalist world, demanding that these be reconsidered and reorganized on the basis of equality and mutual benefit. By creating a state sector and turning it into the dominating factor in the economy, these countries obtained an important means of gaining economic independence, accelerating the development of their productive forces, and consolidating the material foundations of social progress. If the state sector is not a mere appendage to private capitalist enterprises but promotes national interests, it becomes an important and powerful socio-economic and political factor, challenging both foreign monopolies and the private sector. When the state sector is sufficiently 12 to 1073, 178 strong, it may serve as the material basis for a transition to the non-capitalist way of development, and progressive regimes may rely on it in pursuing their revolutionary democratic policies. Agrarian reforms, too, can greatly affect the struggle for economic independence and for complete liberation from the yoke of imperialism. The peasants have a big say in determining the path of economic development newly liberated countries are likely to adopt. Different countries cannot offer the same solution to the agrarian issue. At the same time, many of their demands coincide. In particular, all the democratic forces seek to carry out land reforms with the participation and in the interests of the peasants, to put an end to feudal and foreign ownership of land and to various feudal and pre-feudal survivals of the past, and to provide the peasants with all-round state assistance in developing the plots of land allocated to them. If cooperative forms develop in agriculture on a genuine democratic foundation, the non-capitalist path of development is most likely to gain the upper hand in the country as a whole. Yet another constituent of the general democratic program manifesting itself at the new stage of the revolution is democratization of social life. This program presupposes the breakdown of the apparatus of the colonial administration, the promotion of people's representatives to all 179 spheres of leadership, broad popular representation in political and administrative agencies, the curbing of forces of reaction, the recognition of the rights of trade unions, peasant and other mass organizations and the expansion of their authority. Another integral part of the general democratic program is an active anti-imperialist foreign policy, struggle for peace and the security of all nations, and cooperation with the socialist countries. In the newly liberated countries where state power belongs to the national bourgeoisie, every effort is made to check the development of the revolution. Imperialist monopolies usually succeed in retaining their key positions in such countries. The role of the state sector as an instrument of creating a national economy is often seriously undercut if it serves only the interests of the local bourgeoisie, which is highly reluctant to actively oppose foreign capital. In the countries which have chosen the capitalist path, the principal problem, i.e., the land issue, is never resolved in favor of the peasantry. The landowners, who gradually adopt capitalist methods of economic management, control a considerable part of the arable land. Peasants suffer from exploitation and from the despotism of money lenders. True democracy. 180. Zation of political life cannot occur in these countries. All power is concentrated in the hands of the privileged classes. The state itself obstructs the activities of progressive parties and organizations, directing a wave of reprisals against the forces that represent the interests of broad masses of people. In some of the countries where state power belongs to the national bourgeoisie, the condition of working people has slightly improved. Nonetheless, colonialist forms of exploitation still survive in those countries. Workers' wages are so low that they are hardly sufficient for making ends meet. The hardship is further aggravated by mass unemployment. No essential changes have been introduced into the life of artisans and petty traders, either. The economies of the capitalist-oriented countries with the governments composed of pro-imperialist bourgeois forces are unmistakably acquiring more and more neo-colonial features due to their increasing dependence on foreign monopolies, which enjoy unlimited freedom in extracting mammoth profits and stepping up the exploitation of workers. The general democratic program of the National Liberation Revolution does not fit into the framework of capitalism. The non-capitalist path of development alone can deliver all nations from the rigors of capita. 181. Lism and ensure steady socio-economic progress. A transition to socialism, bypassing capitalism, has acquired a special significance today when the world socialist system has come into being and considerable experience in socialist development has been accumulated. Within the lifetime of a single generation, the Soviet republics of Central Asia have changed from backward semi-colonial peripheries to socialist industrial and agrarian areas. The Mongolian People's Republic has also been following a non-capitalist path of development. The material preconditions of socialism are created by conscious and purposeful effort. When a country follows the non-capitalist way, the modern productive forces are taking shape in industry and in agriculture, the genuine national economy is maturing, the working class is acquiring a growing role in social life, the positions of scientific socialism are becoming stronger and stronger, and the national people's intelligentsia is evolving. All of these components of the general democratic program of the National Liberation Revolution prepare the grounds for a transition to a higher stage of development. The non-capitalist path of development presupposes a regrouping of all class forces as well as a further growth of the proletariat's political role. 182. And influence. In a society following this path of development, the National Liberation Revolution gradually grows into a socialist revolution. There is a number of internal and external factors which are likely to facilitate the transition of newly liberated countries to the way of development leading to socialism. These include the weakening of imperialism's positions, which further strengthens the world socialist system, the political, cultural, and economic assistance of the socialist countries, the consolidation of anti-imperialist solidarity among Asian, African, and Latin American countries, the numerical growth of the working class, and the rise of class and national self-consciousness. The direction of further development in newly liberated countries is chosen in the course of sharp class confrontations. Every now and then, the reactionary forces which obstruct social progress and lead to the victory of capitalism, become especially active in those countries offering violent resistance to the progressive development and relying on active political, financial, and even military support from imperialism. The successful advancement of society towards socialism will only be possible if the forces promoting democracy and social progress attain state power as a result of their struggle for economic emancipation and for the accomplishment of the tasks of the National Liberation Revolution. 183. SIIAGSSSESNHEL. The development of socialist-oriented states cannot be uniform, since it occurs in highly complicated conditions. The principal lines of this development, however, are basically the same. They include, gradual elimination of the positions of imperialist monopolies and the local big bourgeoisie and feudal lords, restriction of the sphere of action of foreign capital, putting the people's state in command of the economy and ensuring its planned development, encouragement for the cooperative movement in the countryside, an increase in the role of the working masses in social life with a steady reinforcement of the state apparatus by patriotic national cadres, an anti-imperialist external policy, and underscore the strengthening of the revolutionary parties expressing the interests of broad working masses. The creation of such parties is of special significance for the progressive development of socialist-oriented countries. Imperialism and local reaction have not given up attempts to bring the socialist-oriented countries back on the path of capitalism. The neocolonialists do not stop short of removing progressive regimes from power by force, they also seek to gradually alter their internal and external policies with the help of bourgeois bureaucratic and rightist nationalist circles, which enjoy their all-round support. Historical experience proves that the subver. 184. Civ activities of imperialism and its allies in the liberated countries will be effectively thwarted, and that the objectives of social progress will be attained whenever progressive governments of those countries are backed by broad masses of people, who are mobilized and united for the struggle to frustrate the reactionaries' schemes. After the elimination of colonial regimes, the national liberation struggle centers on the implementation of a program of revolutionary democratic transformations. This program unites the working class, the peasantry, the democratic intelligentsia, the urban petty bourgeoisie, patriotic circles in the armed forces, and a certain segment of the national bourgeoisie. Here, too, the working class is the most consistent advocate of realizing that program. It has founded communist parties in many of those countries at the initial stages of its development. Communists express the people's fundamental interests most fully. No matter which form or course the liberation struggle assumes in the developing countries, it will only be successful provided a united national anti-imperialist front has been created, which brings together all social and political forces of the nation capable of participating in that struggle and of playing a progressive role at the given stage of the revolution. The creation of a united front does not cancel. 185. Out the class struggle. Alongside national interests, various classes have specific goals of their own to pursue. Although the main contradictions boil down to the continuing conflict with imperialism and with local reactionary forces associated with it, the exigency of the internal social contradictions has also considerably increased. This fact reflects the most typical peculiarity in the development of class relations in the newly liberated countries at the present stage. This stage is also characterized by the rallying together of all progressive forces, especially revolutionary Democrats and Communists, and by greater activity and better organization of the working class and of all the working masses, the significance of which must not be underestimated. The fates of those countries will be determined in the thick of the struggle which the democratic forces in those countries wage against the imperialists and internal reactionaries. Chapter 7. The peculiarities of the class struggle. At the modern stage of historical development, the main content of the contemporary epoch is the transition from capitalism to socialism. This is borne out by the great diversity of revolutionary movements, each of which has its specific objectives. The Great October Socialist Revolution was the first link of the international social revolution of the working class. It was a logical outcome of the aggravation of imperialist contradictions in the early 20th century, when the stability and viability of the capitalist system were impaired, and it entered an era of profound general crisis which engulfed the economy, politics, and ideology in the same measure. The October Revolution enriched the world revolutionary movement with the first victorious 187. Experience of taking power by the working class and the experience of revolutionary socialist transformations. The October Revolution raised the workers' movement to a higher level and encouraged the creation of Leninist parties in the majority of capitalist countries. The crisis of the colonial system of imperialism initiated at that time was a no less important result of that victory. The revolution in Russia boosted the growth of national awareness among people in colonial countries. With the victory of the October Revolution and with the emergence of socialism on the world arena, a new front of the class struggle came into being, epitomizing the struggle of two social systems. This class struggle may assume different forms, ranging from an armed struggle against imperialist aggression to peaceful coexistence of states and economic competition between socialism and capitalism. One specific features of the contemporary class struggle in the developed capitalist countries. The working class of the developed capitalist countries represents one of the revolutionary forces of today. In those countries the conflict between labor and capital has become especially 188. What are classes and the class struggle? Sharp, involving greater and greater masses of people. The aggravation of tension in the world resulting from the aggressive policy pursued by the US and its NATO allies, as well as the mounting arms race sponsored by them, has a pronounced detrimental impact on the condition of millions of working people and their families. The traditional cyclic crises of capitalism have been further augmented by a profound structural economic crisis, which dealt an especially grave blow to the workers of various branches of the economy. The growth of mass unemployment is especially onerous for workers in the 1980s. The number of unemployed exceeded 30 million people in developed capitalist countries. Alongside mounting unemployment, those countries see a growth of inflation, an increase of taxes, a reduction of social welfare allocations, and a rise of prices of both foodstuffs and consumer goods. Apart from reducing the working people's living standards, capital is encroaching on their rights in every conceivable sphere, jeopardizing the gains which they had attained in a long and persistent struggle. The scope of the strike movement stands out as one of the most vivid indications of the working. 189. People's discontent with the dominance of monopolies and of their determination to uphold their right for a better life. Another important peculiarity of the strike movement in leading capitalist countries in the 1970s and 1980s was a broadening of the social composition of strikers, as well as involvement of new categories of working people in the strike movement, e.g. a growing number of the employees of the services sphere and school teachers. In France, various categories of white-collar workers, such as governmental, post office, telegraph, bank and trade center clerks, school teachers, college professors, and people in the arts have actively participated in the strike movement in the recent years. Every now and then, this movement involves transport and medical workers, and even policemen. The number of strikers is steadily growing even in such relatively quiet countries as Sweden, Belgium, Luxembourg, and Denmark. At the beginning of the 1980s, strikes took place at a number of transnational enterprises. The struggle against the transnational corporations today is very important as it will make it possible to form a broad anti-monopoly front and strengthen international solidarity of the working people. In the contemporary epoch, the center of the 190 class struggle has shifted to the sphere of general national conflicts. The transformation of monopoly capitalism into state monopoly capitalism is accompanied by major monopolies' encroachment on the interests of broad masses of people. This intensifies the exploitation of wage workers, while peasants and small property owners in the cities are undergoing further impoverishment. In towns and cities, the petty and middle bourgeoisie encounter greater and greater difficulties. All the social strata of a nation find themselves increasingly oppressed by big monopolies. Therefore, along with the sharpening of the main class contradiction in bourgeois society, that between labor and capital, there is a further aggravation of the contradiction between the majority of a nation and the monopolies. A new correlation of class forces has created conditions for the working class to form an alliance with wide social layers. The struggle for peace, for averting a new world war, for disarmament, and for attaining national sovereignty is also a struggle for the accomplishment of general democratic tasks in the interests of broad masses of people. All working people are beginning to realize that the achievement of their goals is universally obstructed by the omnipotence of monopoly capital. Simultaneously, the struggle for democracy and the struggle for socialism organically fuse. Meanwhile, the working class remains 191. The strongest opponent of the power of monopolies and the center of gravity of all the anti-monopoly forces. Contemporary bourgeois ideologists seek to challenge the Marxist-Leninist teaching on the revolutionary role of the working class with their theories which claim that workers turn into bourgeois in the developed capitalist countries, that their class consciousness tends to erode, and that the working class is being gradually integrated into bourgeois society. The adversaries of Marxism speculate that they see the reasons of the alleged decline of the proletariat's revolutionary élan in the improvement of its economic condition. By and large, in the developed capitalist countries, the living standards of contemporary workers have become considerably higher than those of their predecessors. The workers' wages and working conditions have improved, family income and personal consumption has increased, the cultural and educational level has risen. The workers have gained an access to the healthcare system, the social maintenance system has improved, and workers have obtained paid vacations. The workers' civil and trade union rights have been broadened. All of these important socio-economic gains of the workers of the developed capitalist countries have crowned their persistent struggle for their 192 rights. Social reforms, Engels wrote, are never carried by the weakness of the strong, but always by the strength of the weak. The modern scientific and technological revolution has put the working man in the focal point of the changes occurring in the process of production. The contemporary worker of a developed country has a level of education exceeding by far that of a worker several decades back. He went through a better professional training and is capable of fulfilling much more complicated jobs. He knows the fundamentals of many production processes and his knowledge and skill allow him to accomplish creative tasks on his own. Labor and production organization at the enterprises which were occupied by the striking workers protesting against their closings by businessmen, vividly proves that work collectives are capable of managing production and running factories. The new level of development which the working class achieved has aroused new demands associated with the intellectual development of a person, his dignity, and his aspiration to participate in solving major social tasks. But workers cannot realize their demands under capitalism, and this gives. Friedrich Engels, The Free Trade Congress at Brussels, in Karl Marx and Friedrich Engels, Collected Works, Volume 6, p. 288. 193. Them new incentives to challenge the existing social order. The realization of the new level of demands imparted a political meaning to the workers' daily class struggle, arousing them to fight for fundamental revolutionary transformation of the entire system of capitalist relations. The workers began voicing demands to participate in production management, to broaden their social rights, to reform the system of education and to introduce democratic changes into all the aspects of social life. Contrary to the claims that the revolutionary ardor of the working class has attenuated, such demands show that the workers' movement has entered a higher phase, opposing both monopoly rules and the system of state monopoly capitalism as a whole. Under state monopoly capitalism, the proletariat's economic struggle preserves its importance as a means to oppose high-tenning capitalist exploitation, and as a factor enhancing the activity of the working class. Many traditional economic demands have acquired a new content. The demands, such as protection of purchasing power, increase of wages, introduction of nationwide counter-inflation measures, are directed against attempts by state monopoly capitalism at placing the brunt of the economic crisis on the workers' shoulders. Under present conditions, the workers' demand to guarantee employment tends to grow. 13 to 1073. 194. Into the demand to grant the working people and their organizations the right to participate in determining state economic policy. Since the workers' economic condition cannot improve as a result of the current skyrocketing arms race, their fundamental demands now include measures against the threat of a new war, to protect man's environment and to ensure rational use of natural resources. Life itself urges on the working class the need to adopt offensive tactics and strategy in its economic struggle. To oppose the state monopoly regulation of the economy, the revolutionary workers' movement in the West has come up with its democratic programs of social and economic development. These programs have three main aspects: democratic nationalization, participation of workers in management and control of capitalist enterprises, and democratic planning. The development of state monopoly capitalism is accompanied by a sharpening of political struggle. The majority of capitalist countries have to face an abrupt rise of opposition to the policy pursued by the ruling circles. In the program of struggle adopted by the working class, key importance is attributed to bringing into life the slogans of workers' control of production and participation in its management. The struggle for a more 195. led ESA Lila 9 CRELE in TERS. Democratic system of public education has had a catalyzing effect on the youth and student movement. The slogans of democratic control of all the mass media have been gaining growing support. The immediate target of the workers' demands often becomes the very system of monopoly capital domination and its political power. The better the realization of the role of the working class as the main productive and social force of modern society, the more complicated and important become the tasks of the ideological struggle, reflecting on the development of the revolutionary theory of the working class. Monopoly capital seeks to instill into the workers' consciousness all sorts of distorted notions of the relations between workers and employers. The main objective of bourgeois ideology is to show that the bourgeoisie and the working class have common economic interests and no class antagonism. The thesis that the greater is the pie, the greater is the workers' share of that pie, has again been included in the inventory of bourgeois propaganda in the current economic crisis. This also brings to the surface the idea of an alleged need to ensure even distribution, between businessmen and hired workers of the hardship engendered by the crisis. This concocted conception was laid at the foundation of the call for social peace. The same goal is pursued by the program of in 13*196. What are classes and the class struggle? Industrial democracy, which businessmen resort to in countering the demand for workers' control. It clearly implies such forms of participation by workers' representatives in the management of industrial enterprises which are tantamount to the workers giving up their struggle. The problems of the ideological struggle of the working class have acquired special importance in connection with the workers' struggle for unity. The numerical growth of wage workers and the structural changes occurring among them have multiplied their distinctions. The distinctions among various groups within the working class stem mainly from their experience of the class struggle, the degree of their class consciousness, organization, and involvement in the common cause. Among the objectives of the workers' movement, much significance is attached to bringing foreign workers living in the developed capitalist countries into the proletariat's class struggle. They comprise a highly numerous workforce which shoulders the brunt of capitalist exploitation, doing the most backbreaking kinds of work. In France, for example, the bulk of foreign workers are concentrated at big enterprises in leading industries. 4 of every 5 workers operating conveyor belts of the Renault Auto Works are foreigners. Many foreign workers are 197 employed at steel foundries, in construction, etc. This explains the significance which the French Communist Party and the General Confederation of Labour attach to the participation of foreign workers in the class struggle side by side with French working people. They seek to provide equal opportunities for both foreign and French workers to get a job and vocational training. Monopoly capital goes out of the way to convince the workers that it is foreign workers who are to blame for the growth of unemployment. By doing so, monopolists hope to split the workers' movement. The organized workers, therefore, are confronted by an extremely important task, that of overcoming the many psychological and ideological barriers separating the West European and foreign workers, and of achieving a true unity of effort to attain anti-monopoly goals. Such unity creates the foundation for a much wider revolutionary alliance among all anti-monopoly forces, including the peasantry, progressive intellectuals, and new middle strata. In some situations, the proletariat can also form an alliance with déclassé strata, the numerical strength of which is steadily rising as the general crisis of capitalism grows more acute. Their behavior, however, is often characterized by extreme instability, absence of a solid position, and unwillingness to see the positive aspect of the program of action. 198. The widening of the anti-monopoly coalition serves as the basis for transforming the anti-monopoly struggle into the struggle for socialism. Marxist-Leninist parties bring forward their programs of fundamental democratic transformations in all spheres of economic and social life. These programs enable the working masses to directly influence the course of political development. The revolutionary transformation of state power, in its turn, will put an end to the domination of big monopoly capital, and bring about genuine democracy. The program of struggle for real democracy translates the socialist goals of the revolutionary workers' movement into concrete political activities. Relying on its alliance with the world socialist system and with the national liberation movement, the working class of the developed capitalist countries has every opportunity to put this program into life and make a decisive contribution to the cause of social progress for all humanity. 2. The peculiarities of the class struggle degree in the developing countries. The struggle of two social systems, socialism and capitalism, reflects the principal contradiction of the contemporary epoch. This contradiction influences the course of the class struggle in the developing countries. The first phase of the national liberation movement has been completed. It included the struggle for political and state independence. At the present stage, the two following interconnected tasks are of the greatest importance: the struggle to achieve economic independence, and the search for the most effective way of independent social development. The imperialist powers seek to contain the newly liberated countries within the sphere of capitalist exploitation, trying to impose on them new bonds of economic dependence. At the same time, world imperialism regards its former colonies as the bridgehead from which to wage a political struggle against the growing forces of socialism. It strives to effect the correlation of class forces in the liberated countries. The choice of the way of development is invariably accompanied by a sharpening of socio-political struggle. The class struggle in the developing countries intertwines with the struggle for national liberation. At the stage of the struggle for national independence, the united anti-imperialist front of each country comprised, practically, all classes and social strata. This engendered various illusions about the national unity and class solidarity of the population in those countries. Such conceptions enjoyed most popularity in those parts of 200. Africa where the process of class formation had not been completed and where patriarchal and communal relations were especially strong. Certain theoreticians of so-called African-type socialism have focused their attention on the tenacity of traditional communal relations in African society. They argue that the solution of social contradictions there does not require class struggle. They believe that revived extended family should be the basic unit of the social organization of production in the transition period to socialism. In their opinion, the extended family also functions as a school of political and cultural education. As the social content of the national liberation revolution in most of the developing countries becomes more marked, and the struggle for radical social change comes to the foreground, there is increasing stratification of national communities and the process of class formation is accelerated, revealing how illusory are the hopes that class contradictions in the newly independent countries will fade. The most progressive representatives of the national liberation movement have concluded that the class struggle is a key problem, and that discussions on possible ways of development which ignore this problem are meaningless. All the newly independent countries, including those in Africa, develop in compliance with the __204 fundamental laws of world history and cannot avoid the phase of class struggle. At present, much importance attaches to the question of the socio-political role of the working class in those countries, its present possibilities and future prospects in the struggle for radical social transformations. This question cannot be resolved without a consideration of the concrete factors defining the degree of maturity, organization, and experience of the working class in one or another region or country. The proletariat in countries which have had a relatively long history of industrial development, such as India and many Latin American countries, already have considerable experience of class struggle. The young proletariat of the African countries introduces its own specifics into the workers' movement. The workers' movement in the Asian, African, and Latin American countries tends to acquire certain common features. In particular, these countries are witnessing the growth of the proletariat's activity and class consciousness in economic and political struggle, and the emergence of new forms of alliance with other social strata, such as white-collar workers, students, the petty bourgeoisie and, especially, peasants, who are the most massive force of the working people. The workers' movement is becoming more and more organized. The network of trade union organiza 202 tions is expanding, the range of their activities widening. Vanguard worker peasant parties are emerging and establishing various international links. In the developing countries, the proletariat resorts to various forms of economic struggle. It stages strikes and demonstrations for higher wages, hunger marches and campaigns to collect signatures to petitions addressed to the government with the purpose of improving the working people's standard of living, boycotts and seizures of enterprises by workers, etc. In those countries the workers' movement has won a number of significant victories, in particular the creation of a social maintenance system in practically every Asian and Latin American country. Under the pressure of the workers' movement, a number of African countries have had to adopt labor laws. The strike movement has become a factor of major importance in the struggle to secure the workers' interests. This movement is penetrating into new regions and countries of the world. We can observe a definite growth of the strike movement in the African countries which have chosen the capitalist way of development. In the majority of these countries, the workers have been legally granted the right to work, to the free organization of trade unions, and to strike action to protect their professional interests. However, in reality, the right to strike is purely formal, and 203. The powers that be often qualify strikes as threat to state security. The government has the right to pronounce a strike illegal. In recent years, there was a noticeable growth of wildcat strikes in a number of African countries, i.e., strikes which were not sanctioned by reformist trade union organizations. The main demands made by striking workers are an increase in wages and an improvement in work conditions. However, strikes are more and more frequently touched off by the employer's infringement of the workers' professional rights and freedoms. Workers often resort to strikes in order to protect and develop the production democracy to which they are entitled. The working class movement often manifests itself in the form of nationwide political strikes in which the proletariat is struggling not only for its immediate economic interests, but also for national interests, for democratic freedoms for other strata of the population as well, such as white-collar workers, craftsmen, and, especially, peasants. Suffice it to mention the successful one-day general strike which was staged in India in January 1982. The issues raised by those taking part included a guaranteed minimum wage for agricultural workers, the regulation of prices for agricultural produce as to ensure a REA. 204. Sonable profit for farmers, as well as a whole number of other general democratic demands. Those issues mobilized masses of people in many parts of the country. The involvement in the workers' movement of the most heavily exploited segment of the proletariat, such as landless peasants and agricultural workers, has become a typical feature of the workers' movement in the developing countries. Considerable experience in this sphere has been accumulated by the working class in Latin American countries. In rural areas, the struggle for agrarian reform has assumed the form of strikes, protests, organized marches, rallies, demonstrations, occupation of estates and division of estate owners' land among peasants. Peasant committees and commissions are being set up to carry through agrarian reforms. Of great significance is the fact that many peasant organizations join trade union centers. In many Asian countries, peasants enjoy the full support of the working class in their struggle for the elimination of landowners' estates and for a reduction of taxes. Apart from the industrial and agricultural proletariat, the strike movement in the developing countries often involves the clerical staff at state and private enterprises and institutions. These countries have seen an increasing number of demonstrations by teachers, doctors, medical personnel, research workers, and engineers. They sighed. 205. with the workers in their struggle for the right to create trade unions and to call strikes. They also voice their protest against repression by employers and the management of enterprises. However, it would be wrong to assume that the strike movement in Asian, African, and Latin American countries has steadily been on the rise. Due to the influence of various bourgeois parties and organizations within the developing countries, as well as of international reformist organizations, there are periodic declines in the general level of the workers' movement. By resorting to all sorts of demagogical pledges, these parties and organizations sometimes succeed in coaxing hesitating workers into withdrawing from the struggle being waged to satisfy their vitally important demands. We should not underestimate the role of the trade union movement in extending the scope of the workers' movement, in augmenting its content and improving its organization. This is determined not only by the character and the scope of objectives pursued by the workers' movement, but also by the fact that in a number of countries, the political parties of the working class have only recently emerged and the trade unions constituted the only working class organization. In fighting for democracy and social progress, the trade unions of those countries often function as active organizers of the working. 206. Masses. At present, trade union organizations in the developing countries have a total membership of 63 million people, which is equivalent to 20% of all wage workers. In Latin American countries, the trade union movement is particularly widespread. Most of the countries of Latin America won their political independence more than 150 years ago, and since then they have acquired considerable experience in the class struggle. In Africa, the trade union movement has also become a vitally important socio-political force strong enough to overcome the split in the trade union movement, to create trade union centers in the majority of African countries, to set up an all-African trade union center known as the Organization of African Trade Union Unity, to stage a whole number of major economic and political strikes and to support the struggle of the working class for the improvement of its economic condition. The trade unions of the socialist-oriented countries actively participate in national economic planning and underscore production management. The trade unions and the ruling revolutionary democratic parties cooperate closely in boosting the nation's economic development, in improving the working people's living conditions and in raising their cultural level. In capitalist-oriented countries, on the other hand, the workers' movement has to face other problems since the continuing consolidation of the capitalist mode of production intensifies the exploitation of workers, further aggravating their economic and social problems. The trade unions of those countries, therefore, have to address all their efforts to changing the general course of the socio-economic policy pursued by the ruling circles and to bringing about progressive changes for the benefit of all working people. Political parties are tending to change their attitude towards the trade union movement, which is rapidly gaining in scope. By and large, every political party seeks the support of trade unions, and it often tries to found trade unions of its own that will support its political line among blue and white-collar workers. In particular, such a situation is characteristic of the workers' movement of India, where all the political parties, including bourgeois parties, have their own trade union organization which strictly adhere to the ideological postulates and the policies of these parties. This divides the trade union movement, weakens the workers' position and retards the development of class consciousness. Since the trade unions have now become a powerful social force which cannot be ignored, the governments of many developing countries seek to control them, interfering in their internal affairs, disbanding rebellious and setting up OBE. 208. Giant trade unions. The desire of various governments to subdue trade unions to their will obstructs the development of the workers' movement. In addition, it renders them incapable of fulfilling their principal function, that of protecting the interests of the working people. The main weaknesses in the present-day workers' movement in the developing countries derive from the fact that the existing trade union organizations fail to embrace sufficient numbers of workers, especially in agriculture and at small-scale commodity enterprises, and from the fact that the trade unions lack adequate organizational unity. This lack of unity is largely due to various racial, ethnic, and religious prejudices and survivals of the past. The historical experience of the working class and of its trade unions in the developing countries shows that both by overcoming internal divisions and by working out, together with all the democratic forces, a common platform for the working class, the proletariat in these countries is preparing the ground for its future triumph in the struggle for national independence and social progress. Lenin's words: unity is infinitely precious, and infinitely important to the working class. Disunited, the workers are nothing. United, they are everything. * Are still relevant today. At present, the task of coordinating the efforts of trade unions in the developing countries aimed at radically transforming international economic relations and thereby ending neocolonial dependence is particularly important. Transnational corporations form the vanguard of neocolonialism. Approximately 100 industrial giants of the West are actively penetrating the economies of the developing countries. They annually pump over $200 billion out of the developing countries. In 1980, the enterprises of transnational corporations in Asian, African, and Latin American countries employed about 4 million people. The difference between the wages paid to workers employed at the corporations' enterprises in the developed capitalist countries and those in the developing countries is striking. For example, the worker who is employed at an assembly line in electrical engineering is entitled to the following hourly pay: 60 centimes in Malaysia and South Korea, franc in Taiwan, 3.7 francs in Singapore, and 30 to 40 francs in Spain, Italy, and the FPRG*. The penetration of transnational corporations into the developing countries augments social antagonisms and sharpens the class struggle. At the international arena, as well as inside those countries, there is a continuing polarization of France Nouvelle, January 19 to 25, 1980, p. 8. 14 to 1073. 210. Class forces. More and more workers are coming to realize that, in the final analysis, the success of their struggle against the transnationals is determined by the strength of the proletariat's international unity. The monopolies use the transnational corporations in order to force competition upon the workers of different countries, especially in the sphere of employment. The trade unions try to repulse every attempt to split the workers' movement by instituting new international coordinating committees which, if need be, are able to mobilize the personnel of a particular transnational corporation in various countries. Several coordinating committees of this kind have already been established in some of the developing countries, in particular, at the General Motors Corp enterprises in Latin America, and at the Peugeot-affiliated works in Africa. International coordination of the transnational corporations' workers does not diminish the importance of the workers' organized struggle in their countries. The transnational corporations seek to isolate their workers from the national detachments of the working class by pledging to provide them with better working conditions and higher wages. The transnational corporations will probably extend their tactic of splitting the workers' movement, and therefore the working class must rally in order to struggle for its rights. Today, the system of international ties and prole. 211. Tarian solidarity is more indispensable than ever before, since the working class is opposed by an extremely active international adversary. In the 20th century, the developing countries saw major peasant revolutionary actions which played an important role in the national liberation movements of these countries. This enabled certain ideologists of the national liberation movement to declare the peasants to be the primary revolutionary force in the developing countries. In colonial countries, only the peasantry is revolutionary, asserted Frantz Fanon, the ideologist of the Algerian Revolution. Indeed, the peasants, who comprise the majority of population in the developing countries, took an active part in the national liberation struggle. During the revolution in Cuba, peasants constituted the bulk of the revolutionary army. This situation was repeated in Algeria and in other countries which were waging an armed struggle for their liberation from imperialism. However, revolutionary ardor of the peasants tends to vary at different stages in the development of the national liberation movement. As the revolutionary process goes deeper in social terms, the peasantry tends to become more and more stratified, due to its pronounced class hetero. Franz Fanon, Les Dames de la Terre, François Maspero, Paris, 1961, p. 46. 14x. 212. Genity. At the same time, these different strata have noticeably different attitudes towards the problems of social change. The role of consistent leader in the struggle for radical social change in the interests of all working people, therefore, cannot be attributed to the socially heterogeneous peasantry, but rightly belongs to the working class, which relies on its indissoluble alliance with the working peasantry. The peasant movement reached its peak in the period of the liberation struggle. At that stage, the peasantry was still united. All the peasants suffered equally from intolerable oppression, and this stimulated unity and solidarity. At that moment, the peasants' main aim was to obtain land and end all forms of exploitation, viz. colonial, feudal, semi-feudal and capitalist. Consequently, at that period, the peasants' movement fused with the nationwide struggle against the colonialists. After national independence had been gained, the peasants' movement focused on carrying out agrarian reforms, which, when completed, further accelerated the process of social differentiation among the peasantry. Some peasants, having benefited from the land reform, withdrew from the active struggle. The peasant movement acquired new characteristics. For example, the peasants are no longer willing to tolerate various forms of state capitalist exploitation, and they protest against excessive taxation. The agricultural workers start to wage an active struggle against increasing exploitation by rich peasant landowners and landlords turned bourgeois. In the newly independent, capitalist-oriented countries, the slogans of the peasant movement today are acquiring a much greater meaning. In addition to purely anti-feudal demands, such as the reallocation of land, the abolition of debts to money-lenders, a reform of the land rent system, the peasants are demanding ever more insistently that the power of capital in agriculture be limited. In particular, they are demanding an increase in pay for agricultural workers, cheaper credit, the elimination of the merchant capital monopoly, a coordinated state price policy, etc. Among the features characterizing the present-day peasant movement in the developing countries, the pronounced tendency towards social polarization is by far the most outstanding. At the same time, the various groups of peasants involved in the struggle are tending to assume an organized form. This trend is especially noticeable when we consider the agricultural proletariat. The Indian National Plantation Workers Federation, which is closely connected with the All Indian Farm Labour Union, has been founded in India. In Malaysia there is a National Union of Plantation Workers which is a member of the Malaysian Trade Union Congress. At pre. 214. Cent. A high level of organization has been reached by peasant movements in many Latin American, Asian and African countries. The creation of peasant democratic organizations means that the peasantry is no longer subdued by the exploiter classes, and that peasants are commencing their own struggle for their demands. However, the overwhelming majority of peasants are disorganized and politically inert. The lower strata of the peasantry, which are composed of hired hands, landless peasants, and small-scale tenant farmers, have been brought to the fore in the peasant movement by the very course of the socio-economic evolution. Yet it is precisely these strata of the peasantry which reveal the greatest political immaturity, prejudice, and ignorance. The peasant movement is highly unstable. In a great number of instances, sections of the peasantry including its poorest strata side with counter-revolutionary forces. The successful solution of the problems now facing the national liberation movement depends largely on whether all the peasants will unite their efforts in their struggle for democratic change. This, in turn, depends on whom the peasants give their support, since they comprise the absolute majority of the population in developing countries. Communist parties are beginning to assume increasing importance in the peasant movement in 215 various countries. Especially remarkable have been the achievements of the Indian communists. The ruling communist authorities of the state of Kerala have worked out and successfully implemented their agricultural policy. The Communist Party of India plays the leading role in the main peasant organizations of the country, particularly the Indian National Plantation Workers Federation and the All Indian Farm Labour Union. In the Philippines, Communists took the lead in founding the Federation of Free Farmers, an influential organization of agricultural workers. The ties of the Communist Party of Turkey with the Turkish peasantry have also been extended. Peasants actively supported a communist-led strike by steel workers. A number of other countries offer many similar examples of increasing ties between the communists and the peasantry. In the socialist-oriented countries, the peasant movement has acquired a new content. Today one of the primary objectives is that of promoting the cooperation of rural workers with the revolutionary democratic state in the implementation of the non-capitalist development program. The agricultural reforms in these countries have much in common. They involve, for the most part, measures aimed at eradicating various forms of pre-capitalist exploitation, at finding the democratic solution to the land issue, and at 216. Eliminating feudal survivals of the past. These countries seek to check the growth of capitalist relations in the countryside and to restrict the rural bourgeois upper crust. In addition, these countries are also encouraging the development of cooperation among the peasantry and harnessing collectivist traditions in the rural lifestyle to bring about socialist change. The political mobilization of the agricultural workers, together with the awakening of their independence and initiative, constitute the most effective means of promoting a non-capitalist agricultural policy and protecting the interests of the peasants. The successful solution of the agrarian issue, the achievement of the complex objectives involved in the progressive social transformation of the developing countries, hinges on whether or not the problem of establishing an alliance between the working class and the peasantry is correctly resolved. It is only the objective coincidence of the basic interests of the working class and of the absolute majority of the peasants that can serve as the solid foundation of such an alliance. However, the solution of this problem faces certain specific difficulties. Of these the most important are the immaturity of the working class, especially in Asian and African countries, its numerical weakness, division and, therefore, its ideological instability. In addition, the rural, pro. 217. Letariat, which makes up the absolute majority of the rural population of the developing countries, still lacks education and political consciousness. The lifestyles of the urban and rural workers in the developing countries are fundamentally different. This often engenders a distorted view of the living standards of the urban workers and of their supposedly privileged condition. Thus bourgeois ideologists claim that the African working class lacks revolutionary ardor and acquires bourgeois features. Some Western ideologists even have gone so far as to refer to the working class of tropical Africa as a workers' aristocracy. In reality, the African working class does not enjoy any privileges. The condition of the workers only appears privileged when measured against the poverty of the bulk of the African population. In recent years, the workers' living conditions have even worsened in many developing countries. Food prices are rising rapidly. Vitally important commodities are becoming more and more expensive. The cost of life is rising dramatically. Not surprisingly, the workers' main demand is higher wages. The illusory superiority of urban life in general and of workers in general reflects the natural advantage presupposed by more complex and more productive. C. G. Origi, J. Saul, Essays on the Political Economy of Africa, New York, London, 1973. 218. Labor. The working class seeks to improve its economic condition at the expense of the capitalists rather than the peasants. The proletariat is interested in resolving the land and the peasant issue in no lesser measure than the peasants themselves, since it requires radical land reforms to provide a solid base for the national economy and to achieve the main objectives of the national liberation revolution. The proletariat, therefore, is the most consistent and resolute fighter for the achievement of these goals. In the developing countries, the proletariat's social role and significance are not determined only by the internal laws of its development. They depend equally on the revolutionizing effect produced by the forces of world socialism, and the international communist and workers' movement. The proletariat's socialist influence is exerted through the radical change of the balance of forces in the world in favor of socialism, through the international workers' movement and the aid given by socialist countries. It is the working class that can take the lead in all social changes and unify all the democratic forces of the liberated countries in the struggle for social progress. The international factor gradually becomes a very important catalyst in the internal processes occurring in the liberated countries. The course 219 of the revolutionary process is largely determined by the ability of various detachments of national liberation forces to combine the international and national elements in their activity. Imperialism persists in drawing the developing countries into an exhausting arms race. Their military expenditures are increasing with every year. Some developing countries have turned into major importers of arms, their state budgets overburdened with unproductive military expenditure, the brunt of which is borne by the mass of the people. Much importance attaches to the joint efforts of the working people on an international scale to eliminate the threat of a nuclear holocaust, to curb the arms race, to strengthen peace on earth. In particular, of major international importance are the days of trade union action for peace. Such days of action are held in many countries of the world, including the developing countries, in accordance with the decision of the 10th World Trade Union Congress. These demonstrations have proved to be an extremely effective means of raising the level of political and general democratic consciousness among the people of the developing countries. The increasing economic dependence of the developing countries on the imperialist powers has become a factor which demands closer consolidation of all the progressive forces both inside those countries and on the international arena. 220. The financial debts of the developing countries are mounting. They have to pay off greater and greater sums in order to liquidate their debts to various imperialist powers. Furthermore, the world economic crisis badly affects the prices of the consumer and agricultural goods they offer on the world market. World imperialism takes advantage of these factors to aggravate the economic dependence of the newly independent countries and to exert gross pressure on their internal policies. Imperialism more and more frequently supports reactionary regimes and anti-democratic coups in the developing countries. The struggle for a new international economic order has become an important aspect of the anti-imperialist struggle today. This struggle reflects the aspirations of the majority of the developing countries to do away with the system of neocolonialist exploitation and to eliminate the inequality that marks their economic ties with the industrially developed capitalist countries, and thus to accelerate their own social progress. The new international economic order must be based on the complete and inalienable sovereignty of each state over its natural resources and over the entire range of the economic activities of the country, including the right to nationalization. The new economic order must regulate and ensure control of the activities of transnational corporations, introduce a fair and equitable correlation between prices of goods exported and imported by the developing countries, provide them with economic assistance without any political or military conditions, and implement a number of other important provisions. The struggle for the new economic order waged by national liberation forces represents an extremely important transitional stage on the long path towards the establishment of genuine international ties in the world economic system. This struggle is complicated by the heterogeneous character of the movement and the deepening differentiation of the former colonial and dependent countries. There is a group of countries which raises its voices in support of an offensive strategy and which seeks to put an end to the arbitrary rule of imperialist monopolies. The other group, however, is pursuing a conciliatory line which draws them closer to those circles in Western countries which are prepared to make only partial concessions to the developing countries, their ultimate purpose being to preserve and strengthen the position of imperialism. In their campaign for a new international economic order, the developing countries are relying on the ever-growing support of the world's socialist community. Socialist countries totally reject the thesis proposed by bourgeois ideologists and some representatives of the developing count. 222. Tries, according to which socialism and capitalism are equally responsible for the negative colonial heritage of the developing countries. Neither the Soviet Union nor the socialist community countries have ever had anything to do with the past colonial plunder or with the continuing exploitation of the developing countries by foreign capitalist monopolies. The campaign for a radical transformation of the outdated world economic structure is a crucial element in the contemporary anti-imperialist and democratic struggle of the peoples. Its success is largely determined by the joint action by all the forces of democracy, national liberation, and social progress. The earnest of new achievements by the newly independent countries is further consolidation of international solidarity and the coordination of the efforts of all contemporary revolutionary forces. 3. The role of socialism in the contemporary class struggle. Socialism has fully eradicated the division of society into antagonistic classes. In mature social _223 is society there is no class struggle as a means of resolving controversial issues. This, however, does not mean that socialism is free from difficulties. Like every other society, socialism is liable to various contradictions, yet they are no longer antagonistic, and are resolved in the context of the collective relations of social classes and groups, and the socio-political unity of the people. However, after the victory of socialism, the absence of class antagonisms does not mean that socialism has no role to play in the contemporary class struggle. The world socialist system influences the development of and gives a new impetus to the class struggle so long as it represents the vanguard and the mainspring of the world revolutionary process. The world revolutionary process combines into one all the revolutionary movements of the present socialist revolutions, national liberation revolutions, anti-colonial, anti-imperialist revolutions, popular, anti-feudal, democratic revolutions, the struggle for democracy and against fascist and other dictatorial regimes. The fusion of diverse and, at times, heterogeneous mass movements into a single revolutionary process which is spearheaded against capitalism, reflects the main characteristic feature of our epoch. The world socialist community is the hub of the world revolutionary movement, its vanguard. 224. Socialist countries consider it their international duty to render all-round support to the struggling peoples. By their achievements in all spheres of social life, the socialist world has an increasing influence on the course of the world revolutionary process and on the development of class struggle in other countries. The magnitude of that influence depends both on the situation inside the socialist countries and on the character of relations among them. The economies of socialist countries are undergoing rapid and steady development, socialist democracy is improving, the material and cultural standards are rising. Socialist countries are establishing firm relations with each other on the basis of proletarian internationalism. All this builds up faith in socialist ideals, and renders effective support to the revolutionary forces throughout the world. The economic, scientific, technological, and cultural achievements of socialist countries have a powerful revolutionizing effect on the working class of capitalist countries and on the nations struggling against imperialism. Socialism's historical superiority over capitalism, which is revealed in the competition of the two world systems, has influenced the demands made by the working class in capitalist and developing countries, as well as the methods and forms of the class struggle. Communist and workers' parties in various 225 countries are stimulating the maturing of the working people's revolutionary consciousness and promote the consolidation of all the forces taking part in the anti-monopolist struggle. The development of the world socialist system has become a constituent part of the class struggle of all the exploited and oppressed people who have challenged imperialism in order to create social conditions which reflect the dignity of men. The achievements of the socialist society and the progress it offers to the whole world radically change the balance of world forces, strengthening the position of the working class and of the broad masses of people struggling against imperialism. The victory of socialism, in a whole number of countries, irreversibly changed the correlation of class forces, and created favorable conditions for the proletariat's struggle against capitalism. The victory of the socialist system strengthened the working class's ideological position. The working class of the world was convinced in practice of the leading role played by the Marxist-Leninist Party in achieving political domination and throwing off the yoke of capital. The socialist system has had an increasing influence on the course of world developments in all the major spheres of life, viz. economic, political, ideological. However, the world socialist system becomes the decisive factor in the evolution of human society, not at once but during the long 15 to 1073, 226, and multifaceted process of transformation. This process is characterized by the struggle of socialism against capitalism, by increasing support for the socialist way of life and by the expansion of the revolutionary and liberation movements. It goes without saying that, owing to a great number of reasons, the influence of world socialism may increase in one group of countries while decreasing in another. By and large, the influence of the world socialist system is gradually gaining in depth and scope. At present, we can hardly name any area of human activity or any country in the world where the transforming action of world socialism does not manifest itself, directly or indirectly. The socialist system has an enormous effect on the revolutionary struggle of people in capitalist countries. The further improvement of socialist democracy, the development of the productive forces, political and cultural progress, as well as the superiority of socialism's moral values are all factors enhancing the influence of socialism throughout the world. Now, the nations of the world may make their own judgment of socialism, not only on the basis of its programs and slogans, but also by observing the benefits it offers to the people. The ideas of socialism have gained wide popularity both in highly developed countries in which the 227 working class represents the majority of population, and in countries where the working class is at the stage of formation. The development of the world socialist system promotes political education of the working class in capitalist countries. The world socialist system has engendered essentially new general regularities of world development which have to be taken into account when examining various processes occurring in capitalist countries. Under the impact of world socialism, capitalist states are forced to make concessions to workers during their class struggle to raise their wages, improve their working conditions and to introduce pensions. Yet, of all the aspects of the world socialist system which influence the course of history and the development of the workers' class struggle, its economic achievements are by far the most important. Socialism is defeating capitalism in the decisive sphere of human activity, namely, in the sphere of material production. The new balance of world forces also affects the forms of transition of different countries to socialism. These forms, quite naturally, are determined by the correlation of class forces in a particular country. However, one of the specific features of today is the growing influence of world socialism on all the forms of class struggle, as well as on the methods used in the socialist reconstruction of Lu. 228. Life. The world socialist system is exerting enormous influence on the national liberation movement. The victories of world socialism opened up new vistas to the people struggling for their national liberation. Socialist countries have invariably considered it to be their noble duty to render support to the national liberation movement, and nations struggling for independence have always relied on their all-round material and moral support. The alliance of socialist countries with African, Asian, and Latin American nations derives from the community of their interests in the struggle against imperialist aggressions to achieve peace and the complete elimination of colonialism and neocolonialism in any forms. The essentially new relations that have taken shape among them are founded on the principles of full equality and mutual respect. The alliance which those nations form with socialist countries causes many young states to cease being a passive object of imperialist policy and to become an important, independent factor in international relations. Their role on the world arena has grown considerably. As a result of the existence of the socialist community, newly free countries can draw comparisons and choose for themselves the ways and means of organizing their economic life. The rapid development in socialist countries of the 229 productive forces of science and technology, their achievements in the competition with capitalism, attract considerable attention among the young states. The people of the latter regard socialist countries as a practical embodiment of their ideals and aspirations. World socialism reveals to them a time-tested method of resolving the tasks which their society is encountering. Many prominent figures of the national liberation movement, having taken into consideration the great attractiveness of socialist ideas for broad masses of people, see the struggle for socialism as the chief task. The theoretical issues of class struggle, socialist revolution, and the building of a new society become increasingly popular in the developing countries. The influence of the socialist system on the national liberation movement continues to increase, since socialist states are actively struggling for the rights and interests of the people of Asian, African, and Latin American countries. The foreign policy pursued by socialist countries paralyzes imperialism, and strengthens and expands the position of the national liberation movement. The socialist system helps the newly independent countries to get out of their political isolation, and enables them to consolidate their national sovereignty. Socialist countries have invariably given active support to all measures taken by the developing countries to eliminate the vestiges of COL. 230. Unial rule. The economic achievements and experience of socialism enable it to render all-round and increasing support to other countries to develop their economies. This helps young nations to avoid new imperialist enslavement, facilitates their progress, and enhances the internal process leading those countries to the highway of social development. Socialist countries supply the liberated countries with the equipment indispensable for their industrial development, acquiring in return traditional export goods to the benefit of the trade balance and balance of payment of the newly independent countries, and also offer them various loans and credits on easy terms. Because socialism has ended imperialism's monopoly upon loans and credits, upon the export of equipment and the transfer of technical know-how, Western capital has been compelled to give up its most unscrupulous forms of colonial plunder, and even reduce the interest rates on its credits and prolong their repayment terms. Such measures can be qualified as indirect assistance by the socialist countries to the young nations. The scientific and technological aid given by the socialist countries to the developing countries is of great importance. In order that electric power, modern technology, construction, and chemical industry, etc. could be productively utilized. 231. In the interests of the national development of young states, the latter do not have to pass through all the stages of the scientific and technological revolution. They need not invent things which have long since been invented. They can fully rely on the latest achievements in science and technology in socialist countries. Ties with socialist countries assume ever greater importance as long as the developing countries continue their struggle for economic independence. These countries are provided, first and foremost, with industrial machinery, power-producing plants, means of transportation, and agricultural equipment. In recent years, wide use has been made of such forms of cooperation as assistance to newly independent countries in the development of their natural resources and manufacturing industry. Socialist countries have given considerable aid to the developing countries in training local skilled workers and specialists. Thousands of students and postgraduates from the developing countries receive their training in socialist countries. In recent years, a number of new, long-term trade and economic agreements have been signed between socialist and newly independent countries. The implementation of these agreements will create favorable conditions for accelerating the socio-economic progress of the latter, for strengthening their independence and enhancing. 232. Their defense capability, indispensable for repulsing imperialist aggressions. The mutually beneficial and equitable cooperation between the Soviet Union and former colonial and dependent countries is so intensive that it has become one of the most remarkable phenomena of contemporary international life. In exchange for its export supplies and credits, as well as for its economic and technical assistance, the Soviet Union imports from those countries various commodities required by its national economy, such as raw materials, metals, tropical fruit, fabrics, footwear, medicines, etc. Increasing importance is being attached to industrial cooperation, in particular, to the construction of enterprises products of which are needed equally by the both sides. Cooperation of this kind between the industrially developed country and newly independent countries serves as an example of a genuine, mutually beneficial relationship in the sphere of economics, and as a real contribution to the struggle for a new international economic order. Capitalist countries of the West, especially the United States, traditionally regard Asian, African, and Latin American countries mainly as a source of raw materials and super profits, and as an export market for their goods, transferring on them the burden of their economic failures and of the arms race, and striving to subject them to 233. Their military strategic ambitions. Cooperation between socialist countries and the developing countries strengthens the anti-imperialist alliance and serves the interests of détente and social progress. The support of socialist countries enables the developing nations to embark on the non-capitalist way of development. The peoples of the developing countries know from their own experience that capitalism can bring about nothing but new forms of coercion. Moreover, they have every opportunity to realize that they will successfully withstand capitalism's pressure and attain their economic independence only by pooling their forces and relying on the support of world socialism. The growth of the prestige and weight of world socialism has resulted in the more intensive movement in the developing countries towards non-capitalist development, the movement towards socialist orientation. The transition towards socialist orientation cannot occur of itself, but once the result of a persistent class struggle. The world socialist system promotes the development of various forms of class struggle aimed at attaining national and economic independence, at carrying through progressive social, economic and political changes which, in the final analysis, constitute socialist orientation. In the modern world, the world socialist system constitutes the force strong enough to intensify. 16 to 1073. 234. The class struggle both in the developed capitalist countries and in Asian, African, and Latin American developing countries. Thus socialism stands out as the vanguard of the world revolutionary process. Chapter 8. The history of human society is connected with classes and class struggle. The existence of the rich and the poor, of the exploiters and the exploited, and their incessant struggle represents a historical phenomenon which has been an essential ingredient of social progress for many centuries. It is, however, in the history of human society that we discover proofs of an ancient era which had neither classes nor class struggle. Society was classless during the initial and extremely long period of historical development. According to the laws of social development, both classes and the class struggle will eventually become extinct, their extinction being as inevitable as their emergence. The process of the extinction of 236. POM is OEEE. Classes begins with the victory of the socialist revolution, which is the culmination of the preceding class struggle and signifies the first decisive step toward a classless society. The victory of socialism both abolishes antagonistic classes and ends the class struggle in society. Of all the gains of socialism, this is the most important, since it vividly shows to the whole world the qualitative advantages of socialism in comparison with any other social system. The significance of this gain is so obvious that even the most rabid opponents of socialism are unable to deny it. The final objective of the socialist society, however, goes far beyond the abolition of antagonistic classes. The socialist society aspires ultimately to abolish all classes and to establish a genuinely classless community of people based on the all-round and harmonious development of the individual. The achievement of this goal will be the crowning point of a long and complex process. Great effort will have to be made to perfect the social structure of the socialist society, which is a multifarious system with a great variety of bonds and relations inherent in it. In the Soviet Union, a social structure of this kind took shape in the late 1930s, when socialism had already won. It has undergone many profound changes since that time. The Soviet Union is the first country in the world to have built a developed socialist society. Soviet society has got down to completing the reconstruction of all social relations, has entered the phase of its maturity. In the period of developed socialism, a reconstruction of all its social relations in accord with the collectivist principles which were laid down at its foundation is coming to its completion. This reconstruction embraces the material and the spiritual spheres, the entire lifestyle of the socialist society. Developed socialism affects the place and the role of classes in society, the character of their activity as well as their socio-economic and socio-political position. The social structure of developed socialism consists of the working class, which is the leading force of the society and its allies, i.e. the collective farmers and people's intelligentsia. Developed socialism constitutes a long historical epoch of social development which must deal with numerous tasks and problems related to the further perfection of developed socialism, as a result of which socialist society will gradually advance towards communism. The need to further improve the social structure of socialism, despite the abolition of private property and the exploiter classes, derives from the fact that not all citizens as yet have the same relationship to the means of production. The society still contains a number of substantial 238 social and class distinctions, which implies that it has not yet completely eliminated the vestiges of the old division of labor. The working class and the collective farmers have retained the distinctions deriving from the existence of two forms of socialist property: state property belonging to the whole people, and collective farm and cooperative property. This explains some difference in their roles in the social organization of labor, as well as certain distinctions in the forms and the size of the share of social wealth within the framework of the common socialist principle of distribution. In addition to classes, the social structure of developed socialism includes social groups and strata. According to the place they occupy in the social division of labor, we can identify such groups as urban and rural population and employees engaged mainly in manual or in intellectual labor. The socialist intelligentsia also stands out as a rapidly growing major social group. The development and perfection of socialist society is accompanied by the gradual elimination of social and class distinctions, which implies that classes and social layers are drawing closer together, and that the distinctions which still exist between the working class, the peasantry, and the intelligentsia are no longer as pronounced as they used to be in the past. Common features and similar living and labor conditions are coming increasingly into the foreground. At the end of this long process, all the constituent social groups will converge, and society will become fully homogeneous. This process is a general law of the development of socialism and the transition to communism. In socialist society, social and class distinctions are eventually removed, the basic trends being as follows: the working class and the collective farmers are brought together owing to their positions in the system of economic relations, to their relation to the means of production. There is a continuing process of convergence between these classes and the intelligentsia in terms of their working conditions and their cultural and technological level. The prerequisites are created for the gradual elimination of all distinctions in the sphere of distribution. Measures are undertaken to equalize the living conditions of all social groups. All these processes involve overcoming both socio-economic and cultural differences between town and country, as well as social distinctions between manual and intellectual forms of labor. The fundamental material prerequisites for all these processes take shape as a result of the development of socialist production, scientific and technological progress, increased labor product. 240. Activity and improved economic relations. Equally important is the general improvement of the nation's cultural level, and especially, the development of an education system. The development of socialist democracy and the involvement of all social groups and strata in the management of state and social affairs play a great role in these processes. The elimination of social distinctions occurs within the framework of the social, political, and ideological unity of the whole of society. The further consolidation and development of that unity promotes the continuing fusion of workers, farmers, and intellectuals into a single collective of working people. The elimination of the distinctions existing between classes and social groups goes hand in hand with the elimination of the distinctions inside classes and groups, such as those based on the type of work done by the individual, his skill, education, etc. With respect to the working class, this presupposes, for instance, the complete elimination of unskilled and low-skilled labor, the growing similarity between agricultural and industrial labor, etc. This then leads to an improvement in the general educational, cultural, and technical level of various groups of workers, and to the gradual equalization in their wages, living conditions, etc. The building of a classless society in socialist countries, therefore, requires above all a higher level of development of the productive forces, further changes in the character of labor and production, and a much higher degree of their socialization. All of this will be fully realized provided the achievements of the scientific and technological revolution have been introduced into production, and those achievements have been augmented by the advantages of the socialist system. These measures will encourage the further elimination of the distinctions between state property and collective farm and cooperative forms of property, and put an end to essential difference existing between the constituent classes of the socialist society. The emergence of a classless society is mainly possible within the historical framework of mature socialism. The building of a classless society is one of the major milestones in the development of the new socio-economic formation. The driving force in the establishment of the classless structure of the future society will always be the working class. The classless socialist society will constitute an important step towards the complete social homogeneity of human society. Chapter 9. Peaceful Coexistence among Nations and the Class Struggle. The struggle for peace and for peaceful coexistence equals among nations is the main task of all the progressive forces of today. The exploitation of man by man, and antagonisms among classes can only be eliminated under the conditions of stable international peace. Only the peaceful coexistence of states with different social systems can create favorable conditions for the truly progressive development of the whole world. In the political and ideological struggle between capitalism and socialism at the contemporary stage of historical development, primary importance must be attached to the problem of correlating the policy of peaceful coexistence with class struggle. Whereas the policy of peaceful coexistence among states with different social systems is the result of the emergence of socialist countries on the international arena, and thus of a radical change in the balance of forces in the world, class struggle and social revolution occur as a result of capitalism's internal contradictions. The policy of peace and peaceful coexistence does not make class struggle obsolete. All the progressive forces of the world are waging a resolute struggle now to remove the threat of thermonuclear war from the life of human society. The solving of this task encourages wide-scale economic competition between the two different socio-political systems. It would be unrealistic to suppose that opposing socio-political systems will voluntarily relinquish their social positions and aims. Yet it is vitally important to uphold the policy of peace and peaceful coexistence, which isolates the most aggressive forces of imperialism and, at the same time, brings together the forces of progress and democracy. It would be senseless to believe that imperialists could be talked into giving up their aggressive plans. Yet they, certainly, can be convinced to do so. Peaceful coexistence presupposes renouncing war as a means of solving disputed issues and resolving them through talks, establishing relations of equality, mutual on. 244. Understanding and trust, with due consideration of each other's interests, respecting each other's sovereignty and territorial integrity, developing mutually beneficial economic and cultural cooperation. The foreign policy of a socialist country cannot be confined to merely adhering to the principles of peaceful coexistence with capitalist countries. It also includes the all-round development and consolidation of ties with other socialist countries, as well as assistance and support for the international workers and national liberation movements. The policy of peaceful coexistence impedes imperialist attempts to overcome internal contradictions and difficulties by building up international tension and kindling the fires of war. JT contributes to a class struggle mounted against the forces of imperialism on both the national and international level. The adherence to the policy of peaceful coexistence creates the broad opportunities to lessen the danger of war and to establish mutually beneficial economic, trade, scientific, technological and cultural relations between states with different social orders. The proponents of anti-communism contend that the struggle between bourgeois and working class ideologists runs counter to the principles of peaceful coexistence. According to them, the only nations that can be regarded as peace-loving are those which can tolerate, in the name of peace, any ideology, no matter how much they may detest it. Moreover, bourgeois politicians insistently propound the concept of ideological peace as a mandatory condition for the relaxation of international tension. This, however, is to put the question wrongly. The ideological struggle is waged by opposing classes at the national or international level. The ideological struggle cannot be checked by mere prohibitions or agreements so long as hostile classes adhere to antagonistic principles and pursue contradictory purposes. As long as such classes exist, their conflicting ideologies, views, and world outlooks cannot disappear. The working class will never be reconciled with an ideology promoting oppression and war, nor is it conceivable that the bourgeoisie will ever abandon the historical scene voluntarily. Persistent struggle against imperialist ideology will contribute to the course of preserving and strengthening peace. It is only natural, since the ideology of imperialism supports war and aggressions while the ideology of socialism promotes the principles of peace and friendship among the nations. In trying to juggle the conception of ideological reconciliation, the bourgeoisie has not the slightest wish to abjure its ideas or give up its struggle against communist ideology. For over 130 years, the bourgeoisie has been waging a bitter struggle against Marxism. Anti-communism has become increasingly vicious, with the class struggle sharpening on the international arena. Anti-communism breeds militarism, colonialism, fascism, and wars. Bourgeois ideologists themselves obviously realize that any reconciliation of ideas is impossible. This explains why the bourgeoisie so persistently strengthens its ideological warfare machine. Suffice it to say that the ideological apparatus has been dramatically increasing along with the allocation of funds for ideological struggle. The bourgeoisie resorts to all sorts of flagrant anti-communist slander and malignant anti-Soviet propaganda. All this reveals the bourgeoisie's ambitious desire to have communist ideology succumb to it, laying down its arms and ceasing to exist, thus giving an unlimited opportunity to bourgeois ideology to penetrate into every corner of the world. Such are the aspirations of imperialist bourgeoisie, which is hypocritically raising its voice in favor of peaceful coexistence of ideologies. The policy of peaceful coexistence has a pronounced anti-imperialist character, and it is directed against the social conditions and class forces engendering predatory wars. It gives an impetus to social revolutions and national liberation movements, boosts social progress, and increases the rate of socialist and communist construction. The protection of peace and the struggle for socialism constitute the common revolutionary cause. The struggle for peace, whenever it is not integrated with the revolutionary class struggle, is nothing but rhetoric used by the bourgeoisie to mislead the people. Some people argue that peaceful coexistence is the antithesis of revolution, and that a struggle for peace is sure to lead masses away from class struggle and from the struggle against world imperialism. In the long run, they maintain, it reduces the revolutionary elan of masses. Some people even argue that peaceful coexistence plays into the hands of imperialism, alleging that it leads to a reconciliation with it, and to a decline in the class struggle. But in fact the situation is quite different. Marxists have never shared the opinion that social revolutions could be born only of wars, nor have they ever regarded wars as a prerequisite or a precondition for revolutions. Socialist revolutions are not invariably linked to war. In the present-day conditions, with the socialist system becoming the decisive factor of world development, with the colonial system collapsing under the dealing blows of the national liberation movement, and with the international working class having universally strengthened its position, socialist revolutions do not require wars to 248. Emerge victorious. Marxism utterly repudiates any attempt to provoke armed conflicts which can lead to the defeat of the revolutionary avant-garde. At the same time, Marxists spare no effort opposing any attempts to give up the revolutionary struggle in the name of preserving peace. To uphold peace means waging an irreconcilable struggle against imperialism, which is its vicious enemy, strengthening the might of the socialist community, successfully building socialism and communism, and expanding the class struggle, as well as the revolutionary workers' and national liberation movements. The current peace movement attracts into its ranks enormous masses of people who are dissatisfied with imperialist policy, weakens imperialism, and thus gives a new impetus to the revolutionary struggle throughout the world. The struggle of the exploited against their exploiters represents an objective law of the development of all the antagonistic formations. There can be no peaceful coexistence between the exploited and the exploiters, between the oppressed people and the colonialists, or between communists and bourgeois ideologists. The exploiter society can be abolished and a social revolution emerge victorious only as a result of a struggle which may assume a great variety of armed or nonviolent forms. The victory of revolutions will, in turn, further strengthen the cause of peace and international security. Peace has always been socialism's true ally. The policy of peaceful coexistence strengthens the economy of the world socialist system, gives it extra time in its competition with capitalism, and raises the prestige of socialist ideals. This policy enables the socialist community to make the utmost use of all the advantages of the new social system. By resorting to the arms race, to aggressive local wars unleashed in various parts of the world, as well as to ideological subversion, imperialism seeks to impede the social progress of peoples. The advocates of the so-called free world grasp at every opportunity to interfere in the internal affairs of other countries, encroaching on their sovereignty and trying to suppress their liberation movements militarily in order to consolidate the neo-colonialist order. The strengthening of the positions of socialism and the development of the world revolutionary process are organically inseparable from the struggle to prevent a new world war. Historical experience offers convincing evidence that peace is much more advantageous to the revolutionary process than war. The struggle against imperialist subversive activities and militarist ideology purifies the ideological and political atmosphere, removing from 17 to 1073. 250. It all the toxic effects of brazen nationalism and chauvinism, rallying broad popular masses round the working class, consolidating the forces of socialism and democracy, and helping the workers to appreciate the need to put an end to the rule of monopoly capital which is the mainspring of all wars. The aggravation of international tension plays into the hands of the forces of reaction who use it to deceive the working people. The ruling circles of imperialist countries use the hackneyed myth of the socialism's military threat, in order to drive a wedge into the international solidarity of workers and to harass the communist and workers' movement. The worldwide struggle for peace is checking the intervention of imperialism against countries which have chosen the road of independent development. Imperialist forces do not miss any opportunity to exert every form of economic, political, and military pressure on young developing countries. Socialist countries have invariably sought to protect the interests of the threatened developing countries. World peace enables young developing countries to carry through the socio-economic changes which strengthen the foundations of their economic independence and raise the people's living standards and culture. This explains why the policy of struggle against imperialist aggressions, as well as the struggle for peace, is enjoying such broad backing among the people of the newly independent countries. They rightly associate with that policy the opportunity to build a new life and to accelerate the rate of their national development. All the nations of the world have an objective interest in preserving and strengthening peace and security, and in preventing aggressive wars. This is all the more important as imperialism is presently pushing the world to the brink of a nuclear holocaust, the unleashing of which would be tantamount to putting an end to life on Earth and to human civilization. The fact itself that imperialism is preparing for war and is whipping up the arms race runs counter both to the immediate and to the prospective interests of the workers. All of this creates difficulties for the peoples of the socialist countries involved in intensive peaceful construction, and paving the way for their society's transition to communism. In capitalist countries, The arms race and the military hysteria lead to a drastic reduction in the workers' living standards, hinder the growth of the political consciousness of the working class, and strengthen the position of reaction. All these factors are weakening the struggle for true democracy and social progress. The working people of the developing countries suffer most from the aggravation of the 17*252 international tension, which drags these countries into an arms race with its concomitant continuing poverty and backwardness, starvation and disease, as a result of which their dependence upon imperialism increases, while their socio-economic and political development undergoes a dramatic slowdown. The objective interest of the working people throughout the world in creating a just and humane society turns them into resolute advocates of peace among all nations and ardent opponents of aggressive wars and arms build-up. The principles of peaceful coexistence and the struggle for lasting peace on earth presuppose that aggression directed against any nation be decisively rebuffed. Support and assistance to nations struggling against foreign rule or intervention constitute a policy which strengthens all the peace-loving forces and weakens the forces of imperialism. Every nation is endowed with an inalienable right to wage a liberation struggle against oppressors or interventionists. Socialist countries will always side with the nations struggling for their independence, and they will never cease to render them all-round assistance and support. In the achievement of all these tasks, the policy of peace and peaceful coexistence stands out as a remarkable manifestation and a specific form of the class revolutionary liberation struggle at the contemporary stage of historical development. That struggle will preserve its significance throughout the entire historical period of the transition from capitalism to socialism. One of the essential aspects of the role and significance of the policy of peaceful coexistence pursued by the socialist countries is in fact that it is called upon to create favorable conditions for the development of the class struggle in capitalist countries and for the national liberation movement by barring every possibility to export counter-revolution and by preventing the forces of international reaction from interfering in the internal affairs of other countries. A revolution, which is the culmination of class struggle, comes as a result of the internal development of any given society. At the same time, historical experience leaves no doubt that interference by international reaction proved to be a principal obstruction to the victories of revolutions in a number of countries. It is only through a strict observance of the principle of non-interference in other countries that every attempt to export counter-revolution will be checked and, therefore, favorable conditions secured in every country for the success of the national liberation struggle of its people. The world communist movement regards peaceful coexistence of states with different socio-political systems as a form of class struggle on the international arena in the political, economic and 254 ideological spheres. By struggling for peace, and opposing the threat of a new world war, and in constituting the avant-garde of the international workers' movement, the national liberation movement, and general democratic movement, communists are paving the way for the triumph of the cause of socialism throughout the world. Yet men should always bear in mind that peace does not come by itself. Peace cannot be secured by good wishes only. Peace has to be struggled for. Peace will be preserved and strengthened only by the joint efforts of all the progressive efforts of mankind.